Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry and Daphne Were Sent Back in Time at Hogwarts. So do 4 blue hearts comment, BS. You're to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione. Uncensored spicy version, link in description. Daphne shrugged the covers off her bed as she slowly rose up to begin another day of her seemingly endless 6th year at Hogwarts, the year all her future plans had officially gone sideways. Her family had always walked a delicate tightrope, remaining as neutral as possible in the insipid and pointless wizarding wars over the last 2 centuries. The Greengrass goals were simple in concept but complicated to maintain. Continue to enjoy the societal benefits that come along with upholding the pureblood traditions while simultaneously reaping the financial benefits of doing business with Muggles. It was her great-great-grandfather who had been smart enough to recognize the Muggle advancements taking place during the Industrial Revolution. Muggle processes consistently improved his ability to buy low from the Muggles and sell high to wizards not interested in dealing with boring non-magical necessities such as foodstuffs, clothing and building materials. Slowly but surely the business grew. And grew. And grew. The Muggles continued to advance as the wizarding world, if anything, stubbornly regressed. Muggle advancements were leveraged over the last 150 years to make the Greengrass family one of the richest wizarding families in England. Her family had hit on the perfect economic storm of consistently reduced costs with no need to significantly reduce their own sales prices. Her parents' plan had been laid out to her at an early age. Go to Hogwarts and be the paragon of pureblood supremacy outwardly but quietly. Carry yourself with impeccable manners and focus on your studies and leave the loud posing and posturing to the pureblood idiots that her family profited from. Whether she actually became proficient at magic for practical purposes was irrelevant in the big picture. Her crucial practical learning would take place during holiday breaks and through all post as her father imparted the real family magic, business acumen, emotional manipulation and knowledge of political relationships. So she would graduate from Hogwarts hopefully at the top of her class and join the family business, eventually taking over for her father. Her father's ultimate desire was for her to join the business and marry, in his words, a non-idiot pureblood. Knowing those seemed to be few and far between, he was willing to settle for a non-idiot. Ultimately the choice was up to her. No awkward courting, no forced betrothals, just a non-idiot regardless of blood status. As long as Daphne was happy, her father would be happy. Daphne eagerly agreed to the plan for 2 reasons. She was ambitious and loved a challenge, and her agreement meant her younger sister Astoria would not be burdened with any family obligations. Freeing her sister of those responsibilities was the least she could do given what Astoria was facing. Best not to think about that. Unfortunately for Daphne, the imminent war, to put it simply, had been bad for business. One need only see the lost shops strewn across Diagon Alley this past summer to see the impact of you-know-who's confirmed return last June. But the reduced profits were a minor short-term problem. The real issue was as war escalated, the demand for clear sides to be taken by proper pure bloods grew to a fever pitch. The number of business meetings her father was forced to take with respectable pure blood dignitaries over the Yule holiday break made it clear how much pressure was being brought to bear. Her father was skilled enough to deal with the idiots so far, but eventually something would have to give. Her family was in desperate need of another Potter miracle, her father's words again, not hers, to send Voldemort away, hopefully permanently this time. Hoping for another 1-year-old baby to banish the Dark Lord did not seem to be the most prudent of strategies, and if the 16-year-old Potter really was the chosen one, he needed to stop dallying and get to it. She was broke and out of her thoughts as a pillow forcefully struck her head. She turned her head to see her best friend Tracy Davis's annoyed expression. "You're worrying about things you can't change again, aren't you?" "Of course not," she replied automatically before another pillow made contact. "All right, fine," Daphne answered resignedly as she stood up. "I can't help it, and you know this, yet you continue with the pillow throwing." She headed toward the bathroom door before yet another pillow landed, this time to the back of her head. "What was that for?" she gritted out, too tired and too tense to deal with the nonsense. "Fun," Tracy said with a shrug. Things are very tense these days, and it's important to always have fun when one can, she continued on with a smirk as she pulled her hair back in a loose ponytail. Now stop brooding and get ready. I'm hungry. After getting ready, she and Tracy headed to the Great Hall for breakfast as she always did, posture perfect, head held high and straight ahead, pointedly ignoring the glances of the male students which seemed to grow every year. It was a new participant in the staring that had piqued Daphne's interest recently. He's doing it again, Tracy said quietly as they sat down and began to fill their plates. Daphne glanced up discreetly to confirm the he in question was who she suspected, the chosen one himself, Harry Potter. When she noticed his gaze on her the first time several weeks ago, she had been taken by surprise as he had seemingly never been interested before. Throughout her first 5 years at school, Potter had always seemed too bewildered, angered, depressed, or focused on other things to spend time sussing out pretty girls. On the rare occasion where he was distracted, he blatantly gawped at Chong. Most of his staring at the Slytherin table this year had been spent subtly observing Draco. Between her sister and Potter, she wasn't sure who watched Draco more. The most peculiar bit was that the looks He gave her were nothing like she was used to. There was no gaze of longing or of want, just a dispassionate evaluation of her. It was as if she was an arithmancy problem to be solved. Although she was loath to admit it, Potter was one of the few boys at Hogwarts she wouldn't mind looking at her that way. Was she really interested in Potter, or only interested because he didn't seem interested? She had no clue. Hormones were confusing. Any day now, I reckon, Tracy muttered to her friend. Tracy's favorite pastime since the looks had begun was deciphering and analyzing Potter's motives. Daphne suspected the appeal for Tracy was twofold. Tracy was genuinely interested in what Potter was playing at and genuinely enjoyed annoying Daphne by discussing it ad nauseum. He looks different today, like he's come to a decision, she stated authoritatively. I predict contact within the next 48 hours. Suppose it will be in the morning, afternoon, or evening. Probably be smart to clear some time in my planner. Daphne shot back with a glare. Probably evening, after dinner, Tracy continued, purposely ignoring the obvious sarcasm of Daphne's question. Wouldn't want to be interrupted by classes or other activities, obviously. Obviously, Daphne drawled as she focused back on her breakfast and attempted to change the subject. So transfiguration this morning and defense this afternoon, right? No more than 48 hours, Tracy replied with a smile, ignoring Daphne's dodge. Just be prepared for me to say, I told you so, when it happens. Well, it's nice to have something to look forward to, I suppose. Let's go, she muttered as she quickly grabbed her things and stood to make the trek to class. She vaguely heard, definitely in the evening, being muttered behind her as she quickly headed out. The remainder of the day was blessedly Harry Potter discussion-free. Snape even managed to refrain from any snide remarks directed toward him during that afternoon's defense class. Daphne had grown tired of the insults her head of house directed toward Potter in the first weeks of her first year. The fact that the professor not only persisted in making comments but that they actually seemed to grow in frequency and intensity over the years was baffling to her. Her only guess was that Professor Snape suffered the same affliction as Draco, Potter inferiority complex syndrome. PICS, for short. Draco was so affected by the Golden Boy it had become a running joke between Tracy and Daphne. Draco was quite PICSY today. If Potter somehow gets that egg from the dragon, Draco's PICS will be unbearable. I mean, I don't want Potter to die, but it might be preferable to Draco's whinging. Fair warning, the PICS is in full force downstairs. Avoid the common unless you want a dissertation on why Potter is most likely a squib. While most students despised or merely tolerated Draco, Daphne simply felt sad for him. She remembered the nice, slightly conceited boy she knew when she was younger. Before his idolization of his father and his jealousy of Potter changed him into the prick he was today. In her mind he was a lost cause. A harmless, annoying lost cause. In fact, she thought the only student who still had faith in the Ponce was her sister Astoria, who never quite grew out of her crush on the boy despite the despicable person he had become. He doesn't mean it, not really, had been Astoria's defiant mantra whenever Daphne mentioned Draco's latest ridiculousness. He'll sort out his priorities one day. Daphne smiled as she entered the Great Hall and spied her sister sitting down at the Hufflepuff table for dinner. Partially to avoid Tracy musings on all things Potter and partially because she hadn't done it since they'd come back. From holiday break she decided to spend the meal with the Puffs and more specifically, her sister. "Hi Daphne." Astoria greeted her brightly as she sat down beside her. "Still worrying all the time?" "Shut it you." Daphne affectionately responded, "I hear enough about it from Tracy, let's talk about something else." Astoria rolled her eyes and replied, "Fine. What's wrong with Draco? He seems, I don't know, frightened all the time." "No idea Astoria," Daphne replied disinterestedly, "I do my best to ignore him. Maybe he spotted a hippogriff and had flashbacks to his mortal injury." "This is serious, Daphne." Astoria continued as her face became distressed. "Something is wrong. I'm worried. Why can't you be normal and have a crush on Harry Potter like every other girl here? It would be much less disturbing." Astoria replied unconvincingly, "I do not have a crush on Draco. I'm just worried because he." She abruptly stopped talking as her eyes went wide before she looked down at her plate and muttered, "Speaking of Harry Potter, don't look now but." Before she had time to process the sudden change in topic, Daphne heard a throat being purposely cleared behind her. She looked over her shoulder to find, inexplicably, Harry Potter himself nervously looking at her. "I think you dropped this in defense class," Harry mumbled as he handed a piece of parchment to her quickly. Daphne. He quickly scanned the parchment and realizing it was not her handwriting, responded, "Sorry Potter, but this isn't." She was cut off from continuing by a quieter but more insistent reply as he leaned forward so only she could hear. "I'm quite certain this is meant for you, Daphne. But I would wait to make sure until you are alone." It looked confidential. Daphne had always scoffed at the Potter fan club members when she heard them opining about his mesmerizing green eyes, but right now, as they stared at her merely inches away, she had to admit they may have a point. Okay. Thank you, he finally replied as she recovered her poise and quickly shoved the parchment into her bag based on his thinly veiled instruction. A relieved expression washed over his face as Harry replied with a soft, "You're welcome." Turned around to assess who had noticed their conversation, and quickly left the room as his two best friends scurried to catch up with him with confused expressions on their faces. A million thoughts immediately raced through her mind as she purposely ignored the gobsmacked faces surrounding her. After a few minutes of intense concentration on her dinner, she finally risked a glance to the Slytherin table only to be met by the smuggest expression she had ever seen on Tracy Davis before she silently, slowly, mouthed, "I told you so." As much as Potter's appearance at dinner had thrown her off, the actual message he had given her beat it tenfold. "Daphne, I have a project I'm working on that I'd like your help with. If you are interested in learning more, please meet me in front of the Transfiguration classroom at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. For your own safety and mine, I need you to come alone." "I will come alone as well. I realize you might be cautious about accepting such an offer. All I can say is I mean you no harm and really do need your help. If I had received something like this from a Slytherin, I would be suspicious as well, but being a dumb Gryffindor, I would have more than likely showed up because I'm bold, courageous and all that rot. I'm hoping you use your cunning and ambition to think about what you personally know of my actions in the past too. See that I have never purposely insulted or harmed anyone without cause and have always told the truth. What I need your help with, if successful, would bring great honor and political leverage to the Greengrass name. Yes, I am blatantly playing to your ambitious nature, but I am doing so honestly. All I am asking is for you to come and listen to what I have to say. I promise I will answer any and all questions that I can. If you choose not to meet, I will understand and will never bother you again. Either way, for your own safety, I would suggest destroying this letter immediately after reading it. I hope to see you soon." Daphne had ignored the advice given and had read and reread the letter at least 30 times. She wasn't sure why, as she had decided immediately she would be there. Potter had said all the keywords political leverage, ambition, dumb Gryffindor to pique her interest, and when reviewing her own observations of the boy over the years, she had to admit he really had only acted when provoked. Even the outrageous and unbelievable gossip about Potter revolved around him doing heroic things that were too outlandish and ridiculous to take seriously. And if she believed the comments that Draco had made about him over the years, which she didn't, Potter was nothing more than a fraud, an incompetent, harmless fraud. It couldn't hurt to hear him out. So it was at precisely 6:57 p.m. the next day that she found herself standing outside the Transfiguration classroom muttering, "Incendio," and methodically burning the note. Better late than never, she mused as she watched the final bit turn to ash. "I thought I told you to burn that immediately," she heard seemingly out of nowhere. "Merlin, Potter," she nearly shouted as she wheeled around to face him. "Stop sneaking up on me." "Sorry," he replied, not sounding at all like he meant it. "I sometimes forget how much of an advantage this gives me." Her eyes were immediately drawn to the cloak in his hand. "Is that an invisibility cloak?" "Yeah," he supplied without pretense. "Shouldn't you be a little more, I don't know, discreet about having something like that? I mean, somebody could just be walking by and hear you," she replied before being met with a knowing smile. "No worries. I knew we were alone thanks to this," he answered as he held up a piece of worn parchment. It looked to be an old map of some sort. Thoroughly mundane and ordinary except for the fact that some of the words were moving, and it looked like her name was there as well right next to Harry Potter. "What is," she began before being interrupted. "Come on," he said in a quieter tone as he motioned her into an empty room nearby. "You're right, we should get some more privacy." The number one lesson her father had imparted to her when in any meeting was to always be in command and keep the other participants off guard and guessing. They hadn't even begun to really talk and she had utterly failed that lesson as her head was already spinning. "Pull yourself together," she thought to herself as she watched Potter place a locking spell on the door and a silencing charm on the room. "Assume command, establish dominance," she told herself internally. As he turned his attention back to her, Daphne purposefully leaned back against the wall and folded her arms against her chest before speaking with her best glare firmly in place. "This better be good, Potter, as I don't appreciate having my time wasted." Potter pinched the bridge of his nose and squinted his eyes in aggravation before speaking. "Can we just skip that nonsense?" he asked as he turned his gaze upward and stared. "Enlighten me on what nonsense you are talking about," she coolly replied, desperately trying to keep up the pretense that she was in charge. He immediately mimicked her, leaning against the wall and folding his arms while fixing her with an exaggerated stare. "This nonsense," he said bluntly before finally moving to sit down once his point had been made. "Please," he continued while motioning Daphne to sit down as well. "I'm not trying to trick you or win some sort of game of wits. I just want to talk and ask for your help. And I prefer to be called Harry, not Potter." Realizing there was no need to try and win a battle of wills when the opponent wasn't interested in playing, she finally let down her guard, giving a small nod as she moved to sit down. "Nice to finally meet you, Harry. I'm Daphne." A look of relief came over Harry's face as he visibly relaxed and pondered what to say next. He took a deep breath and began. "What I need help with must remain between you and me. Lives are literally at stake here. Because of that, before I share any specifics, we will need to make a blood oath not to purposely reveal anything we discuss or work on unless we both agree." Quote. Harry quickly raised his hand to hold off Daphne's outcry and continued. "I know this is a huge commitment and I'm not asking you to make it tonight. I just want to talk and let you ask me any questions so you can think about it." It was obvious to her what this was about, but she needed to make sure. "So what you need help with has to do with you know who?" "The one and only," he ruefully replied. "So does that mean there really is a prophecy and you really are the chosen one?" he asked. It looked to Daphne at that moment that the weight of the world had suddenly been placed on his shoulders. "Yeah, basically, in the end it doesn't particularly matter because Voldemort has already decided I am," without hearing the whole thing, "but that's all I can tell you without the oath." Daphne gathered herself, nodded and sat silently in thought, processing where she should start. "Okay," she began. "My first question is why me? I need someone smart who is strong in magical theory." He replied immediately. Clearly he had anticipated this question would be asked. "What I'm looking for involves the design or modification of a spell. The idea I have I not be possible, but I need someone to listen to and hopefully validate and expand on what I'm thinking. I know that is where you excel, not necessarily as much on the practical side but in understanding and explaining the magic. I'm either naturally rubbish or too lazy to be good at that bit. That's where you come in." Daphne frowned in response. "How could you possibly know that? We don't Avenue charms are transfiguration together and you don't take arithmancy or ancient runes. Harry chuckled before responding. I'm best friends with Hermione Granger. I've heard all about who she sees as her main competition and you are a prominent topic. Strengths, weaknesses, she takes it very seriously. Too seriously. After soaking in the compliment, a thought suddenly struck her. You just mentioned you were best friends with Granger. Why aren't you asking her? You're right that Hermione, not Granger, has been a great friend, better than I could have ever asked for. There are 2 reasons I haven't talked to her about this. The main problem is she doesn't trust my judgment as much as she trusts Dumbledore's, especially this year. But she's not alone, the same goes for pretty much everyone else on my side. I've spent the last 5.5 years having everyone telling me to listen to Dumbledore, trust Dumbledore, talk to Dumbledore. There are loads of brilliant people trying to help me, but they unfortunately shut off their brain when it comes to questioning the headmaster's decisions. If everyone is saying it, maybe they have a point. Why not talk to Dumbledore then? She countered. He has forgotten more about magic than I will ever know. Harry's expression darkened. Daphne could tell he was choosing his next words carefully. I've tried, he wasn't interested. He has his own idea of what needs to be done and he's been drip-feeding me just enough information over the last 5 years, the bare minimum he has to, so I will do what he wants. I'm finally getting some more insight this year, but what we've covered in the 4 months of term could have been covered in a week. He's not interested in listening to other people's ideas. He is so used to being in charge, likes being in charge. I think he's lost the ability to take advice. Daphne could tell he wasn't finished, that he needed to share this with someone, that he likely had tried to share with others and had been met with the "Trust Dumbledore" mantra for his efforts. Do you remember what Dumbledore said in 4th year? After Cedric was murdered, how everyone would have to choose between what was easy and what was right. Harry didn't wait for an answer before continuing, staring fixedly down at the desk. After my parents died, he has basically controlled my life, where and how I grew up, what I knew about my parents, what I knew about the wizarding world. He idly picked at an exposed splinter on the desk, never looking up. What I've come to realize is when it comes to me, he seems to always choose what is easy over what is right. Harry chuckled and finally made eye contact with Daphne again. Sorry, got a bit moody there. I've been working on avoiding that, but old habits die hard sometimes. I'm still listening to Dumbledore, learning everything I can from him and working on his plan. But I'd like to see if my idea is possible. It may be nothing, but I'd like to try. There was a pregnant pause as Daphne waited to make sure he was finished and cleared her throat to get his attention. Well, you weren't kidding when you said you were going to be honest. I'm Ssing. I'm the only one you've ever told that to. Harry let out a snort and replied. You deserve to know everything if I expect you to help. Thank you. So next question. You've told me why you think I could help you. Why do you think I would? How do you know my family doesn't support you know who? Based on what I know of your family, I'm pretty confident we are on the same side, he replied. You do you. Please enlighten me on my family and our motivations. To Daphne's shock, Harry reached into his bag and pulled out multiple sheets of parchment and started rattling off facts. One of the sacred 28 families. I have no idea why that matters, but many people care. Parents are Cyrus and Amanda Greengrass. Neither parents have any siblings. One sibling, Astoria, 2 years younger and a member of Hufflepuff House. Based on my observations, she seems to be much more cheerful than her sister. Depending on which publication you trust, you rank anywhere from the 10th to 20th wealthiest wizarding family in Britain. My guess is it's actually higher once investments in Muggle businesses are included. Investments are spread in many areas, but the main source of income is from the importing of Muggle-produced goods to wizarding society. The family's pureblood status and heritage makes them the overwhelming supplier of choice, allowing them to charge higher prices than their competitors with little to no negative impact. Has never taken a public stance in any conflict unless they are directly attacked, which is rare given their financial resources and reputation for ruthlessness when provoked. It is suspected that they secretly provided funding to stop Grindelwald and Voldemort during his first rise to prominence, but it has never been verified. Has seen overall decline the last 50 years due to population reductions in wizarding Britain. The movement to eliminate Muggle-borns and half-bloods has not been good for business, meaning Voldemort is not good for business. And there's one more thing, you didn't wear a badge. Neither did your sister. Badge. She managed to get out as she struggled with information overload. The Potter stinks, badges. He spit out before his expression softened. Fourth year was hard, the way I was treated. It meant a lot seeing a few Slytherins and Hufflepuffs didn't join in. Harry paused from reading his notes. And looked at Daphne, who was staring at him, shocked at the facts he had rattled off. She quickly recovered and replied. Okay, you proved your point, and I am not less cheerful than my sister, well, only slightly less cheerful. How do you know all of that? You don't strike me as the researching type. Harry grinned as he replied, I may have accidentally on purpose told Hermione that I IED you and didn't care if your family was dark, that I could just tell you were a good person and didn't need to look into it. That's all it took to kick her into research mode. 3 days later I had a full dossier. Very Slytherin of you, but I'm not sure why that would kick her into action. Harry's expression turned warm as he filled in the blanks. Like I said, she is a very good friend. We have our disagreements, especially this year, but she is fiercely protective of me. In the past I've tended to leap before looking, so she wanted to make sure you and your family were trustworthy. You passed, by the way. Lovely. Always good to know I have approval for our fictional romance. Daphne glanced at the clock and realized curfew was in less than 30 minutes. As interesting as this has been, we need to go. I still have questions though. I'd like to separate the fiction from reality about what you've been up to the last 5 years. Can we meet again tomorrow night? Same time. Absolutely. Harry replied eagerly, clearly pleased that she hadn't dismissed his proposal outright. Whatever I can answer I will. You might find some of it hard to believe though. His eyes lit up as an idea came to him. Can you meet me in front of the girls' lavatory on the 2nd floor? The one above the Great Hall. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. She replied with a shudder. Okay, but why? How? Would you like to see the Chamber of Secrets? It would provide a bit of proof to what I'll be telling you. Word of warning though, don't wear any nice clothes. It's pretty disgusting down there. She knew she was staring. Knew she looked a particular type of stupid as she considered his words. So you're saying, the Chamber of Secrets, is real and in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom? Technically just the entrance. Like I said, hard to believe. If you think that's ridiculous, wait until you hear what was living out of the back of Quirrell's. On second thought I'll save that for another day. I think I might have broken your brain. Just a little bit, she squeaked before absently saying her goodbyes and heading to the door. As they parted ways she vaguely heard, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, being muttered behind her. The morning after the oddest conversation Daphne had ever had found her entering the empty arithmancy classroom a full 30 minutes before class was to start. She had made it a habit to arrive early to this class for the last 2 years, using the time for a quick review of the prior week's lesson. The concepts and way of thinking behind the art of arithma NCY were so different than her other classes. The extra refresher was helpful to keep pace with Granger. With her pedestrian scores in defense, it was essential she excel in all her other classes if she wanted to keep pace with the Gryffindor. That Ravenclaw Pottle was annoyingly intelligent and ambitious as well. Her normal review would not be happening today, however. After taking her customary seat in the front, always exude confidence in the large and most importantly the small things, her mother had drilled into her head, she quickly pulled out a blank parchment and self-inking quill, setting to work. Harry had caught her off guard the night before. Although he had promised to be honest in his note, her years as a Slytherin and her father's training had taught her that it was at best a half-truth. He would assuredly tell the truth, he was a Gryffindor after all, but she had expected to have to pry the important bits out, to have to trick and charm him into telling her what she wanted to know. To engage in a manipulative dance to get answers out of him that he didn't want to provide. She could not have been more wrong. He had freely told her what she needed to hear to gain her trust. The 2 hours they spent talking flew by in what felt like a quarter of that time, and by the time they left, Hurricane Potter had won her over seemingly without really trying. She had expected a chess match and Harry insisted on playing checkers. It turns out he is exceptionally good at checkers. Since the need for finesse was out, she decided to be practical and simply make a list of questions for tonight after she saw the chamber. After she saw the chamber, She had repeated the words in her head too many times to count since last night, and it still didn't seem possible. She was sure the story of what happened in the chamber would be much more mundane than the rumors she had heard. She was very confident Harry did not have the head of the Gorgon he had slayed mounted over his bed. Just the fact that he found and entered the chamber was beyond impressive. Damn it, Daphne, she muttered to herself for becoming distracted from her task again. Stop daydreaming, she commanded as she set to work. Questions for GB. First year, did he really kill a troll with the sword of Gryffindor? Why did he and his friends win so many house points at the end of first year? Did he say something was growing on Quirrell? Second year, what happened? Is he the heir of Slytherin? Why did he try to kill Finch Fletchley with the snake? What happened to Lockhart? Third year, can he really produce a Patronus? Did he really kill Sirius Black with the sword of Gryffindor? Fourth year, how did he get away from you-know-who in fourth year? Did he secretly date the Vila contestant? Is he really soul-bound with the Vila contestant's sister? Fifth year, why did he have a hearing at the ministry before fall term? What happened at the ministry? Did he really fight you-know-who? What was the DA? Why wasn't I invited? Sixth year, why does he stare at Draco so much? She had just finished writing down her last question, why does Snape hate him? And was stowing away her parchment as a voice cleared behind her. She looked up to the smiling face of Hermione Granger. Mind if I sit here? She asked as she sat down without waiting for an answer. Daphne looked around the classroom and noticed why other seat was still available and immediately became suspicious. While she and Granger were cordial, even friendly with each other, they never sat together. Something was definitely going on. Ninette. Why minutes later her arithmancy instruction was finished and she could not recall one thing that was covered. She had spent the entire session waiting for Granger to do something, anything. To Daphne's utter confusion she had done nothing. No furtive glances, no notes passed, no hushed instructions, just a polite smile and goodbye, as she packed up her notes and left the classroom. Were all grief finders this confusing, or was it just Harry and the ones he hung out with? It's a funny thing about standing outside a toilet. If you think you may need to use it at all, the need increases exponentially knowing relief is so close. She had met Moaning Myrtle in her first year and had vowed never to visit this particular toilet ever again. A group of third-year Slytherins had sent her there as a joke and she was subjected to Myrtle. Well, there was no better word for it, moaning how unfair it was that Daphne was alive and that she was dead. She's probably in the pipes somewhere else in the castle, she convinced herself, as the insistent needs of her bladder won out against her desire to avoid the ghost. It wasn't until she was exiting the stall that she was greeted by the toilet's permanent resident. Come back to gloat, I see, she said piteously. Pardon, Daphne replied, attempting to hide her own displeasure at meeting Myrtle again. Gloating about what? The fact that you're still alive, of course. Well, you've made your point, so you can go now. She spit out through her quickly forming tears. Daphne rolled her eyes as she washed her hands and responded. As much as I'd love to, I'm actually meeting someone here. We're going to visit the Chamber of Secrets. I've got bad news for you though, he's alive too. Myrtle immediately stopped crying and became unnaturally happy. Harry is coming soon. The one and only. How do you enter from here anyway? The ghost became suspicious and glared at Daphne. How do I know you aren't trying to trick me? Daphne opened her mouth to respond when she heard a voice come from the doorway. It's okay, Myrtle, she's telling the truth. How are you doing? Myrtle's expression immediately softened as she responded. Hello, Harry. Why haven't you come to see me lately? It's been so long. Sorry about that, Myrtle. I never thanked you properly for your help in the lake, did I? Thanks, you really were a big help. If it was possible for a ghost to blush, Myrtle did. Even the dead have a crush on him, Daphne mused as she saw Harry move toward the sink. Harry looked confused as he spoke. I thought I said to wear old clothes. It really is foul down there. Her defensive nature kicked in at the perceived scolding and she responded without thinking. The words were out of her mouth before she could stop them. These are old. Some of us just choose not to wear rags on a regular basis. She immediately regretted it. My mistake, he muttered with a look of disappointment and embarrassment as Myrtle joined in the conversation. I don't like her very much, Harry. Why would you want to show her the chamber? He turned to Myrtle and smiled. She's all right, Myrtle, just a bit jaded. The smile vanished as he turned back to Daphne. Are you ready? She hadn't meant it, not really. Things had gone so well last night. She should have known he didn't mean his question as an insult. And no one would choose to wear the clothes he wore. There had to be a reason. She mentally berated herself for falling into the easy play of insulting someone to prove you are there, better. I'm sorry. I didn't mean. Are you ready? He asked more insistently. We should get going. He waited for her nod, turned to the sinks and began to hiss. That will always sound creepy, she thought as she watched, to her amazement, the sink opening up and revealing an entrance. I'm really going to see the Chamber of Secrets, she thought to herself as the sink finished creaking open. Daphne tentatively looked into the new opening to reveal a massive, quite disgusting, pipe. The smell alone did not bode well for what they would find on the other end. She turned back to Harry and realized for the first time that he was holding a broom. You have two options, he began clinically. You can ride on the broom with me and I will do my best to avoid the filth on our way down, or you can just slide. Sliding is perfectly safe. That's how we did it last time. She didn't have to think even a moment before responding. Broom, she said while looking at the opening and making a face, definitely the broom. As she mounted the broom and wrapped her arms around Harry, the resident ghost interjected. My offer still stands, Harry, she said shyly. If anything should happen and you die down there, you are welcome to share my toilet. The shy SW. Eagerness then left her face as she frowned and turned toward Daphne. Not her though. She reminds me of Olive. Daphne had no idea who Olive was, but she was fairly certain it was not a compliment. Never fear. If I die, I'll make sure to set up residence in one of the 7th floor toilets, much better view of the grounds. Smart, she heard Harry comment with a chuckle and she smiled, thankful at she'd been able to lighten the mood at least a little bit. Harry then turned to Myrtle with a smile to rival Gilderoy Lockhart. Myrtle, would you try to make sure no one comes in here until we come back? I'd really appreciate it. And if I, die, this toilet will be first on my list of places to haunt, with you. Daphne got the impression that this charm, this magnetism, came naturally to Harry and he wasn't even trying much. Myrtle responded as any girl with the maturity of a 13-year-old would, having a 16-year-old Harry Potter flirt with her. The fact that Myrtle had been waiting over 50 years for someone to flirt with her only added to the impact. Her translucent mouth dropped open as she dumbly nodded and slowly floated toward the entrance, never taking her eyes off of Harry. With the ghostly guard now at her post, Harry and Daphne slowly began the descent down the pipe. True to his word, he did his level best to avoid touching the pipe. As well as she was certain she would never wear the shoes she had on again due to the muck and filth accumulating with each bump. There was a reason her parents had nicknamed her Princess as a child, and as much as she hated to admit it, it was appropriate. It was truly a new experience to fly with Harry. She had of course flown in the past, she was a witch after all, but she had always seen it as a means to an end. A pedestrian means of transportation. But as he guided them so smoothly, seemingly flowing through the pipe themselves, she understood kind of what all the stupid boys in Slytherin House went on and on about. It became flying when done like this. They eventually landed and she found herself to be oddly disappointed before quickly remembering where they were headed. Still a bit of a walk from here, he stated, waiting for her nod of acknowledgement before moving on. They had walked in silence for several minutes before he began speaking in a quiet tone. I live with my Muggle relatives. They don't like me very much, don't like me to have nice things. Harry, you don't, but she was interrupted again as he continued, stubbornly refusing to stop now that he had started. The Muggle clothes I wear used to belong to my cousin, they are his hand-me-downs. I think they make a point to only give me the most worn bits. He continued to stare straight ahead and kept walking. After so many years with no other options, I don't even think about how I look. I should work on that. I actually do have some decent things, the suit from last summer. She could take no more and grabbed his elbow to get his attention. I really am sorry, you don't have to explain. She suddenly found herself not being able to stop now that she had started. I'm so used to dealing with idiots throwing around insults and threats simply because they can. I get thrown off when anyone besides my family or Tracy is genuinely nice to me. I keep expecting for you to start in with the insults. She felt infinitely better when he gave her a small smile and nodded. It's no problem, glad to see I fall in the non-idiot category. It's early, Potter. You could be reclassified in an instant, so. She was jerked out of her thoughts at the sight of what looked to be a massive snake skin that stretched at least 20 feet. Please tell me we aren't headed to visit the former owner of that skin, Harry. Harry looked sheepish as he dragged his free hand through his hair. We are, but it's dead, and slightly bigger. Daphne's eyes bulged as his words sunk in. You killed it, I'm guessing? She asked dumbly. Harry seemed to quickly become uncomfortable and bowed his head slightly before speaking. Yeah, but it was mainly down to luck, if I hadn't had the sword. Wait, she cut in. Don't tell me you really have the sword of Gryffindor. Well, not anymore, he stated simply. I gave it back to Dumbledore once I was, finished. Daphne stared. Right, he finally stated after waiting for Daphne to speak. Shall we carry on then? She dumbly nodded, now dubbed the Potter nod, since he seemed to be able to cause it at will, and followed him down the hall. Neethi. R spoke again until coming to another entrance. Harry hissed an incantation and again the door slowly creaked open. As they began to file in the room, Harry warned, the former owner of that skin is just through here. As I said, it's pretty big. There are moments in life that fundamentally and irrevocably alter one's perspective forever. The moment she entered the chamber and gazed at the sheer mass of the basilisk was one of those moments. It was easily 50 feet long. 50 feet long. She had heard so many outrageous and outlandish stories about the boy who lived. She'd even read some of those ridiculous Adventures of Harry Potter books when she was younger. But none of them approached what she was now looking at, tangible proof at what he had done at 12. She shonk at a glance at Harry and saw he was looking at her, assessing her reaction to the beast and to him. He actually looked nervous, embarrassed. It was unfathomable to her. She slowly made her way over to the snake and broke the silence. So you stabbed this thing to death? It took him a moment to respond, caught off guard by the break in the silence. Yeah, you can probably see the stab wound on the top of its head. It tried to bite me and I stabbed it through the roof of its mouth and through the top. Actually got me too. Bit me on the arm. Daphne approached the head slowly. She knew it was irrational and ridiculous, but the sheer size and power the beast exuded made her think it could not be killed, that it was pretending to be dead and would lunge at her at any moment. Even Tually she made it over and saw the clear gash in the snake's head just as Harry had said. She also noticed that both eyes had been gouged out. The shock was beginning to wear off and the analytical part of her brain locked back in. They'd started at the end of the tale. Now it was time to start working back to the beginning. How did you do that to its eyes? She said, never taking her eyes off the snake. Oh, that was Fawkes. Dumbledore's phoenix. I was talking to Tom. Well, I'll get to that later. I had shown loyalty to Dumbledore and Fawkes came to help. He flew in and clawed its eyes out. Daphne suddenly remembered what Harry said about being bitten and slowly walked over to him. So far he had been unfailingly honest with her, but this part of his story had to be exaggerated. Basilisk venom was fatal, quickly. Unequivocally fatal. You said it bit you. Can you show me? Harry quickly rolled up his sleeve and pointed to a shiny spot of skin above his elbow. Her eyes bore into the arm, unconsciously grazing it with her finger. How are you still alive? She looked at him and he smiled, a true, genuine smile. It struck her that she couldn't remember ever seeing him that open and relaxed. It was nice. It was Fawkes, he was brilliant. You're right. I was dying, knew I was going to die, but he cried. Phoenix tears into the wound. Healed it right up. She noticed how much more relaxed he became when he was talking about the Phoenix and not about himself. More ridiculousness. To gain the trust and affection of a Phoenix enough for them to share their healing tears in such a way was rare. Virtually unheard of. Daphne wondered if Fawkes would be quite as generous with the tears if she was in need. She needed to hear it all, but one question leapt out above all. One she couldn't quite understand. She looked back at the basilisk and then back to Harry. Before you tell me anything more, I want to know why. Why what? Harry replied confusedly. You came in here, all alone, 12 years old. And fought that. Why? Why not run away? Why not tell the professors? Again Harry looked down at his feet, as if he was embarrassed at what he was about to say. Do you remember the message on the wall? Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. That was real. There really was a student dying down here. Daphne was struck again by how defensive he seemed. What he had done was amazing. Impossible to fathom. Why wasn't he proud, gloating even? Ron tried to come to, but we got separated in the tunnel back there, where all the rocks were. And we read to get help from the staff, but that didn't work out and we were running out of time. I know you are going to say it's stupid, and it was stupid, but I couldn't not try. Someone was dying. 12 years old, kept repeating in her mind. He did that when he was 12 years old. She always believed that she and her family were inherently good, that they always did the right thing when they could. But she suddenly realized that it wasn't true. They did what was right when it was feasible, when there was no risk, when it helped them. She felt like a massive fraud. Right, she muttered as she cast Scourgify on the floor and conjured 2 simple chairs for them to sit on. She waited for him to sit down before she continued, looking straight into his eyes. I still want to hear all the details about second year and all the other things you've been up to, but I'm in. She looked down at the floor and continued on in a rush, vomiting out the words as quickly as possible before she lost her nerve. I want to talk to my parents. This has implications for my family. They need to know, and I'd like to get their advice on the wording of the blood oath. But even if they disagree, I'm in. This is important. If I can help, I want to at least try. You need to know I am rubbish at defense though. If you are expecting me to protect you from a Death Eater or something, you should best get to planning your funeral now. She looked up to see him staring at her, mouth open, trying to say something and utterly failing. It's nice to be on this side of the stupid expression, she mused as she smirked and waited for him to gather himself. He eventually recovered and cleared his throat. That's great. I mean really great. To be honest, I thought this would have been a lot harder, but this is great. Just make it worth my time, Harry. You've been remarkably unlike an idiot so far. Don't screw it up. He laughed and quickly looked at his watch. We have 30 minutes until curfew. We can either head back and talk more later, or we can stay as long as you'd like and sneak back late. She regarded him and folded her arms, pondering her options. Did you bring your invisibility cloak? He smiled and nodded. And that other thing, the parchment that you used the last time? Another smile. Another nod. Why not? I've just agreed to fight you know who. Getting caught breaking curfew seems like the least of my worries. Is it okay if we keep talking and risk it? Harry grinned and replied. Of course. I'm a dumb, bold Gryffindor, remember. This is what we do. Daphne smiled in reply, a real smile. The one that was typically reserved for Tracy and Astoria. Excellent. Now since we've been talking about second year, why don't we start at the beginning? Harry nodded his head and began. I hope you don't mind missing curfew by a lot because it is a long story. It all began in Flourish and Blots about a month before fall term started. They had already missed curfew by several hours, but Daphne had given no consideration to leaving. She got the distinct impression that Harry had revealed very little of what they had been talking about that night to others, probably been encouraged not to. She could tell that he had skipped or was purposely vague on some bits, presumably too important to reveal before she had given her oath, but what he had shared was revelatory. EY were close to finishing up their 4th year, and the stories had seemed to have lost the whimsy his first couple of years had contained. Funny stories about 3-headed dogs named Fluffy and flying cars were gone. Replaced by dementors, werewolves, unforgivable curses, and now, a graveyard. I had to bring his body back. I couldn't leave it there, with them. Harry paused and bowed his head, staring at the floor again. I should have known the cup was a trap. Shut up, Potter, Daphne interrupted without pretense, stopping him from heading down the path he was headed down again. A quick glance at her watch told her it was now 2:30 in the morning. She had heard ridiculous story after ridiculous story, and at every turn Harry had taken great pains to point out that he was lucky, should have figured out things sooner. Could have done better, or had failed somehow despite facing you know who. Daphne had to stop and count to make sure she got the number right, three times a. ND not only lived to tell the tale but bested him every time. What you've done, had to go through, it's unbelievable. I literally would not believe it if there wasn't a 50-foot basilisk over there telling me otherwise. She took a deep breath and gathered herself before continuing. How had the adults in his life left him with such low self-esteem? He would have never lasted in Slytherin. She was suddenly embarrassed for Slytherin House. She had originally thought it unbelievable that he would ask her or any sixth year for help with so many adult experts literally right down the hall. Now she understood it. They couldn't be bothered to take him seriously or were simply too afraid. Before tonight she had never held any strong opinions about the headmaster. Now she despised him. Stop insulting yourself or the deal is off. Yes, you were lucky sometimes. Yes, as much as I hate to admit it, Granger and Weasley were brave and brilliant as well. That does not take away from the fact that what you have done is, I don't even know the word. She had been staring at him throughout her monologue, daring him to contradict her, but he had remained silent, his head stubbornly looking at the ground. Somewhat still embarrassed and unwilling to listen to the facts. She purposely paused, letting the silence drag out until he raised his head to look at her. Only then did she continue. I'm 16 years old and I only really believe, in two things, my family and Tracy. Everything else, everyone else, has disappointed me. It only took you 3 days to make me believe in you, Harry. So shut up. Harry stared at her for a long time, eventually letting a small smile cross his face. Is it okay if I say something? I promise I'll try to not insult myself. Prat, she replied with a smirk and a nod. He suddenly became serious before staring at the damnable ground again. 5th year was really hard. I went to the ministry because I thought someone I was close to, my godfather, was in danger. It turned out to be a trick by Voldemort so he could get the prophecy they mentioned in the prophet. He wasn't in danger, wasn't even there originally, but because I was stupid and fell for the trap, he came to the ministry to help and died. It isn't fair. It's hard. When people die, or dying, it's hard to be proud or happy. They don't deserve. My sister is dying, she interrupted unthinkingly. She could not believe she was telling him this. Tracy didn't even know what she was about to share. If Astoria ever found out, she would be furious. She suddenly felt the need to look at the ceiling as her eyes became moist and she furiously blinked away the tears. She hadn't cried about this since she was 7 and would not start again. The family was cursed hundreds of years ago. It had skipped several generations. We thought it had run its course until it showed up in Astoria. If she is really careful, avoids overexerting herself, doesn't have children and doesn't strain herself unnecessarily, she can hopefully, at best, live to the age of 50. Unfortunately she's like you. She tries and will be lucky to make it to 35. She chuckled and looked back at Harry, who was now staring, waiting for her to continue. She is so much better than me, better than my parents even. I think she is the only one in Hogwarts who somehow believes in you and Draco. I actually wore a Potter stinks badge, you know, just because Draco and Pansy wouldn't shut up until I put it on. I think I had it on all of 30 seconds before Astoria stormed over from the Hufflepuff table, calling me a coward and telling me she knew I wasn't stupid enough to believe you deserved that, glaring daggers at Draco the entire time. Then she went over and told off Cedric or letting his friends and the other puffs wear them. She was rambling now, but she couldn't stop. She'd only really been talking to Harry for a few days, but he was so much like her sister. He deserved to know how much she admired people like that, people who always tried. In public it was hard to acknowledge it. But in the chamber, a mile away from everyone else, after everything he had shared, she needed to tell him. It was so ridiculous. She was a second year at the time and she made me, Draco and Cedric, the Hogwarts champion, feel so embarrassed. And the worst part is she was right. I'm guessing 90% of the puffs hated her that year, and it only made her more adamant about it. She knew she was right and was so disappointed in everyone and so stubborn. I'm convinced if Draco LD spend half the time around my sister that he does around his father, he would cease being a dickhead, well, mostly cease being a dickhead. Good luck with that one, Harry responded with a chuckle. Draco has issues. He used to not be so bad, you know. When he was younger he was nice, a bit arrogant, who wouldn't be with a father like he has. She looked up to see Harry staring intently at her. Everyone's reaction to you when we got to Hogwarts seemed to smother all the good he had. Astoria said he wanted all the attention you got, but thought, thanks to his arrogant father, he didn't need to earn it. In his mind you didn't really do anything to get the attention, so why should he? Yeah, Nothing, he muttered. Just grow up with 2 murdered parents and everyone celebrating the day they died. That's exactly what Astoria said. Daphne replied with a laugh. Merlin, you two are so alike. I really need to check her for dodgy scars. Harry laughed. She's much more cheerful than you though, too cheerful. Kind of annoying actually, she said, not meaning a word of it. The only time she's ever sad is when she catches me or my parents thinking about her condition. She calls us idiots and storms off usually. She sounds brilliant, he said with another genuine smile. I can't believe I picked the wrong sister. Like I said, she's like you. She wanted no part of arithmancy and runes. She could easily be top 5 in her class, but she hovers somewhere around the middle. If you want to be cheerful and read magazines all day, you can pick her. If you want to, succeed, then you made the right choice. Harry raised his arms in surrender. Fine, fine. I guess I'm stuck with the successful, serious one. That magazine thing is tempting though. Daphne nodded in agreement. I'll help you do important things like getting rid of you-know-who, then once he's gone you can hang out with Astoria and be frivolous. It will be a nice break for me actually. Harry's expression darkened briefly as his thoughts seemingly went somewhere else. Daphne decided not to ask what was wrong. They'd done enough sharing for one night. Suddenly the late hour caught up with her and she let out a large yawn. I think that's our cue to call it a night, Harry said as he stood up and made for his broom. What I need to tell you about last year should probably be done under the oath anyway. Daphne nodded her agreement but had one more item to discuss before they left the chamber. Now that she had gotten over the shock of the basilisk, her business training kicked in. UK. Now you could make a lot of money harvesting that basilisk. The venom especially, but the hide as well, they are extremely rare and extremely valuable. My father could set up harvesting. Absolutely not, Harry interjected. I need to keep a low profile. Escorting a bunch of people into the chamber to dissect that thing would just put more focus on me. If you could somehow magically transport Basilisk out of here without anyone finding out, I wouldn't mind. Daphne had expected that reply and nodded resignedly. It was sensible and smart. Maybe after this is all over then. It's a shame the house elves are loyal to Hogwarts. 2 or 3 of them could apparate it right out. She had just banished the chairs and was taking one last look at the beast when she heard Harry mutter from behind. Really? Really what? She could tell Harry was thinking now. House elves could really do that. Yes, but you don't want anyone to know. I'm sure Dumbledore would find out. House elves are always loyal to their masters. What if I knew an elf at Hogwarts that is loyal, really loyal to me? Could he convince 1 or 2 others to help and keep the secret? Are you talking about that crazy elf you mentioned from 2nd year? The one who tried to save you by trying to kill you? He wasn't trying to kill me. Just, injure me. Harry stubbornly replied. He just didn't quite think things through. He's calmed down since. He gave me the gillyweed for the lake after all. He paused as a thought struck him. He stole that gillyweed from Snape, a Hogwarts professor. Which would mean he's more loyal to me than Hogwarts. Right. Daphne hadn't connected the dots before, but Harry was right. It made no sense based on what she knew about house elves. That shouldn't be possible, Harry. If his master is Hogwarts now, then he should not have been able to steal from the school. It was clear Harry's brain had kicked in and an idea was forming. Hogwarts isn't his master. He is a free elf that works for Hogwarts but is loyal to me. Daphne was now becoming excited. Helping Harry for the greater good was brilliant and all, but this was something that could generate a lot of aliens and give her father a foothold in a new market. She had been taught by her father for so many years that she already knew what he would do with this opportunity, leverage the extreme rarity of the basilisk supplies by forcing potential buyers to switch purchasing their main stores to Greengrass Potions supplies as well. Wizarding business was much like overall wizarding culture, reluctant to change. It was what had sustained the Greengrass family when selling Muggle-supplied items, but made it so difficult to break into traditional wizarding markets that they'd always remained a small player in. The basilisk venom could finally persuade some large potioneers to change their main supplier. If Harry Potter was good for business, then her father would be more likely to be on board with his you-know-who plans. Harry, this is brilliant. Can you try summoning him? Harry looked confused. Isn't it a bit late for that? I'd hate to wake him up. With everything he had done. It had been easy to forget how little Harry knew about wizarding culture and behavior. This is going to sound really wrong, Harry, but just listen before getting upset and think about how the elf behaves when I explain this. She waited for Harry's nod before continuing. If he shows up when you call him this late, he will actually be happier than if you had called him at noon. She could say. Harry was about to interject and quickly kept going. Just let me finish. Elves are happiest when they are helping their masters. It seems stupid to us, but they are actually more pleased when they are inconvenienced if it is in the service of helping their master. That elf took a great risk in stealing that gillyweed. I'm guessing that added even more to his happiness when it helped you. She could tell Harry was reviewing the facts and the message was sinking in. She did not try to interrupt when he spoke this time. He always wants to punish himself when he thinks he has failed a task or made me angry. That means the opposite is true as well. When he does help or makes me happy, especially when it is difficult or challenging, he feels better. Yes, Daphne exclaimed, suddenly feeling less tired. You asking for help now should make him very happy. Harry nodded as he considered what she had explained. I reckon getting this basilisk to your father and making a bit of COI. Would also make it easier when telling your parents about helping with my project, right? Exactly right, Harry. She practically shouted. It was exciting to be talking about these sort of things with someone besides her father. Couldn't hurt to try, I suppose. Dobby. In an instant a groggy but excited house elf appeared. Harry Potter has called Dobby for help. She could tell the elf was pleading for it to be true. The elf seemed familiar to her, but she could not quite remember why. Perhaps she had seen him around the castle. He was now bouncing on the balls of his feet, nervously wringing his hands, waiting for Harry to speak. It seemed to Daphne that it was taking all of the elf's willpower not to hug Harry. Hi Dobby. My friend and I were wondering if there was any way you could get this, basilisk out of the castle without the staff knowing. The elf took his eyes off of Harry and looked toward the basilisk, his eyes growing wide. To her surprise, the elf then gazed at her and his eyes grew even wider as he suddenly became nervous. Dobby thinks he can help Harry Potter with the snake, but he stopped talking and began pounding his forehead with his fist. It was apparent to Daphne that Harry was anticipating this and immediately spoke. Dobby, stop. No punishing yourself, okay? Please calm down and slowly, quietly, tell me what the problem is. The elf stopped and willed himself to calm down. It seemed to be a very difficult task. He looked at Daphne nervously again and spoke. Dobby knows Harry Potter is a great wizard but is worried about his friend. Right, Potter's friend is a friend of Dobby's bad master. Suddenly Daphne remembered why this elf, Dobby, looked so familiar. He used to work for the Malfoys. That meant that the diary from second year was planted by Lucius Malfoy. Harry had been purposely vague on that bit, but it made perfect sense. She kneeled down to look Dobby in the eye and began speaking as gently as possible. I remember you too. You used to work for the Malfoys. Right. I'm sorry they didn't treat you very well. Harry told me how you helped him with the diary and the gillyweed. That was very brave. I don't think I could have been that brave. As her words sunk in, Dobby immediately began to cry. Merlin, this elf was emotional. Daphne glanced at Harry and saw he was doing everything he could not to laugh. Dobby is sorry. Dobby sees now Harry Potter's Greenie is a good and kind witch. She and Greenie's sister were always kind to Dobby. Dobby's bad masters were always nicer when the Greenies were there. Dobby was just scared for Harry Potter. It's okay, Dobby. Harry interjected. Daphne does know the Malfoys, but she is definitely my friend and I trust her. I appreciate you worrying about me though. So, you think you can help with the basilisk? Dobby's expression changed as he immediately went back to the task at hand, studying the basilisk. Dobby can help but will need the help of one more elf. Dobby thinks here is one in Hogwarts that can do it, but Dobby stopped talking abruptly and began nervously pulling at his ears before continuing. It will require Harry Potter's help. Harry mimicked Daphne's on earlier and kneeled down to look the elf in the eye and began speaking very calmly, very slowly. It's okay, Dobby. Just tell me what you need. If I can do it, I will. Dobby stopped punishing himself and became determined. Encouraged by Harry's words. The snake is very big, so Dobby will need another free elf to help if Harry Potter does not want the headmaster to know. There is one other in the castle. Does Harry Potter remember Winky? Harry nodded and waited for him to continue. Winky is working at Hogwarts but does not like being free. Dobby tries to help but she is still very sad. She drinks lots of butterbeer. She is not being able to help unless she is happier and stops drinking. To be happier she needs to have a master. Dobby looked nervously at Harry. Clearly he was about to get to the difficult bit. Go on, said Harry. Dobby has told Winky many times of the great Harry Potter and she admires Harry Potter very much. If Winky were bonded to Harry Potter then Winky would be happy and could help Harry Potter at Hogwarts. Harry looked at Daphne, clearly lost as to what the implications of such a thing would be in needing help. She was happy to oblige. I think your idea is a good one, Dobby, but to be Harry Potter's elf she will need to stop drinking and prove herself. I think helping you with the snake would definitely prove she is worthy to be Harry Potter's elf. Dobby was now frantically hopping and nodding his head, his forced calmness now gone and forgotten. Dobby agrees with Miss Greenie. Dobby will talk to Winky and is sure Winky will want to help. Winky will be able to help Dobby once she stops drinking. Daphne tried to stay calm. Her father was going to be so pleased with her. Do you think she would be able to help by next Saturday night? Again she was met with a frantic nod and she gave a much calmer nod of approval to Harry to take back over the conversation. Okay, Dobby. Go ahead and talk to Winky but make sure she knows this is a secret. I will call you tomorrow night for an update. Okay. Another frantically happy nod. Right. Thanks for helping and thanks a lot for coming to see me in the middle of the night. It means a lot. An ecstatic Dobby quickly latched onto Harry's legs in a hug and then unexpectedly followed up by latching onto Daphne's before snapping himself away. Never a dull moment with you, Harry, Daphne joked as they made their way to the entrance and began walking back to the tunnel. I suppose we should talk about the breakdown of the basilisk proceeds. I would propose a 60-40th split of the net proceeds after the cost of harvesting. My father will be happy to provide an accounting of all the costs as well as the sales revenue. Harry quickly replied, okay, with a shrug, never breaking stride. Daphne muttered under her breath. She had purposely asked for a higher percentage than she deserved, assuming he would push back. Instead he just shrugged his blooming shoulders. He wasn't even being naive, he just didn't care. It was infuriating. Checkers not chess, she thought to herself. She stopped walking and spoke. Harry, you're supposed to negotiate a better percentage after I make an initial offer. You killed the bloody thing and deserve more than 60%. Harry looked back with a confused smile on his face. I thought I was the 40%. Daphne glared. Fine, Harry read as he straightened his shoulders and pretended to look serious. 70/30ths and I will accept nothing less. If that's still unfair, just tell your father I purposely gave you more as a gesture of goodwill for helping me with Voldemort. You are an idiot but you have a deal, Daphne said with a grin as she held out her hand to shake. She purposely ignored the fact that she was the idiot who negotiated down from a 60% stake to 30%. Pleasure doing business with you, Harry said while shaking her hand. So when can you talk to your parents? I will send them a letter tomorrow and see if they can come to the castle on Saturday to talk it over. I'll just tell them it is about a big business opportunity. Now that the basilisk is in play it won't even be a lie. Then you and I can meet up Saturday night when Dobby and Winky hopefully can transport the snake. We can sort out the oath then as well. Harry nodded in agreement with the plan. Just make sure wherever you talk to them there are no portraits. They tell Dumbledore everything. Smart. I would never have thought of that. She had lived in the castle for over 5 years and had never considered watching her words in front of a portrait. Living a boring life had led to that carelessness, that would have to end now. Associating with Harry Potter was anything but boring. They eventually made their way up the pipe and out of the toilet. Harry made a point of thanking Myrtle who had dutifully kept anyone from entering while they were in the chamber. Harry even told her they would be back on Saturday, causing Myrtle to smile bashfully as she bid them goodbye. She was even nice to Daphne. Weird. As they made their way into the hall Harry quickly pulled them under his cloak and pulled out the worn parchment, tapping it with T.'s wand and whispering, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Suddenly the parchment sprung to life revealing itself to be a map of Hogwarts meticulously listing the location of everyone inside. Definitely not boring. Daphne thought as they quietly made their way toward the dungeons. Having to study ancient runes before midday had always been torture for Daphne. As interesting as the subject was at its core, it was just so dry. It was crucial to anyone who wanted to gain a deeper understanding of magic, but a subject so focused on memorization and translation would always be a slog. Not getting to bed until 4 in the morning and then having to suffer through Tracy's smug interrogation over breakfast about where she had been only added to the torture. She could have sworn Astoria K.E.P.T. smiling at her from the Hufflepuff table as well, but she may have just been paranoid. She typically did not arrive early to runes, but today she had made an exception, in part to end Tracy's questions, but most importantly to have time to write to her parents. As it was now Wednesday and she needed to make arrangements to meet with them on Saturday, it was imperative that this be sent as quickly as possible without raising suspicion. She thought briefly about requesting to Flo call them, but realized any room with a workable Flo also most likely contained a portrait. This was too important, she couldn't take the risk. Harry knew better about these sorts of things and she knew she should take his advice. She had the feeling he had to learn the hard way and she was determined not to make the same mistake. After taking her customary seat in front, she began to write. Dearest Father and Mother, a remarkable business opportunity has come up for our family and I would like to speak with you both as soon as possible on how to proceed. I am hoping you will be able to come to Hogwarts on Saturday so we can discuss in person. Please reply at your earliest convenience whether we can meet on Saturday. What I need to talk to you about requires a quick decision and I would greatly appreciate your thoughts. Your devoted daughter, Daphne. P.S. Please have Father ensure he has a very large spa.Ce available at one of our storage locations. If the opportunity comes to fruition, delivery may be possible by Saturday night. She mentally retched at the formal and cold tone she had purposely used in addressing her parents, but she knew it would ensure they would change whatever plans they had so they could meet on Saturday. She remembered how she thought it was a joke when her mother had sat her down the day before she left for Hogwarts for the first time and gave her explicit instructions. Your father and I know that we have instructed you how to act publicly, but never forget we know that is not you. If you ever send me a letter and address me as Dearest Mother, or other such nonsense, I will know you will have either lost the plot or something is seriously important that needs to be addressed. Mum, you know I would never. Her mother stopped her immediately. Let me explain, Daphne. If you ever call me that privately, your father and I will be at Hogwarts in a flash, but not because we think you are becoming one of them. It's always a possibility, but we know we've raised you better than that. We know that you are better than that. We will be there because it will mean you need us and we will always be there for you in Astoria. So it's a code then? That I need something? Daphne had asked. Exactly, her mother had replied. Either you've started to become an insufferable idiot and we need to knock some sense into you as soon as possible, or you urgently need to talk to us and want to be discreet. Mum, you are being paranoid, Daphne had replied condescendingly at the time. Just humor your mother and remember, please, Daphne. Daphne had quickly nodded so she could get back to far more important matters. She had received her wand the day prior and desperately needed to get back to admiring it and imagining all the brilliant spells she would be casting in a few days. She loved her mum, but sometimes she just didn't understand what was important. 16-year-old Daphne smiled as she remembered how brilliant her mother was and what an idiot 11-year-old Daphne was. Her reminiscing was interrupted as someone sat down next to her. Her head reflexively turned to see Granger. Again. Brilliant. Good morning, she greeted Daphne without preamble and immediately began pulling out her textbook and parchment. Unlike yesterday, she did not give Granger another thought as she listened to Professor babbling drone on about something to do with runes. She was too tired and too preoccupied with Harry's project to decipher what babbling was talking about or what Granger was up to. Besides, in her few days being around Harry, she realized if Hermione was up to something she would simply ask. Daphne had forcefully learned that Harry had lost patience for people who played games, and Granger had always struck her as someone who delivered her thoughts and opinions unfiltered. Also, she was tired. So tired. Daphne was pondering whether she should head back to the dungeons for a quick cat nap or go to lunch after sending off her letter when a tap on the shoulder snapped her out of her thoughts. Granger. Brilliant. I was wondering if you'd like to start meeting up in a sort of informal study group. Maybe Monday nights in the library. Daphne stared. She was so tired. And so confused. It was clear Daphne's silence had started to make Granger uncomfortable. And when Granger was uncomfortable she rambled. I just thought it would be nice to have someone else to work with and discuss arithmancy and runes. My friends don't really care, at all, about that sort of thing and I thought it would be helpful. As Daphne listened, sort of, to Granger she remembered what Harry had said. Daphne and her family had passed Granger's test. Granger trusted her. Could she really just want someone smart and trustworthy to study arithmancy and runes with? Checkers not chess, she thought before butting in. I'd like that Hermione. So 7 o'clock on Monday. Great, Hermione responded. I was thinking we could do a quick review of everything we've covered this term and then lay out a study schedule to get a bit ahead of this year's curriculum. I know Newts aren't until next year but we both know that isn't very far away and it's important too. Hermione suddenly stopped and looked nervously at Daphne. I'm sorry. I tend to ramble when I'm excited. It's just nice to talk to someone who is interested in these sorts of things and It's fine Hermione, Daphne jumped in. I understand. If I tried to talk to my friend Tracy about arithmancy she would probably jump off the astronomy tower. She did her best to downplay it but Daphne was actually looking forward to it as well. Damn Gryffindors. Okay, Hermione replied with a smile. I'll see you on Monday. Despite her learned instincts Daphne smiled and waved goodbye. Damn, Gryffindors. It really would be nice to have someone to review the material with. Despite occasion allies sitting at their table with Astoria over the years the Hufflepuffs as a group still seemed to be afraid of her and as a rule the Ravenclaws were annoying. Besides Granger that left the only other Slytherin in class as a potential study partner and that was out of the question. There was no way she would voluntarily spend any more time than absolutely required with her. What are you playing at Daphne? Parkinson. I'm not sure what you are talking about, Pansy. Daphne did not have time for this. She had letters to send. Naps to take. I'm talking about your new study partner. She should have known. Well, sometimes when two people take the same class they find it helpful to review together as it provides a different perspective as well as valuable feedback on. Shut up, Daphne. You know what I'm talking about. If you wanted a study partner you should have asked me, not that stuck-up Gryffindor. This was so tiring. After 6 years in school these invisible lines were so very tiring. She and Hermione were only going to be studying in the library. She wanted to scream, if you think that's bad I'm also trying to destroy your master, but refrained as that wouldn't be prudent. Best to go with the standard strategy. Insult. I'm actually hoping to learn more with a peer as opposed to teaching a remedial student. What? I don't understand. Exactly. Pansy looked confused. As Daphne heard muffled chuckles behind her, she looked over to see Bones, Finch, Fletchley and Abbott were still packing up and enjoying the show. They stopped smiling immediately when she looked at them and quickly left the room. Was she really that scary? She'd have to ask Harry. She turned back to Pansy to see that her confusion was now morphing into anger. She quickly packed up and began making her way out of the classroom. I have a letter to send. I'll see you at lunch, Pansy. Definitely a nap instead of lunch, she thought as she quickly made her way to the Ollery, ignoring Pansy's call for her to come back. Her parents' response arrived at breakfast the next day. Daphne's coded message for discretion had been received loud and clear as her mother informed her they had not only made arrangements to meet her on Saturday but would be taking her to Hogsmeade so they could talk privately at the Three Broomsticks. Apparently her parents distrusted Hogwarts as much as Harry. Daphne felt a knot form in her stomach as she realized this thing with Harry was suddenly becoming very real. As she made her way over to the Hufflepuff table to let Astoria know she realized Harry was subtly watching her and she gave a short nod to let him know they were a go for Saturday. She thought she was off to a splendid start at being a spy. Astoria greeted her as she arrived. Hi Daphne. What's wrong? You got a letter from Mum and now you walked over here all weird. Maybe the spy thing wasn't off to a splendid start. Nothing is wrong and I'm not acting weird, Tori, she lied. I just wanted to let you know that Mum and Dad will be here on Saturday. They need to talk with me about some things related to the business. Astoria made a face. So nothing wrong, just boring. Yes, exactly right. Exceedingly boring. Daphne changed her mind again, she was very good at espionage. She grabbed a piece of bacon and looked back to see her sister now sported a huge grin. Astoria leaned into Daphne's ear and whispered, "Are you going to tell them about Harry?" Daphne choked in response and began coughing violently, drawing stares from those around her as she quickly grabbed a drink to help clear her throat. "What are you talking about?" she whispered back once she could breathe again. "Tracy told me all about it," Astoria smugly answered. "Ah, the other idiot, she was going to kill Tracy. Tracy has no idea what she is talking about. What about that note he gave you? And why were you out until 4 in the morning the other night?" "Fine. Tracy does have some idea of what she is talking about. I was out after curfew, but that has nothing to do with Potter." Daphne could save this, she had done a good job of denying everything to Tracy thus far. Astoria would be a little tougher as she was much harder to deceive, but all they had was circumstantial evidence at best. "Then why was he looking at you after our owl flew in with Mum's letter? And why did you give him that nod when you walked over here?" She was so bad at espionage. She stared determinedly at the table as she struggled desperately to come up with something, anything to say. She hated being this wrongful. Ted and she hated hiding things from her sister. Before she could reply, she felt her sister's hand on her arm. Astoria was still smiling, but now it was warm and genuine. She began whispering again, "I won't tease you anymore. I promise not to tell anyone, and you know Tracy won't either. I think it's really great. He's lucky." Daphne was touched at her sister's words in spite of the fact they were about her fake romance. She was suddenly struck with an idea, a very Slytherin idea. She needed to talk to Harry to make sure he agreed, but until then she would just try to play along without actually confirming or denying anything. "Thanks, Tori," she whispered as she wrapped an arm around Astoria's shoulders and squeezed. "We've just spent some time getting to know each other, that's all. We aren't dating or anything. We are trying to be secretive until we figure out what's going on. It's just really weird right now." That was definitely not a lie. Astoria nodded as if she understood everything. Daphne grabbed a piece of toast as she started plotting a strategy to deal with Tracy. She would give her the same vague facts as she had told Astoria and let her fill in the blanks. That wool tied her over until she could talk to Harry on Saturday night. The remainder of Thursday and Friday were relatively peaceful, which was unexpected. Tracy had been relentless in trying to find out whether something was going on, but now that Daphne had confirmed, sort of, her suspicions, she and Astoria had remained quiet. Despite herself, Daphne had to know why Tracy had suddenly stopped harassing her. She asked Tracy about it as they were walking to the Hogwarts entrance to meet her parents. "Don't get upset when I tell you, okay? Why on earth would I get mad? Because sometimes you can be defensive and sensitive." "I am not sensitive," she grit out, immediately realizing she was confirming Tracy's statement. "Fine, I sometimes may be a touch sensitive. Go on, I won't get mad. But hurry up, I don't want my parents to hear." Tracy suddenly became serious. "You worry so much about other people being happy. Me, your parents, Astoria, especially Astoria, but you couldn't care less about yourself. I think you actually look for reasons to avoid other people and possibly enjoying yourself." Daphne thought this wasn't too bad. Tracy and her family had practically begged her over the years to lighten up. Even her father constantly told her she had plenty of years to worry about the family business and could stand to relax a bit. "I don't want to add to your reasons for not doing this," Tracy continued, her voice becoming quieter. "So I'm not going to push for information, or tease you too much. I may have if it was anyone else, but given who it is, there are already going to be enough reasons for you to pull back. Astoria and I talked and we both want to help against the other morons, not be part of them." "Thanks, Trace. Well, it means a lot. I don't expect you not to tease me at all, but I appreciate you trying, and not talking about it around anyone else." Tracy nodded. "Of course. As you know, I can be an excellent Slytherin when I choose to be." White continued their walk in silence as Daphne thought about how much her fake boyfriend was bringing her family and friends together. She really hoped Harry would agree with her plan. "There is something though," she heard Tracy say in that voice. Tracy was grinning now, so Daphne knew the sincerity was officially over and it was time for the nonsense to begin. "Go on then," Daphne replied as she topped and folded her arms waiting for the idiocy to flow from her best friend's mouth. Tracy had been very sweet. Daphne supposed she could let her have a bit of fun. Does he really have that gorgon's head mounted above his bed? She couldn't help herself. Oh, it wasn't a gorgon, it was a basilisk, at least 50 feet long, Daphne replied nonchalantly as she began walking again. Fascinating, Tracy replied, clearly thinking Daphne was joking. Didn't I tell you? Daphne continued, I met with Harry in the Chamber of Secrets. It was so romantic, except for the dead basilisk of course. Heard then that the place had a real ambience. Tracy chuckled as she joined in on the narrative. Did he really kill the beast with his bare hands? Don't be ridiculous, Tracy, Daphne continued authoritatively. This is Harry Potter of course. He used the sword of Gryffindor. Obviously, Tracy drawled before bursting out laughing. I just told Tracy the truth and she didn't believe a word. Is this what Harry feels like every day? She mused as they continued their way to the entrance. As she turned the corner she saw her parents at the end of the hall talking with her sister and unconsciously straightened her posture. Time to make some galleons and terrify my parents, she thought as she made her way down the hall. As she made her way down the hall the knot in Daphne's stomach began to grow exponentially. She had been so preoccupied with everything else happening the last few days it was easy to quickly distract herself when she started to think of this upcoming meeting with her parents. She had told Harry she would help him regardless of what her parents thought and it was the truth. But even though she didn't need their approval, she desperately wanted it. As her mother S.P. audited her, Daphne caught a glimpse of the warm, loving smile she seemed to save only for her daughters before it morphed into the more formal, public version. It took all of Daphne's willpower not to break into a run and envelop herself in her parents' arms and blurt out everything. Not the time or place, Daphne, she heard her parents' chorus in her thoughts and her resolve strengthened. She settled for slightly increasing her pace. As she reached her mother and they embraced she realized her head of house was there as well, lurking in the shadows for no particular reason she could think of. Always with the dramatics, she mused as he gave a brusque nod to her parents and dramatically billowed his robes as he left them. She heard her father quietly muttering, "Get," under his breath and the knot loosened ever so slightly. "Lady G, Lord G, so lovely to see you again," she heard Tracy say in an overly aristocratic tone before dramatically bowing and smiling, really smiling. Idiot, Daphne mused as the knot loosened again. After hugging them formally Tracy continued. I will take my leave now, as always it's a pleasure to see you. The tone was meant to sound insincere but Daphne knew Tracy meant every word. Tracy unexpectedly pulled her into a hug as well and whispered in her ear, tell them about Harry. They will think it's brilliant I promise. She nodded into Tracy's shoulder and smiled. The knot vanished. As they began walking to the carriage for their trip to Hogsmeade Daphne realized Astoria was still walking with them. Her mind desperately kicked into gear thinking of how to prevent her from tagging along. It was imperative that Astoria knew nothing about what she had planned. Astoria, what are you doing? She said as she stopped walking, forcing her sister to stop as well. I told you we are going to be talking about business. You hate that stuff. Astoria shrugged nonchalantly, I don't have anything better to do. If I go I can have a butterbeer and spend time with Mum while you and Dad talk about important things. Daphne noticed her mother was going to jump in but she quickly replied to prevent it. Astoria was too smart. She would figure out it wasn't a simple business discussion if her mother tried to help. She hated playing on Astoria's good-hearted nature but it was the only thing she could think to do. She grabbed her sister's hand and pulled her away from their parents and began speaking quietly. Once we are done with business I was going to tell them about Harry. I think it would be better if it's just me there. Astoria responded with a small smile and nod. Daphne simultaneously felt a warmth in heart and a heaviness on her conscience but knew it was for the best. Daphne helpfully reminded me that I haven't started my potions project. Astoria said as she looked back at Daphne in annoyance. I think I better stay and work on that instead. As Astoria hugged her family goodbye Daphne suddenly realized what an excellent liar her sister was and how much better she was at espionage. As their carriage began to move she started to speak before being interrupted by her father. Your mother and I have so missed taking these rides into Hogsmeade. Please indulge your parents and save the serious discussions until we are at lunch Daphne. Of course, father, Daphne replied, her father's message well and truly received. He mentally berated herself for being so impulsive. This was too important not to take every precaution possible. The 15-minute ride into Hogsmeade seemed to take an eternity, and the stubborn knot came back in full force. Eventually they arrived and were escorted into their private room. As their food was being delivered, Daphne took a deep breath and inexplicably thought about Harry confessing why he wore such horrible clothes. Of all the things he had shared, Daphne suddenly realized that was by far the one that took the most courage. The knot remained, but she gained the resolve to stubbornly ignore it. As soon as they were finally alone, her father briskly moved to the entrance, placing a locking charm on the door, while her mother simultaneously placed a privacy charm on the room. As her father sat back down, he spoke. Please cut to the chase, Daphne. Your letter frankly terrified your mother and me. Daphne chuckled nervously and began. First of all, I'm not in any immediate danger, and neither is Astoria. Her parents' expressions visibly relaxed and her father nodded for her to continue. Time to get to the heart of the matter. I've been approached to try to help in the war, in defeating you-know-who. By Harry Potter. He hasn't given me the specifics yet without an oath, but in essence what the prophet has been saying is true. He is the chosen one. She quickly continued. He has an idea that he thinks could end you-know-who, but he needs help with the theory and development. It may not work, but he knows I'm near the top in our class and thinks I can help with what he has in mind. I guess he's been paying attention to me and Astoria over the years, and he's done some research on our family. He believes in me, believes in our family, and is asking for my help. She what? Chet, as her father took a drink of his coffee before responding. So you are asking for our approval to help Mr. Potter? Daphne briefly considered lying and saying yes to the question, but immediately banished the thought. Checkers, not chess, popped into her thoughts again as she purposely looked into her parents' eyes and replied honestly. No, I've already agreed to help, but I told him I needed to let you know and hopefully get your help and advice. He agreed. She saw a ghost of a smile on her mother's face as she gave an approving nod. She watched as her father removed his glasses and methodically began cleaning them with his handkerchief. This was her father's habit when he was gathering his thoughts, and Daphne patiently waited for his reply. I was a prefect at Hogwarts. Did I ever tell you that? He waited for Daphne to shake her head no before continuing. I was on patrol in my 5th year and came across a first-year Gryffindor who was also a pureblood. It was only a few days into term. He'd gotten lost on his way back from the library and was out after curfew by accident. He was being harassed and threatened by 3 Slytherin 7th years. Typical pureblood bullying, 3 against 1. Noob-level experience against someone who had literally just learned Lumos. Embarrassing. He paused to take another drink of coffee. They were calling him a blood traitor and mocking fun of his parents, telling him they were going to teach him a lesson, all the standard insults. I could tell he was terrified, but he just stood his ground with his wand pointed at them. His arm was shaking. He hadn't learned any spells that could help, but he wasn't giving in. He waited until they were done, looked them right in the eye and, I'll never forget it, said, well, at least I'm not an idiot. Her father paused and smiled before continuing. None of them had noticed I was there, and before he had said that I honestly was not sure what to do. I was on one of my first patrols ever. And I knew that I should punish them, but they were 7th years from my own house. I knew what I should do, but I was scared to do it. Once he said that, I realized how brave he was and what a coward I was being. I couldn't help it. I just started laughing. I eventually took 40 points from my own house and gave each a week's worth of detention. They were so angry with me, and I heard about it for weeks after, but I didn't care. If he could stand up to them, then so could I. They were the idiots after all. Daphne laughed despite herself, so proud of her then 15-year-old father. Her father's constant mantra to Astoria and her since she was a child was, don't be an idiot. She had never considered its origin, but now she knew where it came from. A thought suddenly struck her. Was it Harry's dad? Her father shook his head. No, and continued. Not James Potter, but you are close. I believe his son is also a Gryffindor in your year. His name was Frank Longbottom. Anyway, I walked Frank back to Gryffindor, and I think I became a bit of a hero to him. He always made a point of smiling and waving to me when he saw me, and we became genuine friends despite the 4-year age difference. We stayed in touch even after I was done with Hogwarts and really reconnected after he graduated, meeting every month or so to catch up. Her father made to continue, but his voice caught in his throat as his emotions seemed to get the better of him. Her mother placed a hand on his arm and squeezed reassuringly. The simple act seemed to be enough as he gathered himself and continued. I'm not sure when it changed, but at some point the hero worship transferred from Frank to me. He became an Auror right out of school and was in a secret organization dedicated to fighting you-know-who. Whenever we'd meet he would mention how much my family's public support would help the cause, and I always said I would think about it. Eventually he gave up asking. He never said anything, but I could tell how disappointed he was with me. Then the Potter miracle happened. Your mother and I were so relieved, and I patted myself on the back for being smart enough to stay out of it. We didn't know the Potters very well, and to my shame my joy at the war being over made their deaths almost an afterthought. Her father paused again, and Daphne was struck by how old her father suddenly looked. This all happened on October 31st, and we were supposed to meet Frank and his wife Alice for lunch on November 2nd. I could not wait for that lunch to celebrate with them and have the chance to talk about anything but the war again. But they never showed up. Daphne had never seen her father cry, but she could tell he was precipitously close. She had never seen him look so lost, so vulnerable. Whatever she had expected out of this discussion, it was not this. She wondered if she should say something to break the silence when her mother took over the story. Frank and his wife were attacked by Death Eaters the day after you-know-who was defeated. They were angry and took it out on the Longbottoms because they publicly defied you-know-who. They tortured them to insanity using the Cruciatus curse in front of their son Neville. It was senseless and horrific, the ultimate act of cowardice. They are still alive at St. Mungo's, but their minds are gone. Suddenly something clicked for Daphne. That's where you go every year on November 2nd. St. Mungo's. Her mother waited to see if her father would reply. When he remained silent, she continued. We always go to Florine Fortescue's first. Alice always had a bit of a sweet tooth, and it was her favorite place for us to meet as couples, then we visit them at the hospital. Daphne immediately thought about Neville Longbottom and the insults he had absorbed from her housemates, and most especially from Professor Snape over the years. She vaguely wondered if it was possible to be resorted as a sixth year. Her father suddenly joined back in the conversation, the steel and resolve having returned to his voice. You promise you will be smart and do your best to avoid any risks? Yes, sir, she replied. And you will keep Astoria out of this as well? Absolutely, she answered with a nod. Good. Now tell me how your mother and I can help. The next 2 hours were spent with Daphne detailing the conversations she had had so far with Harry, purposely avoiding anything she thought Harry may not want shared. They had finished working out the proper wording for the blood oath when her father spoke. Excellent. Now please tell me why I spent all day yesterday emptying a warehouse. Daphne smiled and made a mental note to save her parents' reactions as a pensive memory later. If all goes well, 2 house elves will be delivering a basilisk to you tonight. You're serious? Yes, sir. Quote, how large? About 50 feet. You've seen it? Yes, sir. And it's dead? How? Harry killed it when he was 12, with the sword of Gryffindor. Right, her father muttered before quickly leaving the room. Her mother remained silent, processing Daphne's news. Her father eventually returned with a bottle of fire whiskey and 3 glasses. Daphne watched as he poured 2 glasses, and her parents quickly downed the contents. What are the agreed upon terms? We keep 30% of the net revenue after expenses of harvesting and distribution. Her mother interjected. That is very generous of Mr. Potter, given that he actually killed it. She shook her head disbelievingly before continuing. Are you taking advantage of the situation, Daphne? Daphne shook her head and decided not to share that the family's original stake was 60% before she talked Harry down. Harry is aware. He agreed to the higher percentage as a gesture of goodwill for helping with you-know-who. Her mother continued. How long have you been talking to Mr. Potter? The question confused Daphne, but she answered. Since last Sunday. Based on your expression when talking about the boy, you seem to have grown quite fond of him. Daphne purposely looked down at the table as she answered. What you shared about the Longbottoms, why you admired them, it's the same reason why I need to help Harry. He has been through so much, there is so much that I haven't shared that he has done, So many times he has fought when he had no chance of success but did it anyway. He's brilliant, but for some reason still thinks he's an idiot. It only makes him more brilliant. She looked up to see both of her parents smiling back at her and her heart lightened, the knot in her stomach long gone and forgotten. Her father waited for his wife's nod of approval before speaking. Please tell Mr. Potter that we will be happy to help him in any way we can. If we are required to take a blood oath as well, then we are both more than willing. Daphne quickly wiped away the tears that were forming as she nodded her thanks. Her parents were brilliant. Her father then refilled the 2 glasses and filled the 3rd glass as well, handing it to Daphne with a smile. Now that we've been properly brave, let's talk more about this basilisk. As Daphne waited for Harry outside Myrtle's toilet, she did her best to process the last few hours. Her parents were not at all furious with her decision to help Harry, and they had even pledged their equal support. She had anticipated having to spend at least an hour or 2 convincing them that she hadn't lost her mind, but it in fact had taken mere minutes. The rest of the afternoon was spent talking about what she knew and strategizing how best to work with Harry within the walls of Hogwarts. Her father and mother were originally dubious, but ultimately both agreed with her strategy. The look her mother gave her when she was explaining it was a bit disconcerting, but she quickly dismissed it. Now the hard bit would be convincing Harry. Her mind kept returning to what her father said as he gave her a slightly less formal and more emotional embrace than normal when they said goodbye. Your mother and I always thought Tori was the bravest of us and chalked it up to her having less to lose given her condition. We're pleased to see you've proved us wrong. They had spent so long together strategizing she barely had enough time to get back to Hogwarts and change into her worst clothes for the return trip to the chamber. Unlike last time, she really did wear the worst things she had. Last time her ego hadn't allowed her to look this rundown, now she felt stupid for ever worrying about such a thing. As she spotted Harry walking towards her, she could tell he was nervous. Probably worried about how the meeting with her parents had gone. He was truly awful at hiding his emotions. She thought she could help him with that, then wondered if she wanted to. It was quite endearing. Maybe she could help him a bit for when he spoke to everyone else. Without a word they entered the toilet as she saw him stow away his remarkable map. After a brief conversation with Myrtle where the ghost had been slightly more pleasant, Daphne found herself quickly at the bottom of the pipe and walking side by side with Harry. She could tell he was hesitant to ask how her parents reacted, so she began speaking straight away. The meeting with my parents was brilliant. They were a bit shocked but weren't upset at all. They were actually proud of me and gave me a lot of good input. She quieted, anticipating a response from Harry. When he remained silent, she went on. They offered to help you in any way they can. They even volunteered to take a blood oath as well to keep your secrets. She again waited for a response but again was met with silence. After a few moments she realized Harry was no longer walking beside her. She stopped and turned to I am 10 feet behind her, standing dead still. Just like that, he finally blurted out. Just like what? He shrugged and continued. When you told me you wanted to tell your parents, I understood but thought they'd be furious. They really want to help. Is it that hard to believe people would follow you? You led that defense group last year, right? The OWL results they received compared to mine made me furious, if I'm being honest. And Hermione and Weasley seem to do everything they can to help as well. Harry recovered a bit of his senses and smiled. You're calling her Hermione now? That's beside the point, she shot back. We're getting off topic. Answer the question. Harry began walking again and responded, his gaze looking straight ahead. It's just, there are people that believe in me to do the right thing, and I guess they think I'm magically powerful. They just don't always listen to my ideas. I'm not used to it. They really want to help. You are far too humble, Harry. You are dealing with 3 Slytherins now, at least pretend that you know what you are doing. Harry laughed at her joke but remained silent. Daphne continued on. I told you the other night I believe in you and want to help, and my parents believe in me. She paused to let Harry open the chamber before continuing. Finding out you killed that thing at the age of 12 helped them believe as well. Also defeating you-know-who when you were 11, driving off 100 Dementors, outflying a dragon, outdueling you-know-who and escaping after being under the Cruciatus. All right, I'm brilliant, let's move on. He kept his head down but Daphne could see he was smiling. Ready to call our house elf friends. He waited for her nod and continued. Harry had barely finished saying Dobby's name before the two house elves popped in. Daphne imagined they had been sitting together for the entire day waiting to be called. Dobby and Winky are ready to help Harry Potter and Miss Greenie. Dobby exclaimed as Winky nervously nodded her head behind him, seemingly more afraid of Harry than the basilisk. Harry noticed the female house elf's nerves and addressed her. Are you all right, Winky? You look a bit peaky. Daphne wasn't sure what qualified as peaky amongst house elves. Winky tentatively replied. Winky is being good. Winky hasn't had any butterbeer for 4 days. Winky is wanting to be Harry Potter's elf and is just being scared she will fail. Harry leaned in and whispered to Daphne while smiling at the elves. I have no clue with girls, let alone female house elves. Help me out here, she whispered back. She doesn't care what I have to say, she wants to be bonded with you. Just be encouraging or something. Harry processed her advice and kneeled down until he was at eye level with the elf. Would it help if we bonded before you take the basilisk? I want you to be my elf even if this doesn't work. Winky stared at Harry while Dobby immediately cried out, Harry Potter is a great wizard. And burst into tears. Please calm down, Dobby, and tell me what I need to do, Harry begged. Winky already be doing it, Master Potter. Winky interjected. When Master Potter says he is wanting to be bonded, Winky bonded. Daphne noted the fear and nervousness in Winky had disappeared. Winky and Dobby be taking basilisk right away. She practically shouted. Where's show? LD Winky be going after snake is being delivered. Harry looked as if he wanted to fly out of the chamber immediately. Thankfully her father had anticipated this and had given her advice on how to handle it. She cleared her throat to get Harry's attention and spoke. Now that she's bonded to someone, she can't stay at Hogwarts. If you'd like, she can stay and work with my family until summer when you aren't at the school. She waited for Harry to respond. Yeah, that's good. I'm really glad I asked you and your family for help. Don't forget it, Potter, she replied before turning to address the elves. If I think of where the basilisk needs to go, will you be able to get it from my mind? If Miss Greenie gives permission to Dobby and Winky, Dobby replied while Winky smiled and continued to stare at Harry. She quickly gave her permission and the elves were ready to go. Daphne pulled at Harry's elbow and kneeled down to Winky, bringing Harry with her. My father Cyrus Greengrass will be there when you deliver the basilisk, Winky. You can go home with my family and help them while Harry is at school. If they ask you to do anything you believe Harry wouldn't want you to do, just tell them all right. Winky smiled and began staring at Harry again. Yes, what she said. And welcome to the family. Yes, Master Potter, Winky beamed as she sprinted over to the basilisk. The house elves quickly disappeared with the beast. Daphne burst out laughing. Welcome to the family. He tried to look mad but a smile was stubbornly breaking through. It seemed appropriate at the time. I told you I'm clueless with girls, the house elf bit just made it worse. She playfully nudged him on the shoulder. Just teasing, Harry. You made her feel wanted and valuable, it was well done. A bit corny but well done. I'm going to ignore the corny bit and focus on you saying it was well done twice, Harry replied, smiling slightly and looking her in the eye. Daphne was pleased to see him not staring at his feet when accepting her compliment and felt a vague bit of accomplishment. Just remember to call her every so often and ask her to help you with something. Picking up something from Diagon Alley. Organizing your trunk. Just something so she knows you need her. Brilliant, Daphne. I would have never thought of that. Thanks. Daphne smiled and stubbornly resisted the urge to look at her feet. They made a good team. She briefly lost herself in those thoughts before Harry's voice broke through. So, the oath. Right, Daphne replied as her mind kicked into gear and pulled out a parchment. I came up with the wording with my family this afternoon. You'll see there are notes below what we came up with explaining what is covered and what is not. She handed the parchment over and nervously continued. This is just a starting point. We can talk about whatever you'd like to change. In fact, if you don't ask any questions or make any suggestions, I've learned a spell to box your ears. Harry laughed and gave her a mock salute before starting to read. She could see by his expression he was intensely focused on the parchment. It was a bit unnerving. She was pleasantly surprised when he pulled out his own bit of parchment and began making notes. Finally he finished and began to speak. So the main bit is that the only things covered under the oath are he things we specifically cite before or after sharing. Daphne nodded. So I could tell you something stupid, like my favorite dessert is treacle tart. If I said I wanted it covered under the oath hen you couldn't share it even though it's pointless information. Exactly right, she enthused. He really was much sharper than he let on in class. Daphne continued on, doing her best to parrot her father's explanation. As long as one of us specifically says it's confidential then it's covered. This will make it much harder to find a loophole than if it's specific to one thing only. My great and father once made an oath with a business partner that was specific to the deal they were working on. The partner didn't share anything regarding the deal but did sell the things he had learned of my family's business to our main competitors. And if we share something but forget to mention it's under the oath at first we can mention it later and it's covered from that point on. Right, Daphne stated. If it was shared with someone else before the correction it obviously isn't covered but after that it's included. Okay, I've just one more question. What if one of us makes a mistake? What? Back to the treacle tart. What if you forgot that was covered and you mentioned to your sister that it was my favorite? What happens? The question confused her as the answer was obvious. And I would have broken the oath and would have to suffer the consequences. Harry began shaking his head, suddenly becoming agitated. She had discussed so many potential changes with her parents but this did not come up. Daphne was flummoxed. Harry, that's the whole point. If we agree to this then we can't break it. We'll need to come up with something else or call it off then. I won't have you being punished for making a mistake. And then it clicked. She had been thinking about and discussing strategies focused only on protecting herself and punishing the other party if they failed. Daphne suddenly realized Harry was worried about her welfare as much as his own, maybe even more so. Of course. So you'd like the oath to be focused solely on intent then? We have to knowingly break the oath. Exactly. Harry cut in. We can just add the word, knowingly, in right. That will work. The implications for such a change were massive. She had to really put her trust in Harry not being careless. Slytherin Daphne was waving her hands wildly, pantomiming the word, no, in her consciousness. She looked at Harry and, Hufflepuff Daphne, emerged, smiling and nodding her head reassuringly. Yeah, that should work. Let's do it. Great. Let's do it then, Daphne, Harry replied with a look of relief. Very quickly the oath was done and Harry looked a bit confused. Everything all right there, Harry? A bemused expression took over. Yeah, just seemed a bit anticlimactic, you know. I was expecting a gong or clanging bells of doom. Wizards are usually so dramatic, with a name like Blood Oath. I thought we'd get some ominous warning once it was done. It actually felt nice. Warm. Daphne had felt the same thing. She imagined it was because their oath was made with a focus on the other party's welfare as well. She suddenly felt the warmth again and smiled internally. That was too intimate to share though. She went with the explanation her mother had shared. Yeah, Mum once told me that sort of thing is based on the wizards behind the magic. Something about wizards valuing their worth based on the size of their wands. I imagine an oath with Professor Snape would involve a swarm of bats or some other nonsense. Her comment caused Harry to chuckle, eventually growing into a full-out laugh. I was just thinking about the theatrics of the Goblet of Fire. It all makes sense now. Dumbledore is such a drama queen. Daphne smiled and suddenly became nervous, remembering there was one more thing to talk about before they proceeded. We need to decide how we are going to work together. I originally thought we could meet in secret but I don't think that's going to work. Tracy and Astoria have already sussed out there is something going on and I am rubbish at lying. The more I do it the more they will suspect something is going on. Harry nodded in agreement. Yeah, Ron's clueless so no worries there but Hermione already knows something is going on as well. It's my own fault really. I told her I fancied you and now I've gone missing a couple of times this week which she of course noticed. She saw you nodding at me this morning and couldn't stop smiling at me all afternoon. She's well chuffed for me. It's going to be a shame when I tell her we aren't dating. It was now or never. What if you didn't? She looked at Harry and saw he was staring at her, waiting for her to continue. She quickly trudged on. Astoria and Tracy think the same thing already as well. What if we pretend to be a couple? Our friends already believe it and are happy about it, and T gives us a built-in excuse to spend time together without them around. If everyone else thinks it, we won't even need to sneak around and meet. We can work together in the library if we want, as long as we use a privacy spell. If we ever do need privacy and get caught, everyone will just assume we're snogging or something. She waited and watched as Harry processed her idea. He hadn't burst out into laughter immediately, so that was good. That's actually a really good idea, but will people believe we would date each other? Her immediate instinct was to lash back with an insult. If anyone else implied she wasn't worthy enough to date, her response would have been swift and cutting. But this was Harry. She took a breath. Explain, she spat out, purposely pushing down her defensive nature. Harry looked gobsmacked. Isn't it obvious? You are massively out of my league. You're rich, an heiress to one of the sacred 28, smart and beautiful. The last word was said hesitantly. It was now Daphne's turn at being gobsmacked. Harry continued. I mean, I'm not an idiot. I know a lot of girls fancy me, but it's mainly down to the boy who lived, chosen one, nonsense. You'd never fall for that rubbish. She should have known. You're wrong, Harry. Right now you are most definitely an idiot. She could tell he was going to respond, but stopped him before he could start. Just shut up and let me finish. Daphne paused and tried to explain without really explaining. Tracy and Astoria know me better than anyone. They are as excited as Hermione is with the prospect of us dating. And they couldn't care less about you being the boy who lived. If they think you're brilliant and that we're well matched, then that's good enough for me. Even if some people are stupid enough to I'm out of your league, they'll just think I'm using you, which is fine. I'm the cunning Slytherin taking advantage of your celebrity, and you're the noble Gryffindor who wants to think the best of everyone. It fits right in with their narrative. Might as well use it to our advantage. Daphne could tell he was considering her words in the same way he had pored over her notes on the blood oath. Surely his expression changed into a smirk. I suppose I could do worse for a fake girlfriend. If you're game, then so am I. Idiot, Daphne muttered as she smiled despite her best intentions. So shish. We make it official and meet tomorrow afternoon in the library around 4. It's been a long day and I need a full night's sleep to absorb any more of your secrets. Harry quickly nodded before suddenly becoming worried. You do realize as soon as we do this, everyone will be staring at you. I do. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about that, but if you can manage it for 6 years, I suppose I can handle it for a bit as well. Suit yourself, Harry said as they started walking out of the chamber. There is one important thing we need to cover under the oath tonight, though. He looked very serious. You cannot, under any circumstance, let Hermione know Winky is now my house elf. Daphne was keenly aware of the sound of her own footsteps as she briskly made her way to the library to meet Harry. The hallway was so quiet, too quiet. This was truly her last chance to back out. She felt a bit as if she was knowingly walking toward a tornado. Not the most sensible thing to do. True to their word, Astoria and Tracy had kept the harassment to a minimum when she told them she was meeting up with Harry at the library. Their teasing was limited to Astoria commenting that Daphne might finally manage and exceeds expectations in defense with Harry's help, and Tracy noting how hard Daphne had worked to finish her schoolwork all day before her actual study session with Harry. If anything, they seemed to be very nervous for her and the attention that Harry and Daphne being together would cause. She preferred the teasing. As she entered the library, she quickly scanned the tables. And was relieved when she didn't see Harry. That meant he hadn't arrived yet or had been smart enough to get a table near the back. She then spotted a different set of Gryffindors seated nearby. Herm, Ione and Weasley's younger sister, Jenny, were seated at a nearby table. When Hermione spotted her, she smiled slightly and subtly gestured with her head toward the back. Daphne smiled and nodded in return, thankful for the assistance and the silent support. Jenny was much less pleasant. Daphne wasn't sure what homework she was working on, but whatever it was, she wasn't enjoying it at all. Daphne worried for the table as the girl seemed to be carving into it with her quill as she wrote. She made a mental note not to get on the girl's bad side. She finally found Harry all the way in the back near the restricted section. Smart boy, she mused. She was also pleased to see the other table nearby was empty. Taking baby steps into their public ruse was her preference. All they needed was one per Son spotting them for the news to spread throughout the castle. No need for a larger audience than necessary. He spotted her and smiled, immediately settling Daphne's nerves. Hello again, he said warmly. He looked around before continuing in a hushed tone. Ready to slay a dark lord. You seem disturbingly relaxed, she quietly replied as she smiled and took a seat. He shrugged and smiled again. It's the first time I can remember ever being truly in control of something in my life. It may be a flop, but at least it will be my flop. Sounds stupid, I know. Daphne immediately understood. Since she was young, her focus had always been on her family's interests. It was a tremendous blessing, but it was not uniquely her own. Not stupid at all, she replied. His smile grew as he asked, did you see the welcoming committee when you came in? Hermione, she asked. He nodded and spoke. She volunteered to come with me and point you back here. When Hermione volunteers, it's more of an order rather than a suggestion. She seemed quite happy to be helping, reminded me of Tracy and Astoria. Your friend Jenny seemed to be in a foul mood though. He suddenly burst out laughing before quickly quieting. You mean Ginny? He became more thoughtful and continued. She really seemed bothered. She was fine earlier, maybe a bit quieter than normal. The reason suddenly became obvious. She was surprised it didn't dawn on her before. Don't suppose she's jealous to you. Her stomach became unsettled as she realized if it were true then she was on the girl's bad side. You reckon? Harry asked, looking slightly pleased. She used to fancy me, but she's got a boyfriend now. I thought she was over me. For some reason Harry being pleased annoyed Daphne. Time for a change in topic. So are we ready? Harry quickly refocused and nodded his head. So everything from here on out is covered under the oath. Agree. He waited for Daphne's nod and quickly cast a spell that she immediately recognized. You know Muffaliato. He looked stunned. You know Muffaliato. Snape teaches it to every Slytherin in first year, Daphne supplied. It's meant to be a secret, which makes me curious. How do you know it? Harry paused before replying, clearly considering something. Finally he replied, I'll tell you another time. He then pulled out 2 galleons, handing one off to Daphne. I really appreciate it, thought Harry, but the profit from the basilisk is enough. Harry ignored her joke and tapped the coin he was still holding with his wand. The coin she was holding immediately became warm. Look at the outside of the coin, he instructed. Instead of the normal series of numbers there was a message. Carry this coin at all times. We can use these coins to send messages to each other. If you are ever in trouble or need to meet up with me, just tap the coin and think of the message you want to send, Harry supplied as her finger grazed over the words. Protean charm, she asked. This is an ingenious bit of magic, Harry. Did you think of this? He laughed. Are you mad, Hermione then? She asked. Harry nodded in reply. She came up with them for our defense group last year. Dead handy. Smart, Daphne commented sincerely. I appreciate the caution, but are these really necessary? Yes, he replied in a tone that would brook no argument. He suddenly seemed to deflate. I promised Mys. Elf no one else will be hurt due to my carelessness. Your godfather, she commented. It wasn't a question. He nodded slightly and after a moment recovered. Yeah, but we will get to that later. Let's crack on. I'll need this back before we leave, he said seriously as he slid a piece of parchment across the table. The prophecy, she realized. Here we go, she mumbled as she took a deep breath and slowly began reading. After rereading it multiple times she spoke. As the 7th month dies, you were born on July 31st, he supplied. Mark him as his equal, she said in a hush, her eyes unconsciously drifting to Harry's forehead. Merlin, you really are the chosen one, aren't you? She finally blurted. That seems to be the consensus, he replied casually. The responsibility on his shoulders seemed unfathomable to her. It actually could have been one other person. Voldemort had narrowed it down to the 2 of us and chose to attack me first. So in a way he really did choose me. The other person is actually in our year and was born on July 30th. His parents were heavily involved in fighting Voldemort during the war and had defied him multiple times as well. Neville Longbottom, she replied unconsciously as her heart sank. Yeah, that's right, Harry confirmed. She could tell from his tone of voice that he was surprised she sorted it out so quickly. My parents were really close to Frank and Alice Longbottom, she said as her eyes suddenly began to well up. Gryffindors really were brave. It seemed they had to be merely to survive. She stared down at the parchment as Harry spoke. I know a lot of Slytherins think of him as a bit of a joke, but he's brilliant, brave. She stayed silent, remembering all at once the jokes her fellow Slytherins had made at Neville's expense over the years and the multiple times she had genuinely laughed. Are you okay? Harry asked, concern clear in his voice. She stubbornly wiped away the tear that had escaped and nodded her head, suddenly desperate to move on. Any theories on this? Power-Ease knows not. She asked. Daphne was immensely grateful when Harry didn't push her more on the Longbottoms, simply nodding before answering her question. Dumbledore reckons it's love. Voldemort doesn't understand the concept and the headmaster seems to think I'm the shining example of it. You're serious? Daphne blurted out. It just sounded so absurd. It sounds dodgy, I know, but it does make some sense. The magic my mother used to save me as a baby was based on her love for me, and there's been a couple of other times love has helped save me. Quote. She was furiously processing all of this information as Harry continued. I've recently had another idea about what it means though. The unsettled tone in his voice jolted her to attention. She looked him in the eyes and waited for him to continue. I actually think it may be you. Her first instinct was to immediately shout, no, but as the seconds went on and she thought through, she realized it could be possible. Her input was the power, and they were acting in secret. It suddenly became difficult for her to breathe. She felt a hand on her arm. It can be a bit overwhelming. Just a bit, she finally managed to mumble out. Harry removed his hand and Daphne immediately missed its presence. She had no idea how long had passed, but Harry remained silent, letting her process the implications. Slowly the weight that had settled in her chest receded and her resolve began to grow. If they really were the chosen ones, then she needed to sort herself out and help. Quote, suppose we should crack on then, shall we? She finally said with as much confidence as she could muster. He smiled and nodded. I reckon you could do with a break from prophecies for now, and I can tell you my idea. Yes, she replied immediately. She marveled at how perceptive he was, then realized he had to go through the exact same thing 7 months prior. The seriousness of the moment was broken as another student came into view. The Gryffindor, Daphne thought her name was Violet or something similar, did not immediately spot them as it appeared she was looking at the shelves of books for something specific. Daphne suppressed a snort as the girl finally spotted them and immediately stopped and stared, her eyes threatening to bulge out of her skull. Harry cancelled the Muffaliato spell and spoke. All right there, Lavender. I really need to start learning first names, Daphne mused as Lavender quickly nodded and fled from sight. Well, there is no turning back now, Harry said. Lavender is the biggest gossip in the school. Everyone is going to know about us by breakfast. Given her flair for the dramatic, I'm guessing she'll be telling people she caught us shagging in the restricted section. Ron's reaction should be interesting. In for a Canute, in for a galleon, I suppose, Daphne joked, silently thankful for the levity that Lavender had unknowingly provided. She recast the privacy spell and looked back to Harry. So your idea? Right, Harry said, still smiling at his fellow Gryffindor's sudden appearance. To begin with, this isn't just a scar, he began, pointing to his forehead. I have a connection to Voldemort. When I was around Quirrell in first year, my scar used to hurt. I didn't realize it until later, but it was being so close to Voldemort that caused it. So, times when Voldemort is feeling angry or hurting someone, I can feel it, and he paused and suddenly looked unnerved. Sometimes I can see what's happening through his eyes when he's doing it and he's excited or enjoying it. Daphne's mind was screaming, but she forced herself to stay calm. Harry needed her to stay calm. She waited for him to continue. Voldemort didn't realize we had this connection until last year. He only knew the first bit of the prophecy and was obsessed with hearing the rest, so he started sending me messages, visions of things through the connection. At first they were visions of the Department of Mysteries where the prophecy was stored, and finally at the end of the year he sent the fake vision that my godfather was in danger there. Harry stopped talking. She could tell the weight of his actions had returned and silently vowed to carry her new coin everywhere she went. She mirrored Harry's earlier action, placing a hand on his arm and gently squeezed. The burdens he had to deal with were unfathomable and seemingly without end. She could tell he was getting lost in his thoughts and spoke. That's why you can speak Parseltongue. She was pleased to see that Her question had broken him out of his trance. Yeah, probably, he answered, now slightly more relaxed. It was more than a connection, she thought. It was as if he had a bit of Voldemort in him. She shuddered at the implications. There is another connection as well. This is going to sound crazy. Daphne couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, because everything you've shared so far has been perfectly normal. Fair point, he replied. Voldemort has a familiar, a huge snake. Around Christmas last year I connected to the snake. It was attacking Ron's father and it was like I was seeing it happen through the snake's eyes. And that vision was real. Not a false vision like the other ones. Harry nodded gravely. Yeah, it was actually a good thing in the end that I saw it. I was able to notify the headmaster right away and get Mr. Weasley help. If that hadn't happened, no one would have known that he had been attacked. You know, you hardly ever mention the people you save, but you can't Stanley talk about the ones you couldn't. Harry shook his head. I didn't really save him though, he argued. I just happened to be the one who saw it. It really came down to luck. I know, Daphne interrupted. She had only really known Harry for about a week but could already predict his reactions. It wasn't exactly difficult. If praise was being doled out, he avoided it. If it was blame, he embraced it. So your idea has to do with this connection. Do you want to lure him into a trap like he did to you? No, he replied. He took a deep breath and continued. The pain in my scar from the sea connection is excruciating when it happens. It got me thinking, what if I could turn the connection around and send something the other way? You want to give Voldemort a headache, Harry? Not exactly, Harry replied. Taking another deep breath. Do you remember when you asked me why I didn't ask Hermione for help with this? He waited for her nod and continued. I told you there were 2 reasons but only gave you one at the time. The second reason is Hermione would have refused immediately based on what I have in mind. This can't be good, Daphne thought as she braced for another bombshell. I wasn't thinking of a headache spell. I was thinking more along the lines of Avada Kedavra. No, absolutely not, she blurted out, bolting from her chair so she could leave. Harry quickly grabbed her wrist. Please, let me finish. He looked so sincere and so desperate. She slowly took her seat again and nodded for him to continue. I have no clue if such a thing is possible, let alone whether there are other less permanent solutions. I need you to help prove the actual connection could potentially work like I think and maybe come up with other ideas besides Avada Kedavra. I tend to think like a blunt instrument. The simplest solution would be the killing curse, but if you can come up with something different, I am all ears. Let's say I decide you are right, that we could damage him through your scar. But I can't come up with something besides Avada Kedavra. You would willingly do that if that is the only option. If it's the only way and you thought it would work, then yes. I would. He suddenly looked down and stared at the table. Based on prior observations, she knew that the next bit would be uncomfortable for him to say. I told you I've been thinking lately about all he decisions Dumbledore has made on my behalf. There is more to it than what I shared at the time. He seems to be concerned with me surviving physically for now but not necessarily being happy or, I don't know, content. I've received no special training, anything I've learned has been down to working with Hermione or someone else, never Dumbledore. He isn't preparing me to win a fight. He is expecting me to die but needs it to be what he thinks is the right way. I think he wants me to sacrifice myself like your mother, she interrupted. She protected you with her sacrifice, her love. Exactly, he answered, sounding relieved that she understood. The only problem is I think he is too afraid or doesn't trust me enough to tell me the truth. Daphne's hatred of the Admaster seemed to be growing exponentially by the day, but she needed to mask that anger for now. She needed to be calm and think for Harry. Harry could be wrong and it would be up to her to examine the facts. You seem remarkably calm for someone who is basically planning his own death, she stated. It was true. The only time he had become uncomfortable during their conversation was based on her reaction. Do you remember what you said about your sister? How you and your parents are much more troubled than she is about her dying. It's the same reason I'm okay if I have to die to end this. He was still so calm as he spoke. If you could reverse it, could sacrifice yourself and take the curse so your sister would be healthy and live a long life, you would do it. You don't need to answer. I know you would. That's what I'm willing to do. He stopped staring at the table and looked her determinedly in the eye. Too many people have already died for me and everyone just makes it harder. If I can make sure that Hermione is safe, that Ron and his family are safe, that you are safe, well that's a much better option than someone else dying so I can be safe. It would be a relief. He was right. She would have been overjoyed if she could have been cursed instead of Astoria. Once he explained his reasons it made total sense why he would accept such a fate. She, however, did not accept it. There had to be another way. They would figure it out. She would figure it out. Daphne suddenly realized Harry had been staring at her, waiting patiently for her thoughts. Like you said, the first step will be to figure out more about this connection. Then we'll figure out something other than you getting hit with the killing curse again. One time is enough for a lifetime, I think. He smiled and nodded. I hate to be the bearer of more bad news, but I'm afraid we've missed dinner. I know a secret passage to the kitchen if you're interested. The elves are always excited to make something when I show up. Daphne nodded and began packing up her things, purposely ignoring the fact that Harry had just equated the concept of him dying to missing dinner. So are we done with the oath for tonight? She asked, praying he would say yes so they could talk about something pointless and most especially non-death related for a while. Definitely, but before we do there is just one more thing, he answered nonchalantly as he stood up. Something else you're scared of Hermione finding out about, she said with a smile. Not this time, he said through his chuckle. She's working on this bit as well actually but hasn't been able to come up with anything. Have you ever heard the term Horcrux? Daphne had been working with Harry for 3 weeks and the initial exhilaration and excitement had well and truly worn off. The endless angry, envious, confused stares she had to endure from what seemed to be the whole of Hogwarts, including the staff. And the seeming dead end she had been met with after thoroughly studying Harry's connection with Voldemort had sapped her energy. She had always worked hard at her studies but this was different. This meant something. This was well and truly hard. She and Harry had spent almost every evening together either tending to their own studies or with Harry reciting and re-reciting, in excruciating detail, everything he could remember from each time he connected with Voldemort. Daphne had thought about it so many times, had cross-referenced her observations against every book she could find on mind magics, and had reached a standstill. Based on everything she had found in the library, what Harry was experiencing was truly unprecedented. Even venturing into the restricted section using the invisibility cloak came up with no answers. She had thought it through so much she was now going in circles. Her thoughts always reverted back to 3 anomalies she could not explain. In every book she could find these sort of connections were always one way and always required a master legilmens. She had no doubt that Voldemort was a master at the craft and if anyone could perform such an act from a significant distance it would be him. But to explain Harry accessing Voldemort's mind. There were many things she admired about Harry but his ability to discipline his mind was not on the list. There was something beyond legilmency and occlumency going on. Excluding the false images planned by Voldemort, Harry's ability to access his thoughts were all rooted in powerful emotion, anger, rage, excitement. As much as the headmaster annoyed her these days, she thought he might have been on the right track. Beginning with his mother's sacrifice through the battle at the Department of Mysteries, Lily Potter and Harry had consistently and definitively bested Voldemort with their emotions. It was truly fascinating. Her cynical, clinical mind wanted to dispute it but there was no other explanation. They seemed to defeat Voldemort by sheer force of will and Voldemort's complete dismissal of such a thing being possible. There had to be a way to harness that emotion. She didn't totally subscribe to Dumbledore's idea that Harry could love Voldemort to death but there was something there to be honed and exploited. Lily Potter had done it once. She needed to do it again. Then there was the snake. Harry somehow accessing Voldemort's mind was inexplicable enough but somehow seeing through the snake's eyes was another level of baffling. She kept going back to her original reaction when she realized Harry could speak Parseltongue. She was positive all 3 shared something. She was so close, so frustratingly close to the answer. She was broken out of her thoughts by the warming of the coin she had been twirling unconsciously in her hand. Her initial confusion turned to panic, fearing the worst for Harry's safety. She quickly read the message. Hermione has invited herself and Ron to study with us in the library, so you'll have to pretend you can stand me. She initially smiled at his joke and quickly became unsettled. This would be her first proper time around Weasley. She had seen him evaluating her multiple times since she and Harry had started dating. He hadn't seemed angry, just thoughtful. Based on her observations over the years and Hermione's scathing comments about the boy the last couple of weeks, this seemed to be uncharacteristic behavior. She could have handled the emotions on his sleeve, Weasley she was used to seeing, but this thinking, considerate Weasley unnerved her. She was pleasantly surprised so far at how well she had handled the mumbled insults levied her way. Even the ones from her own housemates hadn't fazed her. She hated to admit it, but Harry's friends were different. She wanted them to like her. She found them in the back sitting at their table. Hermione was muttering under her breath to Weasley, a look of unbridled fury on her face. Ron appeared unfazed, which seemed to be infuriating her even more. Harry just looked tired. Daphne got the impression that he had been sitting through some version of this for the last 6 years. "Daphne!" Harry exclaimed, a relieved expression coming over his face. To her complete and utter surprise, he quickly leapt from his chair and embraced her. "This is new," she mused, not displeased in the least. He whispered in her ear. "You have no idea how happy I am to see you. They've been at each other's throats all day and it's doing my head in. They just need to get on with it and shag or something." She snorted at his joke and noticed Hermione's expression lighten. All traces of her previous anger gone. Weasley was looking at her as well, thinking. It was unnerving. Harry seemed to realize what he was doing and pulled back, an embarrassed expression on his face. She grabbed his hand and gave it a gentle squeeze of assurance. "Glad to see you've missed me since yesterday, Harry," she said purposely loud enough for everyone else to hear. Harry relaxed. Hermione beamed. Weasley just sat there, evaluating. After a bit of small talk, the next 2 hours passed uneventfully as Daphne devoted time to catching up on her normal studies. He was slogging through her ancient runes translations when she heard Hermione speaking to Harry. Needing a bit of help then. She looked to see that Harry had pulled out a textbook. A very worn textbook by the looks of it. Must be potions, she mused as it did not look familiar to her. Her potions education had mercifully ended after the required 5 years. She had managed an outstanding on Owls but had no interest in continuing her instruction under Snape. She had been furious when she learned he had taken over defense and would be stuck with him for at least another year. "Not now, Hermione," Harry spat out. Harry had mentioned that he and Hermione had been arguing more than usual this year, and it appeared she was about to witness it firsthand. Hermione opened her mouth to speak but was cut off forcefully by Harry. "I said not now, Hermione." Hermione closed her mouth but leveled Harry with a glare not quite as fierce as the one previously directed at Weasley. Ron seemed prepared to speak before Hermione cut in. "Not a word, Ronald. I'm sick of you making excuses for." "Excuses," Harry said angrily as he stood and quickly pulled Hermione from the table and into the stacks. She suddenly realized she and Weasley were alone. "Best to get this over with. It's clear you have something to say to me. I'd appreciate it if you would just get on with it. I hope it's not out something stupid like me being a Slytherin." Her question seemed to take him by surprise. Eventually he recovered and spoke. "I may have already raised those concerns to Harry. Hermione then shared with me, in excruciating detail, how stupid that sort of comment was and how much she trusted you as well. I'm actually a bit worried she may have put a hex on me that activates if I call you a SN, the S word that rhymes with cake." "I'm not joking," he assured her as Daphne raised her eyebrows. He took a breath and continued. "Look, Greengrass, I prefer Daphne," she interrupted. "Look, Daphne," he began again. "Based on what Harry and Hermione have said, you seem to be all right. If they trust you, that's good enough for me." She could tell there was something he still wanted to say. "But," she prompted, "even though I don't think it's true, there is a chance you are." "I don't know," musing Harry. She began to speak but he lifted his hand for her to stop. "I'm not finished. Harry is a good bloke, a great bloke. He's been through a lot and deserves to be happy, so just don't take advantage. If you are just playing around, I'm asking you to do it with someone else." She nodded her head, relieved that she had passed Ron's test, even if it was provisional. "Right," he continued, now grinning. You wouldn't happen to have finished the Transfiguration essay due tomorrow, have you? Hermione already warned me you'd try this at some point, so I'm sorry to say you're on your own. Everyone is conspiring against me, he mumbled as he smiled and shook his head, returning to his work. Daphne laughed. Any idea what that was about? She asked as he gestured toward where the pair had disappeared. Hermione being insane. I'll let Harry tell you about it. I don't want to risk her hearing me siding with Harry again. They worked in silence for several minutes before Harry returned and purposely began packing his bag. Fancy a walk? He asked her as a worried-looking Hermione came into view. Yeah, she replied as she quickly packed up. Harry, please don't, Hermione blurted. Ready? Harry interrupted as he grabbed Daphne's hand and pulled her toward the exit. She gave Hermione an apologetic look as they disappeared from sight. They walked for several minutes in silence, still holding hands. She could feel and sense Harry gradually relaxing and waited for him to speak. Eventually he pulled her into an empty classroom that was thankfully portrait-free and collapsed into a nearby chair. Sorry about that, he muttered. It's really no problem, Harry. What's going on? She could tell Harry did not like arguing with his friends. He handed her the worn textbook she had spotted before. This is what's going on. She scanned through the book and quickly realized virtually every page had been written on. Whole passages had been marked through and handwritten notes filled the margins. Whoever this book belonged to originally is a potions genius. I've followed his revised instructions all year and my potions grade has soared. Hermione has decided it's cheating and won't shut up about it. Well, that's stupid, she blurted. She looked up from the book to see RRY was visibly relieved at her reaction. Thank you, he enthused. She is just so competitive and so stubborn sometimes. I'm not sure why, but her making that comment in front of you just hit a nerve. He calmed down and continued. Seriously, thank you. Even if you disagreed with me, I value your opinion. Harry continued, emboldened by her agreement. I've learned a few spells in there too. This book is how I knew Muffaliato. Suppose it was Snape's book? She asked. Nah, that was my first thought when you mentioned how he taught it to you, but the prince is a much better teacher than Snape will ever be. Prince. Harry grabbed the book and turned it to a page in the front before handing it back. The Half-Blood Prince, she read aloud. He's a bit dramatic. Are you sure it isn't Snape? Harry shrugged. If he is, he's helped me loads more as a student than he ever has as a professor. Daphne continued scanning the book and came across what looked to be a spell written in the margins. Levicorpus, what's that one do? Harry seemed to become uncomfortable. It hangs someone by their leg in the air. She kept reading the scribblings and did not see where that was listed. Idiot, she mused. It doesn't say anything about what it does in the book. How did you sort that out? He was most definitely uncomfortable now. I tried it. But there was no harm done. It hit Ron, who was in bed at the time. Well, as stupid as Hermione is being about using it to improve your potions, trying any spell without knowing what it does is incredibly stupid. And on one of your friends. What am I saying? Doing it on anyone is irresponsible. That's what Hermione said. At that moment he reminded Daphne of a kicked puppy. Still value my opinion? She asked. Yes, he answered immediately. I'm not sure why, but it sounded much more reasonable coming from you. Maybe because you agreed about the potions bit. He smiled despite himself. Quickly he snapped to attention. I almost forgot, he said briskly as he pulled a wrapped box out of his bag. Happy birthday, he blurted as he handed her the box. My birthday was last week, Harry, she said, trying to suppress a smile, and you weren't meant to know. She had tried to keep it from him because she knew he would want to do the noble thing and get her something. I know, but I only found out about it a few days ago. I want Ted to thank you for your help, and I needed something for Winky to do, so you're really doing me a favor. Besides, what kind of a fake boyfriend would I be if I forgot my fake girlfriend's birthday? Quote, that is some seriously flawed reasoning, but I love presents, so I will let it go. As she started opening the box, Harry spoke, a hint of nervousness in his voice. We've never really talked about your hobbies, so I thought I'd get you something practical. She opened the box to find a Muggle fountain pen. It was nice. Simple but nice. It's actually a self-inking quill meant to look like a fountain pen. I thought it would be useful since your family does so much business with Muggles. It's brilliant, she interrupted, touched by his thoughtfulness. Thank you. She sat down across from Harry, still looking at the gift. I like Muggle music, she said softly. What? One of my hobbies. I picked it up from my mum. The new music players don't work so well around magic, but phonographs are pretty easy to enchant. And I have a wireless that picks up Muggle broadcasts as well. I miss listening to it when I'm at school. The Weird Sisters are fine, but it gets a bit tiring when every song is about magic. She looked up to see him smiling at her again, that genuine smile he seemed to be sharing with her more often. I've always wanted to try baking, he shared. She laughed. You're joking. He shrugged his shoulders. One of my chores when I'm at my relatives is to cook, but it's always been basic meals. I'd like to try it for fun, proper baking. Biscuits, pastries, pies, it seems like it would be relaxing. Daphne stayed quiet, willing him to share more. My aunt likes to watch baking shows on Muggle television. Sometimes when my uncle wasn't home she would let me watch with her. I was younger then, 6 or 7. She didn't dislike me as much then. She had realized early on in their discussions that Harry purposely avoided mentioning his relatives and was pleased to see him opening up more, even if just a bit. Why haven't you tried it? Based on how you've described your cousin, he would eat it as quick as you could make it. They have an aversion to messes and a strong aversion to me enjoying things, so I've never risked it. He said it so matter-of-factly, not wanting sympathy or pity. It was normal to him. Daphne's blood boiled. Well, once we're done sorting out your problem, you can come visit this summer. You can make me a cake and listen to Beatles records with me. Chocolate with buttercream icing, I think. It's a date, he replied without a trace of belly. EF in his voice that it would ever actually happen. It was as if he had given up ever getting his hopes up for anything nice to happen, no matter how small. She silently vowed to someday have Harry make her a rubbish cake. She would lie through her teeth about how good it was and eat every bite offered. The responsible part of Daphne kicked in as she remembered there were a few things she needed to cover about their project. It was easy to let herself get distracted around Harry, but she forced herself into action. Grudgingly she changed the topic. Can we spend a bit of time under the oath and make some plans? If we miss dinner we could maybe make a run to the kitchen. Absolutely, he replied. Hermione and I could use a break from each other anyway. Besides, I like our trips to the kitchen, Miss Greenie. Damn Dobby, she muttered to herself as she cast Muffaliato. Anyway, has Hermione made any progress on Horcruxes? No, he replied, frustration evident in his voice. She's looked at everything she can find. I think I've gone over everything about your connection that I can based on what's available at Hogwarts. It's time we take my parents up on their offer. They have access to some darker reference material that may help. We can ask them about Horcruxes as well. He nodded his head. Time to meet the in-laws. Idiot, she muttered as her stomach flipped. She stubbornly ignored it as she looked back at her gift. Thanks to wizarding tradition they can easily justify a visit now that you're courting me. Is it weird that I'm suddenly nervous? She laughed. No need to worry. Based on what I've told them they think you're brilliant. Just do me a favor and try to pretend you care when my father discusses his progress with the basilisk. I knew there would be a catch, he joked. She was nervous to ask the next question but felt she owed it to Harry. So are you okay with telling them everything? My father is very shrewd. If he really wanted to divulge something that could make you vulnerable, he could probably figure out a way. He would never do that though, right? Never. Then they get to know everything. Even the prophecy. Yes. Daphne smiled. They quickly formulated a plan. Daphne would write to her parents and request another meeting on Saturday. It would be simple to justify Harry's absence from the castle to meet Daphne's parents. If Dumbledore protested, they could easily cite Harry's status as the Potter heir and wizarding courting traditions to shut him up. They had finished in time to make dinner in the Great Hall, but both agreed the kitchen was a better option. As they made their way down the hall, Daphne was roused out of her thoughts by Harry tugging on her elbow to stop. He quickly recast Muffaliato and spoke. He looked nervous. I know we don't really have anything to work on until we meet with your parents, but I was hoping we could, keep studying together. Her stomach lurched again and she replied. Well, I study with Hermione on Mondays and I need to spend some time with Tracy and Astoria as well, but yes. Definitely. She vaguely realized she was twirling the coin in her pocket again. Maybe we could study one night together with them too. They'd like to meet you. Yes, he replied, releasing a breath as they started walking again. Checkers not chess, Daphne repeated in her mind as she let go of the coin and took Harry's hand instead. She could feel Harry tense initially, but he quickly relaxed, giving her hand a gentle squeeze as they continued walking. She was rapidly becoming a fan of checkers. In the end, she realized, it all came down to who you decided to play with. Daphne had made the mistake of stopping by the Hufflepuff table at breakfast the next morning to set up a time for her sister to properly meet Harry. Her plan of meeting quietly in the library, perhaps Wednesday or Thursday, went up in flames immediately. What about tonight? Her sister had quickly countered. And why would I want to meet him to study? In the library. I'd actually like to talk to him. We can cast a privacy spell, and I can't meet tonight anyway as I'm studying with her, someone else. Astoria sighed dramatically as she pushed herself up from the table. Why do you have to make things so complicated? She drawled and began walking over to the Gryffindor table. She was walking directly toward where Harry was seated. Everything seemed to slow down as she watched her sister tap Harry on the shoulder and begin talking to him. Astoria pointed to her and Harry smiled and nodded. Astoria waved goodbye brightly, quickly making her way back beside Daphne. It's all sorted. You and Harry are going to sit with me at lunch today. See? Simple. You said you weren't going to tease me about Harry. Daphne grit out as she took a bite of food, purposely avoiding looking toward the Gryffindor table. This isn't teasing, Daphne. This is me helping you, as I always do, get out of your head. Harry didn't care. He actually looked pleased. You worry too much. Astoria was never more irritating than when she used logic and reason. She chanced a glance at Harry to see that he was watching them and seemed to be highly amused. She subtly stuck out her tongue, causing Harry to spit out what he was drinking. She did her best to ignore Ginny frowning a few seats away. She was definitely on the girl's bad side. Fine, she stubbornly replied. Just don't be an idiot. Oh, don't worry, Daphne. I have many well-thought-out questions and insights for your boyfriend. Okay, that bit was teasing. Then she immediately dug into her breakfast, a smug expression on her face. Idiot, Daphne muttered as she punched her sister discreetly under the table. As she left her Transfiguration class with Tracy that morning, she was surprised to see Harry leaning against the wall, apparently waiting for her. You seemed a bit worried about eating lunch with your sister today. Thought I'd walk with you, he said simply. Hi Harry. See you tomorrow night, she heard Tracy say and looked to see her walking quickly down the hall so they could be alone. Harry waved and nodded uncertainly. So I guess we are studying with Tracy tomorrow night. Good. Don't you have charms right now? She asked, suddenly embarrassed at inadvertently revealing she had memorized Harry's schedule. Embarrassment vanished as she realized Harry had apparently memorized her schedule as well. I told Flitwick my scar was itching and he let me leave early. After I collapsed taking my OWL exam last year, I think all the teachers are terrified I could drop dead at any moment in their class. Well, everyone but Snape. She ignored Harry making another nonchalant joke about his death and spoke. I'm sorry about all this, she said with a sigh as they began walking down the hall. I didn't mean for my sister to ambush you like that. He nudged her on the shoulder and spoke. You and I have entirely different ideas of what constitutes an ambush. It was fine, everything is fine. She knew he was right. She was worrying about nothing. It was nice to hear him say it though. They remained silent as they made their way to lunch. Harry's words had calmed her until they neared the Great Hall and she could hear the rumbling conversations of the students on the other side. This was the first time they would be together. In public. In front of an audience. A few nosy people staring at them in the library was one thing. This was something entirely different. She felt Harry take her hand as he began to speak. Everyone might stop talking for a moment when we walk in together, but it will feel much quieter and seem to last longer than it really is. Just focus on your sister while you are walking and everyone will move on. Trust me, it isn't a big deal. She did as he instructed and it played out exactly as he predicted. It was fine. Everything was fine. Astoria had saved 2 spaces directly across from where she was and they quickly took a seat. Hi Harry. It's good to see you again, Astoria greeted. Again? Daphne asked. Astoria rolled her eyes and replied. How do you think he found out it was your birthday? I waited for you to do it, should have known you wouldn't. Harry laughed. Yeah, thanks for that. Daphne felt him pat her leg encouragingly. In spite of her best efforts to worry for no reason, she relaxed. Astoria turned her gaze to Harry. You know you're supposed to be making Daphne a bit more exciting, but apparently she is making you more boring. A pen. Really? I think it's brilliant. Daphne interjected. And it's not just a pen, it's a self-inking quill meant to look like a pen. Daphne looked at Harry and could tell that her sister had immediately put him at ease. She wished she knew how Astoria managed it so easily. Oh, I take it all back. I didn't realize it was really a self-inking quill. Apology accepted, Harry joined in. Besides, exciting is highly overrated. I will take boring whenever I can. It was meant as a joke for her sister, but Daphne knew it was the truth. Daphne smirked as she realized Astoria had no idea how much excitement Harry had provided. After several minutes of light conversation, Astoria leaned in, speaking in a slightly lower volume. I promise I won't ask about all the rumors about you, but I do have one question. Merlin, here we go, Daphne muttered, causing Harry to laugh. Astoria stuck her tongue out at Daphne, then continued. To Daphne's surprise, Astoria looked slightly embarrassed. Sue Bones said you taught her how to cast a Patronus. Would you be willing, if you have time, to teach me? They really affected me on the train my first year. Astoria, that spell can really drain you. I'm not sure. Daphne. Don't. Astoria interrupted forcefully. I never want to feel that way again. It's worth it. But, this time it was Harry who interrupted. I'd be glad to help. Dementors are foul. He then turned and looked pointedly at her. Daphne, you and Tracy should join as well. We'll make sure no one overexerts themselves. Daphne knew Astoria was stubborn and would learn it anyway eventually. Bees. Tika learned it from Harry while she could watch her. She nodded her agreement. It will be a mini Dumbledore's army. Astoria joked. Potter's army, Daphne quickly corrected. Astoria grinned. If you end up dumping Daphne, you can't back out, Harry, Astoria warned. No worries. If anything, it will be the other way around, Harry corrected. Daphne rolled her eyes. So we're all agreed then, no one is getting dumped. Brilliant. She suddenly realized that lunch was ending and she hadn't given their audience in the Great Hall a thought. The rest of the day passed by uneventfully, and soon enough it was time to meet Hermione. As she walked into the library, she spotted her and noticed she looked worried. Very worried. The girl was much better than Harry at hiding her emotions from people she did. In tea-like, but for those she trusted, she was an open book. A very open book. All right there, Hermione? Daphne asked as she sat down. Hermione smiled at her nervously. It appeared that the girl was working out what she was going to say. Then it came out in a rush. I'm really sorry for yesterday. I had been frustrated with Ron and I took it out on Harry and I embarrassed him, and we were having such a good time. Ron was even behaving by then and I was the one too. Gryffindors were so emotional. Harry told me what you were arguing about, she interrupted. I think you were wrong about the book, Hermione. Daphne had paused, expecting Hermione to immediately interrupt. But she remained quiet, thinking. Eventually she spoke. I can't believe you agree with him. We don't even know who that book belonged to. He's probably involved you in his Draco nonsense as well. Harry had mentioned nothing about Draco, so she ignored the comment for now. It was a classic distraction technique to bring up another topic when losing an argument. Daphne returned the focus to the book. So this Prince Fellow's nefarious plan is to what? Brew better potions. Isn't that the point of the course? If you know a better method to do something, you'd be an idiot not to follow it. Harry didn't say, but I'm curious, has he offered to let you use the book as well? Hermione nodded reluctantly. Daphne could see her resolve was weakening. She still had some fight left, however. I suppose he conveniently forgot to mention the spells he's tried without knowing the effect. He levitated. Ron over his bed. He told me. I told him that was well and truly stupid. He agreed. Well, that's something, I suppose. Be honest. It's driving you insane that Harry is doing better than you in potions, isn't it? Yes, she blurted out before laughing. She quickly quieted after being shushed by Madame Pants. I'm such a horrible person. I should apologize. I think you should, but not about the spells. And start using the book. Harry doesn't care if he is doing better in potions, but he hates fighting with you. Between the two of us, I think we can get him to be smarter about trying out the spells. Hermione nodded her head reluctantly and smiled. It's much harder to win an argument with you than the boys. I'm not sure which I prefer. Don't feel too bad. I've been learning how to argue and debate from my father since I was 10. Besides, boys are idiots. Quote, Harry is okay but Ron is definitely an idiot. Hermione smiled and her mind seemed to linger on something. Based on Harry's earlier comment, she presumed Hermione was thinking about Ron. Hermione eventually came back to herself and spoke. Oh, by the way, we have a few more people who've asked to join us. I hope that's all right. As if on cue, Daphne heard a group approaching from behind. She turned to see Sue Bones, Hannah Abbott and Finch Fletchley Jason. They only looked slightly afraid of her, which was an improvement. Daphne didn't know much about Hannah or Jason, but Sue was one of Astoria's favorite housemates. She said her positive outlook was infectious. To Daphne it always sounded annoying. Tiring and annoying. But looking through her new lens the last few weeks, thinking about how many people Sue had lost to Voldemort, Daphne realized she was incredibly brave and stubborn to somehow stay so positive. Daphne imagined Susan was still annoying most likely and was most likely absolutely rubbish at chess, but brave. Hi, Bones said nervously but with earnest enthusiasm. Are we starting with runes or arithmancy? I'm fine either way. Daphne unconsciously smiled in reply. What was wrong with her? The rest of the week passed by relatively quickly and most importantly, quietly. Daphne and Harry's coming out party in the Great Hall LL seemed to satisfy everyone's curiosity as they moved on to other topics to gossip about. Harry had shared how disappointed Lavender had become with them, repeatedly commenting on how boring they were. She made Harry smile when she countered that exciting is overrated. Even Tracy had been exceedingly quiet when the three had studied together. Which was very weird. Her fellow Slytherins, calm Ents had become more cutting but that she could deal with. Amazingly, Draco hadn't said a thing to her, limiting his actions to glares and whispered comments to his friends. Mostly though he just looked thoroughly miserable and stared out into space. Astoria was right. Something had changed about him recently and it was starting to unnerve her. She had not yet mentioned Hermione's comment about Dr. ACO to Harry because she didn't want to start another argument between the two. She resolved to ask Astoria what she thought was going on. Seeing Harry walking toward her roused her out of her thoughts. They were set to meet her parents and though he was doing his best to hide it, she could tell he was nervous. Everything okay, Harry? She asked as they began walking toward the entrance doors. What? Oh yeah. Just want everything to go okay today. She mimicked his action from earlier in the week and nudged him on the shoulder. It's fine, Harry, everything is fine. Just talk to them like you talk to me and they will be impressed with you as much as I am. She had been so focused on Harry's demeanor that she had not realized how nice he looked. Really, really, nice. She had already warned her family not to judge him by the clothes he wore, but apparently it wasn't necessary. Looking sharp today, Harry. Are those new? Really? He asked, genuinely pleased that she approved. Winky. Took my measurements and did some shopping for me. Between her and Madame Malkin I think they did all right. It feels good to look halfway decent. Daphne thought he looked more than halfway decent before, now though. Harry's voice broke her out of her thoughts. I was wondering, there is a Hogsmeade weekend coming up in a couple of weeks. Would you maybe help me pick out some more clothes? I'd like to get some more casual things and I honestly have no clue. Daphne quickly squelched the part of her that thought Harry was asking her out on a proper date. He just needs my help, wants my help. It's fine if you have other plans. I'll just. No, she blurted. I'd love to help, although I'm sure your taste is fine. Besides, we're dating. Everyone would lose their minds if we didn't go together. Great, he exclaimed, clearly relieved. I promise we won't spend all day picking stuff out. I think that would do my head in. The rest of the day we can do whatever you'd like. My treat. Despite her best efforts, the date sentiment bubbled back up to the surface. As she saw her family come into view, she spoke. There is a cafe just off of the main street I've heard is quite nice. The 3 Broomsticks is fine, but I'd fancy something quieter and out of the spotlight, I think. It's a date, he replied, this time with a bit of hope and excitement in his voice. And then Dumbledore appeared. As if he was waiting for the precise moment, Harry felt a bit of enthusiasm so he could squash it. Based on how Harry had been treated, she wouldn't put it past him. "Is there a problem, Headmaster?" Harry asked. "No problem at all, Harry. I was wondering if I could have a private word before you met with Miss Greengrass and her parents." Internally, Daphne was raging. He was going to try and stop them from leaving. Her father and Harry had both warned her this would probably happen, but she had naively hoped for better. "My parents are waiting on us, Headmaster." "I'm not sure. I assure you I will only take a moment of his time, Miss Greengrass." "Harry." She was set to respond again when Harry jumped in. "It's fine, Daphne, it will be just a minute. Please let your parents know I'm sorry for the delay." He then glared at the headmaster, which made her feel somewhat better. She nodded to Harry and slowly, calmly, made her way to where her parents and sister were standing. As she greeted her parents, her mother smiled demurely and spoke. "I'm proud to see how well you maintain your poise, Daphne. One would never know you desperately wanted to punch the man in the nose." "Among other places," she said, purposely keeping a calm expression on her face. Her father chuckled quietly and Astoria snorted a little less quietly. As they waited, she realized she hadn't had a proper conversation with her sister since their lunch with Harry. She leaned in and began speaking softly. "I wanted to thank you for the other day. You were right. I was in my head again." Astoria nodded in acknowledgement and continued to stare straight ahead. "You told him about my condition." It wasn't a question. Before she could respond, Astoria quietly continued. "I knew it when you tried to talk me out of learning the Patronus." He didn't react at all, like he expected it. "I'm really sorry." He had been sharing some things about his past and it just slipped out. Her sister turned to look at her and smiled. "It's fine. It's actually a relief," and he was brilliant. He didn't baby me or try to talk me out of it, just offered to help. "You can tell Tracy if you want." "Really?" It was difficult to stay calm and hide her surprise. "She deserves to know. Besides, I know you are going to constantly be telling me to take a break when we learn the Patronus. She's going to get suspicious, and if she knows, I'll be able to tell you off properly. I'm sure she already suspects something is going on with the way you treat me." Daphne nodded her thanks and Astoria turned her gaze back to Harry and the headmaster. "Tell Harry I was only joking about the pen. I think it's nice." Silence resumed and Daphne continued to watch the pair. Harry seemed to be getting more agitated while Dumbledore remained insufferably pleasant and placid. "What would you say Mr. Potter is doing wrong, Daphne?" her father asked. This was a common occurrence for her father. They would observe other people's conversations and he would comment on who was winning, quizzing Daphne on what the other party should be doing. It felt odd, personal, doing it about Harry. The headmaster relies on his reputation and his authority to intimidate and get his way. He purposely stays polite but insistent until he gets what he wants. Harry is trying to convince the headmaster that he is wrong, but Dumbledore doesn't care about that. The calmer he stays, the more frustrated Harry is acting and the more likely to give up. And what should he do? Stay calm, be polite, and refuse. When Dumbledore insists, politely demand him to justify his position with facts. If he refuses or stalls, then end the conversation. Don't let him drag it out unless he is providing relevant, compelling information. "It appears Mr. Potter is in desperate need of help right now," her mother interjected. "I agree," Daphne replied, grateful that her father was going to step in and help. When he didn't move, she turned to look at her parents. "Well, what are you waiting for?" her mother asked. "Merlin." As she made her way down the hall, Daphne realized she did not have to pretend to be calm. Dumbledore didn't have a leg to stand on and Harry needed her. Time to play some chess. Despite herself, she was impressed with the headmaster. He showed no trace of surprise when she reached them and grabbed Harry's hand. He actually appeared a bit smug, as if he expected it to happen all along. She purposely avoided making eye contact with the headmaster and spoke. "I'm terribly sorry, but we really need to go, Harry. My parents have plans this evening and want to spend as much time as possible with you before then." Harry instantly calmed and nodded his head. As they began to walk away, Dumbledore's voice floated in. "Without knowing more, I'm afraid I must insist that Harry stay within the castle. There are many rooms we can provide in the castle for your visit. I only have Harry's and your safety in mind. I'm sure you would agree it isn't worth the risk." Harry's grip on her hand tightened and she began rubbing his knuckle with her thumb, willing him to stay calm, stay quiet, and let her handle this. My parents are aware, of course, of Harry's situation and have taken every precaution to ensure our security. She purposely left it simple and vague. The silence dragged on as it was clear Dumbledore was expecting her to become uncomfortable and explain their plans. She remained silent and continued rubbing Harry's hand with her thumb. She risked a sidelong glance and saw that Harry had a small smirk on his face. He seemed to be enjoying himself and had no intention of ruining the moment. Daphne had finally had enough. If that is all, we should get going. I would very much like to hear what your father has put in place. Her father had trained her too well. This was too easy. I'm sure you are aware it would be foolish and irresponsible to outline our specific security measures to anyone, even you. I think I would be disinherited if I was foolish enough to do such a thing and put our family and Harry at risk. She knew she should end it there, that she had won, but she couldn't help herself. Sometimes you just had to twist the knife a little. Harry was too noble to do it, so she would do it for him. We shared everything with Harry, of course, she lied. My father thought it terribly unfair and immoral to expect Harry to agree to anything without knowing all the facts. She waited a beat and turned. Ready, Harry. On Harry's nod they began briskly walking away. Dumbledore's silence as they continued to walk was invigorating. She could not wait to tell her father about their conversation. She was still rubbing Harry's hand. You can be properly terrifying when you want to be. I'm really glad you're on my side. You have no idea, she replied, never changing her expression. When they approached her parents, Daphne was still buzzing at the rush of getting to tell Dumbledore off politely for what he had subjected Harry to over the years. She was so caught up in the moment that she failed to start worrying about Harry meeting her parents. By the time she had refocused her attention, Harry had already greeted everyone and seemed calm and assured. Daphne noticed her mother's eyes subtly flick to Harry in her enjoined hands. She realized she was still rubbing Harry's hand with her thumb but didn't stop. As they passed the Hogwarts gates, it finally dawned on Daphne that Astoria was still with them. She mentally cursed herself. She needed to stay focused and stop getting distracted. Daphne had already had to lie once to Astoria to prevent her from joining them. Astoria was too sharp to fall for it a second time. She was furiously devising a strategy when she heard Harry speak. He looked nervous. Are we walking to Hogsmeade? I assumed we would be taking a carriage. Her father responded. We were planning on apparating to our home, so we would have added privacy and security. I trust that is acceptable. This was brilliant. Her parents were brilliant. Astoria could spend time in other parts of the house while they discussed their project. She should have known her parents had planned everything out. Harry, however, did not seem so enthused. He released her hand and moved it to hover over his wand, seemingly prepared for an attack. Harry, what is? Ask them something only you would know, Daphne. Harry stated seriously. I don't think that's. Her father interrupted her and nodded respectfully to Harry. Mr. Potter is right to be cautious, Daphne. Go ahead. She was still getting her bearings when Astoria decided to help. What was Daphne's favorite book when she was younger? She was going to kill Astoria. Her father was taking entirely too much pleasure in answering. Harry Potter and the Hungry Hippogriff. Harry looked at her questioningly, confused but pleased. She reluctantly nodded her head and began planning what method she would use to kill her sister. Then she had a thought. Mum needs to answer a question as well. She smiled and looked at Astoria, reveling as she watched her sister's smug expression quickly morph to one of panic. Death was too easy for her sister, she deserved to suffer. Who did Astoria say she was going to marry when she was 5? Daphne. Ask a different question, Astoria demanded. Harry looked intrigued. Her mother replied. Astoria, what's the Hogwarts motto? Never tickle a sleeping dragon. She turned to Daphne and replied. I believe it was Draco Malfoy. Mother. Astoria gritted out in hushed anger. I was 5, Harry. As Astoria continued to fume, Harry leaned in and whispered in Daphne's ear. I definitely picked the right sister. You have much better taste. Her father moved to stand beside her and spoke. My apologies, Mr. Potter. Going forward we will make sure to follow the same procedure. He then looked to his 2 daughters. Using less embarrassing questions. While we apparate the girls, I thought, why? Oh, you could call your elf and have her take you. A little extra bit of security. Harry nodded his agreement. That sounds good, and you can call me Harry. They had a companionable lunch with Astoria before the four retired to her father's den to begin the real discussion. She could tell her parents, especially her mother, were already being charmed by Harry's sincerity and humility. As they sat her father paused to grab a bottle of fire whiskey and several glasses. At Harry's questioning look he explained, "Based on the limited amount of information Daphne has provided about you Harry, I am fairly confident this will be needed." Quote. Harry nodded and spoke, "Shouldn't we place a privacy charm on the room? Astoria seems like she would be the type to be curious about our meeting." Her mother's laughter seemed to shock Harry. Her private demeanor was so different than how she acted in public. Daphne was thrilled that she felt comfortable enough to share this with Harry already. "You are quite right. That is why this room has a permanent silencing charm. Daphne and Astoria have proven to be quite insistent on knowing everything over the years. I like to think of it as having a thirst for knowledge." Daphne interjected. "Keep thinking that, dear," her father answered, much to Harry's amusement. "I suppose we should start with the oath." Daphne nervously handed over the version of the oath she and Harry had taken. She had not felt comfortable sharing it in a letter, so this would be the first time her parents would see the final version. She held her breath as she watched. Her father read the parchment before handing it to her mother to review. His eyes turned to Daphne and she maintained eye contact, silently conveying that she realized precisely the consequences of what she had agreed to. To Daphne's surprise, it was her mother who spoke. "If we agree to this oath, we are allowing you to carelessly expose our involvement with no ramifications. Is that right, Mr. Potter?" Based on his expression, Daphne could tell Harry noticed her mother had purposely addressed him more formally. Daphne's stomach sank. Perhaps her parents weren't willing to make such a leap of faith. She wanted to speak, but Harry's pointed stare kept her quiet. The message was clear. He had remained silent while she handled the headmaster, and now it was her turn to let Harry take charge. Harry turned back to her mother and replied, "This is the oath I'm asking you to take so you aren't punished for making an honest mistake, Mrs. Greengrass. I'm willing to take something more severe if that's what you need." Her mother looked gobsmacked. Daphne wondered if this is what she looked like the first time she'd been confronted with Harry's blunt approach. She purposely stopped herself from smirking. Her father cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. "Amanda and I need a few minutes to discuss this privately. If you will excuse us." Based on his expression, she already knew her father would agree. Once her parents left, they sat in silence for several minutes before Harry spoke. "So the hippogriff, was it trying to eat me?" "What? The hippogriff in the story? Was it trying to eat me? Is that why it's called the hungry hippogriff?" No. You found it in a cave while you were exploring and thought it looked hungry, so you fed it an apple. Then he followed you home because you were nice and became your pet. He joined you on your adventures after that." "That sounds like something I would do," Harry replied, doing his best to look serious. "But hippogriffs like ferrets and rats, not fruit. Did I give him a name? Hoppy the hippogriff." Daphne smiled, the tension of waiting on her parents to return temporarily forgotten. "Well, don't look at me, you named him." They burst out laughing at the same time, stopping quickly as her parents re-entered. As they took their seat, her mother immediately reached for the fire whiskey and poured a glass, drinking it in one gulp. She smiled ruefully at Daphne and spoke. "Let's make this oath quickly before I change my mind." They completed the oath and Daphne felt a strong sense of déjà vu as Harry slowly slid parchment detailing the prophecy across the table. Daphne wondered whether one bottle of fire whiskey would be enough by the time they were finished talking. 4 hours and half a bottle later they had made it through the full explanation of the prophecy as well as a brief synopsis of Harry's exploits at school, going into more specific detail on anything related to his scar and his connection to Voldemort. "Everything you have shared so far is fascinating and, frankly, terrifying. What can we do to help?" Daphne spoke up. "You have access to information we don't have. I was hoping you could research and hopefully come up with something about this connection Harry has with Voldemort and the snake." Harry joined in. "There was one other thing, something I've been working on with the headmaster this year. He's been showing me memories of Voldemort when he was younger and a term has come up. We were hoping you knew it or could research it. We haven't found anything and Dumbledore isn't sharing. Have you ever heard of the term Horcrux?" Her father stilled, losing all color. You're serious, Cyrus? Her mother questioned, concerned at her father's grave expression. He finally gathered himself and spoke. You've said you had meetings with Dumbledore about this. Yes, sir. We've been reviewing various memories of Tom Riddle when he was younger and his family. The last one was a memory of Professor Slughorn's. When Riddle was a student he asked Slughorn about Horcruxes. The memory was modified by Slughorn, so I'm not sure what the professor told him and he isn't talking. Cyrus, what do you know? Her mother asked. Give me a moment, her father replied as he stood up and walked to the far end of the room. She watched as her father muttered something and a door she never knew existed appeared. As her father disappeared through the door, Daphne felt a surge of adrenaline. It appeared they were finally going to get some answers. She noticed Harry was staring at the door, a similar expression on his face. Her father returned a few minutes later with a rather large, rather old book. She couldn't pinpoint why, but the book made her feel uneasy. He sat back down and began reading aloud, describing the foulest magic Daphne had ever heard of. It was repulsive, beyond her comprehension. Daphne's mind was whirring as she watched Harry grab the book and begin rereading the passage once more. She gasped as she realized the implication. If the connection was based on Horcruxes, it not only meant Voldemort had made more than one, it meant Harry was a Horcrux. The diary, Harry muttered. Riddle's diary was a Horcrux. I believe you were right, Harry, her father said. And if Daphne's hypothesis about your connection with Voldemort is correct, then it may mean the snake is a Horcrux, and I'm a Horcrux, he stated unemotionally. Her father poured a drink and wordlessly slid it across the table to Harry. The silence seemed to drag on. Her mother whispered to her father. Then began speaking as they stood to leave. Your father and I will eat dinner with Astoria. I think it would be best for Harry if you two stayed in here. Just let Winky know when you'd like to eat. With one more worried glance at Harry they left. I'm a Horcrux, he repeated. We don't know that for sure, Harry, she replied. It could be. Daphne, don't, he interrupted. You were right. It's okay, it's good. It means our plan may work. Daphne was furious. She wanted to scream at Harry, tell him he shouldn't want to die, didn't need to die. She wanted to scream at her parents for not helping end Voldemort the first time around. Scream at Dumbledore for helping to create a person so willing to die. But none of those things would help. She needed to think. Harry needed her to think. It's not good, Harry. You can say that I was right and you can say our plan may work, but do not say it's good. She needed a distraction. Winky, she called. The elf appeared looking very worried. Mr. and Mrs. Greengrass said Master Potter be given bad news. Winky wants to help. She kneeled down and began speaking quietly to the elf. Can you bring us something to eat? And maybe make Harry some treacle tart if you can, it's his favorite. The elf nodded quickly and cast a sad glance toward Harry, who had begun staring at the book again. It did not look like he was reading. Winky be proud to be Harry Potter's elf, she said to no one and popped away. The food arrived and Harry began eating. Daphne's food sat untouched. She had lost her appetite. She watched as Harry continued to sit and eat calmly, unemotionally. She watched and she thought. We need that memory, Harry. You need to get that memory, she stated. For the first time since they learned of Horcruxes, Harry looked at her. We already know what a Horcrux is now. You were right. I don't understand. You said Dumbledore is drip-feeding you information. You've already learned the term Horcrux and I'm sure Dumbledore already knows what it means. He thinks there is more in that memory. Okay, I'll try. He was too calm. He didn't mean it. No, she shouted. There isn't any trying. You get the memory and then I will keep helping. I can tell you've given up, that we've proven what the connection is and you think I can kill him by killing you. I haven't given up and won't help with the spell unless you try to save yourself. Get that memory or I quit. And if I find out you've asked someone else to help, I will break the oath and tell the headmaster everything. Daphne, you can't be serious. Breaking the oath would mean. I know exactly what it would mean, Harry. But you're so keen on dying, why shouldn't I be? For the first time since they had learned about Horcruxes, she saw emotion in Harry's eyes. He was now as angry as she was. Good. At that precise moment Winky popped into the room, a nervous smile on her face and treacle tart in her hands. Winky be making Master Potter his favorite. She quickly handed the dessert over and popped out. Daphne's appetite had returned and she dug into the treacle tart. It wasn't her favorite, but it was good. Winky had done well. She wondered what Harry's version of treacle tart would taste like. She desperately wanted him to have the chance to make it for her. "I have an idea," said Harry as he finally began eating. "I won a vial of Felix Felicis in potions this year thanks to the prince." "Do you know what that is?" Daphne shook her head. "No," and he continued. "They call it liquid luck. You drink it and it's supposed to make you extremely lucky. I've been saving it to use for something important, but..." He stopped eating and looked at Daphne. "You're right, this is important. I'll see to it tomorrow and hopefully I'll have something for Dumbledore by Monday." Relief washed over Daphne. He was going to try. It might be only for her sake, but it was a start. "Good. If everything works out then we can meet Tuesday and get to work." "It will have to be Wednesday," he replied. "I told Astoria we could start working on the Patronus then." "Harry, this is more important," she pleaded. "We can make up an excuse. If you get to insist on helping me, then I get to insist on helping your sister," he replied defiantly. "Fine," she replied, pretending to be annoyed. The Harry that she admired was showing himself again. "But we still meet on Tuesday, we can break curfew." "Good," he replied with a smile. It had only been a few hours but it seemed like ages since she'd seen it. "Maybe if you bring that hippogriff book I'll sign it for you." "Always good to meet my fans." "Idiot," she muttered as she flicked a bit of treacle tart at him. "Don't waste the tart," he replied indignantly. "This is too good to waste. I wonder how Winky knew it was my favorite." "I told her," Daphne said with no hesitance. He needed to know people cared about the things he liked. "Thanks," he replied simply. "And thank you for yelling at me. You're really good at it." "Yelling is nothing," she said with a glint in her eye. "If I'm quiet and overly polite when I'm talking you need to run away." Quickly. He laughed and Daphne felt like they were truly back on track. "Yeah, I saw a bit of that this morning. I need to figure out how I can get you invited to all of my meetings with the headmaster." Looking forward to it, she replied honestly. She would gladly advocate for Harry. No one else, including Harry, seemed to be willing. The door opened and her mother entered the room. She began to speak. "Astoria was curious why you didn't join us for dinner. We told her we had shared some stories about your parents and that you had become emotional. She's returning to Hogwarts with Cyrus right now." Her gaze settled on Harry. "She was quite concerned for you. You seem to have made quite an impression on her," she stated warmly. "I want to apologize for earlier," she continued. "I should have never questioned your intentions regarding the oath." "It's fine. I understand," Harry mumbled. He appeared to be embarrassed again and looked down at the table. "Mr. Potter," she stated firmly, drawing Harry's attention. "You are working with Greengrasses now. We are proud of who we are. What we have done. We expect nothing less of those we welcome into our family. Do you understand?" Harry's eyes flickered toward Daphne before returning to her mother determinedly. "Yes, ma'am. Daphne is doing her best to educate me and I'm trying my best." "It's Amanda, Harry. And if I ever address you as Mr. Potter again it is because you need to try harder." She was brilliant. Her mother was brilliant. "I understand, Amanda," Harry replied. "And thank you for your help." "You're welcome, Harry," her voice softening to the version that Daphne was used to. "How are you doing?" "I'm good, better," he replied honestly. "Daphne did a very good job at pointing out that I needed to try harder. I see now where she gets it from. She's a Greengrass. I would expect nothing less," she stated imperiously before starting to laugh. "Very few people get to see me actually enjoying myself, Harry. I hope you realize what that means. What you mean to us already." Harry's gaze turned to Daphne once more. "I do, and it means a lot to me. I'm not used to it so it's hard to show how grateful I am. But I am, you have no idea." He was talking to her mother but she knew the message was meant for her. It was overwhelming. The moment was broken as her father strolled into the room, a bemused expression on his face. "When I returned with Astoria the headmaster Politel. Why reminded me that per the Hogwarts guidelines you two needed to be back," he paused to look at his watch, "in 45 minutes. Harry stood up. Her father immediately raised his arms. "We have 5 minutes and I have no interest in you returning a minute sooner. Unless you have any objections, Harry." Harry's face broke into a wide grin and Daphne's heart soared. "That's fine. The longer I can spend here the better." Daphne could tell by her mother's expression that she was being sucked into the Harry vortex even further. She could relate. Her father laughed and spoke. I was hoping I could speak to you privately on a few matters before you had to leave. He then turned his gaze to her. Don't worry, dear. I promise to return him in one piece. She nodded without a thought. She trusted her father implicitly and knew Harry would share whatever they discussed freely if he could. It was in his nature. She left the room quickly with her mother and they settled in their sitting room. Tea in hand dutifully supplied by their house elves. How are you doing, Daphne? Her mother asked. I'm fine, she replied. It was a bit rough with Harry this afternoon but I brought him back around. I didn't ask how Harry was doing. Her mother supplied gently. I asked about you. I'm good, really good. It's hard to describe, Mum. I feel like I've woken up. Everything has changed in the last month and it's a bit terrifying but it feels like everything matters now. What I've been working on with you and Dad all these years is important but it didn't matter. This matters. Her mother nodded in agreement. Astoria is quite pleased with how happy you've been over the last month. It seems you and Harry are quite convincing as a couple. Mum, it's not like that, she said defiantly. We're friends. Close friends already but I need to help him with this first. But if you do help him. She purposely avoided directly answering. You've met him. You've practically adopted him and you've only been around him for a few hours. I understand and you are right, her mother replied in agreement. All I will say is you complement each other very well. Also, your father is very pleased that he isn't an idiot. Daphne was spared from replying as her father and Harry entered the room laughing. She noticed that Harry was holding a large envelope. Her father spoke. I would prefer not having the Hogwarts staff waging a full-out assault on our home, so I'm afraid you two need to go back. Everyone said. Is it okay if Winky takes me back? Harry questioned. She likes helping and I think it would be good. Her parents exchanged a glance and mutually came to a decision. Her father spoke. I think it is an excellent idea. The headmaster seemed to be quite tired of seeing me anyway. Thank you for the advice and if we come across any additional information that could help we will make sure to see you immediately. Harry called Winky much to the elf's delight. He leaned down and whispered something to the elf that caused her to smile even brighter and begin nodding. Quickly they had apparated back in front of Hogwarts gates. Daphne watched as her mother hugged Harry less formal than normal and whispered something to him that made him nod and smile. Inexplicably she found herself smiling as well. Soon enough her mother was embracing her heartily, all her normal decorum seemingly forgotten. Her mother was clinging to her and it was now Daphne's turn to receive whispered advice. Keep helping him, Daphne. We are so proud of you. As they made their way through the gates, Daphne realized that in addition to the headmaster he was flanked by their heads of house waiting for them at the castle's entrance. All wore severe looks of disappointment with Professor Snape adding a sneer for dramatic effect. Harry grabbed her hand and pulled, purposely slowing her pace. No need to rush on their account. I'd like to see how annoyed I can make Snape. If I must, she sighed dramatically. What's in the envelope? It's a letter and some pictures for Neville Longbottom. Daphne nodded her head, enjoying the growing looks of displeasure on their welcoming committee. What did my father mean about advice, by the way? Apparently he's been trying to set up a meeting with Fred and George Weasley. He wants to talk to them about becoming their supplier. If my father asked you to influence their decision, you don't need to. Harry's laugh interrupted her sentence. It's not that. Every time he has sent them a meeting invitation they send him gardening tools. Rakes, hoes, seed, that sort of thing. The best I can tell is they are having a go at your last name. Idiots, she muttered. And your advice? Send them something back equally as stupid, something that plays on their last name. Or maybe a picture of your lawn with a note about how well the things they've sent helped and how green the grass is. And if he actually does get a meeting, not to eat or drink anything they give him. And not to let their act fool him. They are way smarter than they let on. It felt a bit odd giving him advice on working with a business I helped with. What do you mean? I gave them my winnings from the Triwizard tournament to help get started. That was a shrewd investment, Daphne replied, genuinely impressed. You should have seen a strong return already. Right, idiot. You just gave them the money without expecting anything in return, didn't you? Daphne wasn't sure why she even asked, she already knew the answer. Maybe, he answered nervously. The past 2 days had been interminable for Daphne. Exhilarating but interminable. Thankfully the waiting and anticipation was nearly at an end. It was now Tuesday. She had made it through her classes. ND was now finally walking with Tracy to an empty classroom to learn the Expecto Patronum charm. In truth, Daphne had absolutely no interest in wasting her time on the planned task. It was an above Newt level spell and would more than likely never be needed. The chances of a Dementor getting near enough to suck out her soul were minuscule, and if she had to, she was sure she could deal with having to be sad for a few minutes. She was going for 2 reasons: to prevent her sister from needlessly overexerting herself and to pass the time until she got to meet with Harry to find out about the memory. She had forced herself to focus on her normal classwork the last 2 days, but Harry had made it extremely difficult. Her only communication with him had been 2 messages delivered via her enchanted coin. On Sunday evening the message was a simple "I got it." And Monday evening just met with Dumbledore. It's all coming together. See you tomorrow night. She hadn't slept that night. As annoying as it had been, she knew it was best to wait until Tuesday night to learn the news. It would have been excruciating to sit with Harry during dinner and not ask him what he had learned. Her mind told her to stick with the plan, but her heart could not wait until this Patronus lesson was over so they could get to the real work. But they had a routine and a plan. They needed to stick to the routine and the plan. She was broken out of her thoughts by Tracy. "You are really excited to learn this spell, aren't you? Couldn't have anything to do with the teacher, could it? Time to lie without actually lying. She had become very good at it over the last month. Let's just say I won't be going back to the common room once we're finished," she stated simply. Tracy squealed before replying, "I really Ed the old Daphne, but I love this new rule-breaking Daphne. I need to ask Harry to set me up with one of his friends." Daphne's mind briefly flashed to a vision of her and Harry going on a double date with Tracy and Neville, but quickly pushed it away. She didn't even know Neville and she needed to focus on helping Harry. Stupid daydreams could wait. They finally made it to the classroom and found Astoria and Harry had already arrived and looked to be involved in a serious discussion. She made a beeline to Harry, embracing him in a hug and whispering in his ear, "Let's make this quick so we can get to work." She had expected a smile when she pulled back, but instead he looked confused. Confused and annoyed. "This is really important to Astoria and it is very hard to master." "It's not going to be quick," he muttered. "If you think Astoria needs to take a break, just tell me. Don't say anything to her." He pulled away to begin the lesson. She vaguely listened to Harry's instruction, "Think of a happy thought," but her main focus was watching her sister. Astoria had paid rapt attention to Harry until she had noticed Daphne staring and had immediately become annoyed. Daphne couldn't have cared less. Astoria was too stubborn for her own good. She would just have to deal with Daphne looking out for her. After a few minutes of explanation they set out on trying to cast the charm. Daphne Falk used on her happy thought, seeing Astoria sorted into Hufflepuff and not Slytherin, and said the incantation, keeping half an eye on Astoria the entire time. As time passed she waited for Harry to say something, to step in and tell Astoria to stop. As the minutes went by and nothing was said, she silently fumed. She tried the spell multiple times with no success. After 60 minutes Astoria finally managed creating a mist, but she seemed drained. Much too drained and tired for Daphne's liking. "Brilliant, Astoria," she heard Harry exclaim. "I know it's just a mist, but it is a great start." Asked. Aurea looked annoyed and apparently Harry had spotted it as well. "Getting angry or frustrated won't help. You need to focus only on your memory. Focusing on other emotions will only make it harder. Just trust me, you are doing really well." Quote. Astoria leveled Daphne with a glare that she returned in full force. "It's not you or my progress I'm annoyed with, Harry. It's her. I can't concentrate with her staring at me all the time. I don't care if you're annoyed with me, Tori," she spit back defiantly. "I won't apologize for worrying about you." "Daphne, I think." "Not now, Harry," Daphne interrupted. "You have no idea how many times I've had to tell Astoria to stop being careless over the years. There are bigger things at stake here. If she's too immature to deal with it, then I will. It wouldn't be the first time." She could tell her sister was angry now, but she didn't care. She was protecting her. It was for her own good. "You have no idea what you're talking about, Daphne. You have no idea what those things are like." Astoria replied. "I don't care. I can deal with you being depressed for a bit but not with you being dead. Is that what you think it's like? That they make you depressed? You can't be that stupid, Daphne. Astoria looked disgusted with her. Daphne, stay out of this, Harry. She interrupted more forcefully. It was hard enough dealing with Astoria, she didn't need Harry taking her side. Daphne, I really think you need to. I said to stay out of this, Harry. She practically shouted. She was furious now. She wasn't sure how it had escalated so quickly, but she didn't care. She hated being backed into a corner and lashed out without thinking. This is a waste of time anyway. You need to leave, Harry calmly replied. The calmness disturbed her. Harry, I don't. Either you leave now and let us work in peace, or we quit for the night and I'll set up a separate time to work with Astoria and Tracy without you sabotaging everything. They actually want to learn this and you are making it impossible. Fine, she spit out, storming out the door before she could think better of it. She was mildly disappointed that Tracy hadn't joined her out the door, but honestly didn't care. If she didn't understand what was at stake, that was her problem. As she made her way back to Slytherin House, she pulled out her coin and tapped it with her wand, sending a message to Harry. Forget about meeting up tonight. I'm suddenly not in the mood to help. He needed to understand. She had worried over Astoria her entire life, it was a part of her. She spent the rest of the evening in the common room working on homework and waiting for Harry's angry reply. He had hurt her and she needed to hurt him. Her worst instincts had flared up, and for the first time in a long time she was embracing them. As the minutes dragged by and her coin remained stubbornly lukewarm, she found it increasingly difficult to focus on anything else. Tracy entered the common room minutes before curfew and said nothing, only looking at her disappointedly before heading up to their shared room. She was positive Harry would reply now. He had probably been too distracted in teaching that stupid spell. But now that they were done, he would surely see her message and react. She could not wait for him to react. But no message came. She stayed in the common room for 3 more hours to study while the coin in her left hand remained lukewarm. She finally made her way to bed, trying her best to ignore the unexpected emptiness and worry now seeping into her thoughts. Despite all logic, the silence between Harry and Daphne continued. It had been 4 days since her confrontation with her sister and Harry, and no messages had been received, no conversations had occurred, and no apologies had been made. As the days progressed, the logical part of Daphne's conscience became louder, stating she was the one who needed to apologize. So far she had successfully squashed it. Tracy was speaking to her, but only to tell her how stupid and selfish she was being, pleading with her to talk to her sister and Harry. Astoria seemed to glare at her at every opportunity during meals in the Great Hall, but Harry frustratingly stared only at his food. She would catch Hermione glancing at her nervously from time to time while speaking to Harry, but that only made it worse. He would just shake his head and keep his head down. He was so stubborn, and it was doing her head in. It finally came to a head as she watched her sister walking toward her determinedly during breakfast Saturday morning. Daphne could sense the people around her sliding away from her as Astoria approached. They had been subject to her sister's wrath several times over the years and had clearly wanted to avoid another incident. We need to talk now, Astoria stated simply, folding her arms and waiting for Daphne to stand. She could tell her sister wasn't moving until she complied. Fine, Daphne said stubbornly, internally relieved that some resolution would happen. As they made their way out of the Great Hall, Astoria immediately pulled her into the first classroom available. Make this quick, Daphne demanded. I have an apparition lesson scheduled in a few minutes. You need to apologize to Harry, Astoria said without recourse. She knew Astoria was right, that she was being stubborn, but something was still holding her back. Why was she the only one who cared about Astoria's health? He needs to apologize to me, she stated. I'm only looking out for your best interests, and he had no right. Did you even feel the Dementors on the train? Astoria interrupted. No, Daphne replied honestly. I was near the back of the train. They were stopped before they made it that far. Do you know what I felt? Astoria asked. Daphne shrugged her shoulders. I have no idea, maybe when we told you about the curse. It was Daphne's best guess, she knew it was her worst memory by far. Close but no, Astoria stated. Mum and Dad told me everything would be okay and I was only 5. I was dumb enough to believe you at first. Astoria seemed to fold into herself and Daphne immediately regretted everything that had happened. She didn't want to hear it. Didn't want to make Astoria relive whatever she was about to share. My worst memory was that night. Afterward, Astoria said quietly, street. Stubbornly fighting against her own emotions. I was trying to go to sleep and heard something from your room. I sneaked out and listened at the door. I heard you crying to Mum about me, about how I was going to die and it wasn't fair. How you wished it was you who had been cursed instead. Daphne remained silent as she remembered back to that awful day. That's what I had to relive thanks to the Dementors. The only thing I could think about, you and Mum sobbing about me dying and me feeling guilty and responsible. It was horrible at 5, somehow it was even worse at 11. And it's nothing, compared to what Harry has to go through thanks to those wretched things. You have no idea what he has to relive. If you did you would have never said learning the spell was a waste of time. It's horrific. I was just trying to look out for you Tori, she said quietly. I didn't know, didn't think about it. Is it really that bad? What Harry saw. She suddenly remembered 3rd year, how Harry's boggart took the form of a Dementor. Her stomach sank. He only told me because he was trying to help, because he could tell I had been affected and wanted to let me know I wasn't alone, Astoria offered at her questioning look. If you really care and really want to know you need to sort out your priorities and apologize to Harry. Astoria was pleading now. We've worked on it every night since. He's been waiting for you to swallow your pride and admit you were wrong. He thought for sure you would have come around by now, so did I, she finished, shaking her head. I just worry about you Tori. It's stupid but I can't help it. I'm just looking out for you. Harry knows what he is doing. If you would have let him handle it everything would have been fine. After he kicked you out, which was brilliant by the way. He made me stop for the evening and help with Tracy. I got mad and he told me off, said being angry ruined any chance of me being able to cast the spell. He was right, he's a really good teacher. I had handled it. If you would have just calmed down everything would have been fine. Did you even listen to what he was saying? Astoria replied pleadingly. Expecto Patronum's protection of your soul is based on pure, focused emotion, happiness, joy, love, whatever you want to call it. You being stupid and overbearing just made me angry and made me have to use more energy to try and conjure a Patronus. If you would have trusted me I would have been able to focus and actually feel better. You hovering and questioning me just made it worse. That's what why was trying to tell you if you would have actually listened. He feels horrible and you're still trying to convince yourself that you are right. Astoria's words registered and Daphne suddenly felt a surge of emotion. A surge of hope. Say that again, she demanded. You were stupid and made me angry. Astoria offered. Not that part, the other bit. You only made it worse. Astoria stated, growing more confused. No. About the spell. What it's based on. If you had paid attention the first time to Harry I wouldn't have to, Astoria offered less irritably, sensing that Daphne was finally coming around. Harry explained that when you cast the spell you are actually asking for a protector for your soul. Dementors feed on your happiest thoughts and the Patronus turns the tables. If you focus on that pure happiness you can actually push them back and punish them with the force of that emotion. This could be something to help Harry. She suddenly realized Astoria was still there and was staring at her. Confused by her prolonged silence. I'm sorry, she blurted, enveloping her sister in a hug. You're right. I didn't pay attention and I made things worse. I was worried about you but it's no excuse. I'm sorry. She meant it. Finally, Astoria exclaimed. Now you need to apologize to Harry. He was really upset. Daphne nodded and squeezed her sister tightly one more time. Before quickly making her way to the exit. Okay then, she heard Astoria exclaim, surprised at how successful her intervention had been. She had no idea. Daphne quickly made her way to the library, to their table. She spent the next several hours reading every book available on the Patronus charm and making endless notes on its basis and how it could be used. The more she researched and the more notes she made, the more enthused she became. This could work. It needed refinement and she wanted to run her theory by a professor, but she thought it could really work. She was so exhilarated she completely ignored the scheduled apparition lesson and decided to skip lunch entirely. This was more important. She had lost focus and fallen into old habits for a few days due to temporary insanity. But she was back on track and would not be dissuaded. She had finally decided to take a break at 6:30, her stomach demanding attention after skipping lunch. As she made her way to the Great H. All she tapped her coin to send a message. I'm sorry for being an idiot. I talked to Astoria and she helped set me straight. We need to talk. She decided she would meet up with Harry face to face at dinner. He deserved a direct apology and she would gladly suffer the stares of the other Gryffindors to make it happen. Hopefully she could pull him out of the Great Hall. She could share her revelatio. And he could finally share what he had learned from Slughorn's memory. Maybe they could even work on learning the Patronus a bit that night. But he never showed up. Either he had eaten dinner before she arrived or he decided to skip it entirely. Either way he never appeared. She wondered if he was eating in the kitchen instead. She wished she was there with him sharing her idea, or even just talking. As she made her way back to the dungeons she ducked into an empty classroom, sending another message using her coin. Where are you? You weren't at dinner and I need to talk to you. It's really important. She was entering the Slytherin common room when she felt the coin warm in her hand, silently celebrating that Harry had finally responded. She kept her composure, calmly making her way up the stairs to her empty bedroom. Her heart immediately sank as she read his message. Something's come up. I'm at the hospital wing. Without another thought she sprinted down the steps and out of the common room. Daphne made her way through the halls of Hogwarts, consciously forcing herself not to sprint, to maintain the appearance of a normal pace while trying to get to her destination as quickly as possible. As she walked she parsed through the relevant facts to assure herself that Harry was okay. Logically she knew the answer was literally minutes away and there was no need to speculate, but she could focus on nothing else. The fact that he responded at all was a positive. At its core it meant he wasn't dead, which was a definite plus. On the surface the message was relatively casual, which would normally be a positive as well. The only problem is she was dealing with Harry. The more horrific or dire a situation was seemed to spark Harry to downplay its urgency even more. He could have splinched his head off at the apparition lesson and his message would probably have been something has come up. Merlin, she needed to stop thinking about this and just get there. She broke out into a half-run. The most dignified half-run she could muster. She was pondering whether to break into a full-on sprint once she made the final turn to the hospital wing corridor when she realized it wasn't necessary. Harry was there sitting on the floor outside the entrance next to Hermione and Ron's sister. Ginny. Her name was Ginny. Daphne felt a mix of elation and fear as she realized that Harry was safe, but based on who he was and wasn't with, Ron was most likely on the other side of the hospital wing doors. Ginny was the first to spot her and the sad exhaustion on her face confirmed her thoughts. She watched Ginny nudge Harry to get his attention and point in her direction. He gave her a tired smile when he saw her and she smiled back. Despite whatever bad news she was going to learn about in a few minutes, it was good to see him again, whole and safe. It had only been a few days but she had quickly become reliant on her new routine. She missed him. As she watched Harry stand up and begin walking toward her, she consciously stopped walking, letting him come to her. Despite how close they had become in a month, she didn't belong with Harry's group yet, not when it came to something this serious. When Harry reached her she grabbed his shoulders and quickly embraced him. She could tell she had surprised him as he immediately tensed before quickly relaxing and hugging her back. She could feel his head become dead weight on her shoulder and gave him another squeeze. It's Ron, isn't it? Is he okay? She felt him nod against her shoulder before he pulled back, sliding down to sit against a nearby wall. She sat down beside him. Someone gave me some cauldron cakes dosed with love potion for Christmas. I just thought it was a normal gift, he started explaining, staring at the ground. I had forgotten about them. I was cleaning out my trunk today and Ron ate one by mistake. Today is his birthday. It was on the floor and he thought it was one of his presents, I think. Daphne didn't think that was so bad. That kind of nonsense went on all the time in the castle. Bringing Ron to the infirmary was the right thing to do, but it didn't explain why they seemed to be so upset. I realized what had happened and took Ron to Slughorn for an antidote. The cakes were months old and I guess the potion fermented or something because he was really affected. Harry's expression dimmed. I should have just let the potion run its course. What happened? She interrupted, stopping whatever train of thought he was headed down. She could tell he was blaming himself. Her interruptio and seemed to startle Harry as he stopped staring at the floor and looked her in the eye. Apparently she had stopped the train before it got too far out of the station. Good. Slughorn made an antidote and got rid of the love potion. Then he gave Ron some mead to settle him. I guess the mead had been poisoned or something because Ron started convulsing and foaming at the mouth. We stuck a bezoar in his mouth and that stopped whatever was happening. We've been here ever since waiting on more news. They told us he should be okay, but that's all we know. Despite herself, Daphne immediately pictured Tracy convulsing in front of her. She was thankful a potions expert was there. If he hadn't thought of a bezoar, who knows what would have happened. There was no way she would have thought of such a thing so quickly. Are you okay? She asked. Yeah, he said simply. It sounds horrible, but I've started to become used to this sort of thing. I'm just relieved he's going to be okay. I feel bad for Ginny and Hermione. If I'd. She punched his leg, then immediately reached for his hand. Don't blame yourself again. This definitely isn't your fault. She began rubbing his hand with her thumb again. As much to help herself as to help Harry. She hated Hogwarts. Hated Voldemort. Hated Dumbledore. She wanted to ask more about the poison and the slag who tried to dose him with a love potion, but realized Harry needed a change in topic. He'd been thinking about this all day. I'm sorry, she began. I'm sorry for Ron and I'm sorry for losing my temper the other day. I should have listened to what you said and talked to you about Astoria first like you asked. And learning the spell isn't a waste of time. It's all right, he said quietly, staring straight ahead. It isn't all your fault, you were just worried about your sister. I should have talked to you about it before we met with everyone. I thought I could manage it, but you two were really stubborn. I've seen Ron and Ginny go at it, so I should have known better. Let's call it even then, she replied as she unconsciously leaned against him. The next lesson I promise to talk to you before I say anything to Astoria. Besides, it sounds like she actually listens to you. And I promise to actually try and learn the spell. Next lesson, he asked. Do you think that's a good idea? Yes, she said determinedly. As long as I don't overreact and you listen to me, if I think Astoria needs to stop, it will be fine. Besides, I need to learn that spell. I have an idea that actually this bit should be under the oath. She was interrupted by the sound of the infirmary doors opening, revealing Madame Pomfrey. Daphne watched as she muttered something to Hermione and Ginny. They quickly made their way through the doors with Ginny shooting a glance at them as she disappeared from sight. You should go, Daphne said immediately, standing up and pulling Harry with her. But you were going to. It can wait. Just send a message about Ron when you know more. And let him know he can borrow my Transfiguration homework if he needs to. He'll know what it means. She playfully punched him on the shoulder and continued. And stop sending such vague messages, you prat. I was losing my mind on the way here. Thanks for coming to check, he said in response. The next time I'm in hospital I will be as specific as possible, explaining my near-death experience. Idiot, she mumbled as she gave him another hug. No more jokes about you dying, or almost dying. Now go, she said as she gently pushed him toward the infirmary. Harry smiled and nodded, quickly turning and making his way toward the hospital wing, eventually disappearing from sight. She did not hear from Harry again until lunchtime the next day. Tracy had been much more pleasant once she learned she had made up with Harry and they were on their way to lunch when Daphne's coin warmed up. Meet me in the kitchen for lunch. She quickly told Tracy her plans had changed, which Tracy enthusiastically endorsed. Harry looked very relieved to see her as she entered the kitchen. Everything okay? She asked. Something happened with Ron. Ron's fine, he assured. He said, if he had known you would let him copy your homework he would have gotten himself poisoned a long time ago. Even Hermione laughed. Idiot, she spit out through her own chuckle. It's our backup keeper, Harry continued, becoming annoyed. He can barely contain his glee that Ron won't be able to play next week. He hasn't left me alone since I got back to Gryffindor last night. He keeps wanting to talk strategy and help me manage the team. It's doing my head in. Of course it's Quidditch, Daphne muttered in disgust. Who cares that Ron almost died? It's Quidditch after all. The sport should be banned. You're my pretend girlfriend now, Daphne, Harry smirked. I need you to pretend to care about Quidditch. I care about you not getting brained during the match. That's the best I can do. So I suppose you wearing my jersey to the match next Saturday is out." Daphne glared. "Fine, thank you for not wanting me to get brained. If you change your mind about the jersey, let me know. Anyway," Daphne trudged on. "We really need to talk about things, soon. I was hoping we could review right after we eat," Harry said with a nod. "I have practice tonight and I've got a lot to tell you." Daphne nodded and quickly began eating, anxious to move forward after her self-imposed delay. Several minutes later they were ensconced in a classroom and ready to begin. "You first," Daphne commanded after the now routine casting of Muffaliato. Harry became very serious. Daphne sat in relative silence for the next hour as Harry described Slughorn's memory and his subsequent discussion with Dumbledore. The thought of making one Horcrux was horrific, purposely creating 6 was beyond anything she could have imagined. She occasionally interrupted him asking for more details, but for the most part she remained silent, furiously taking notes. Once he was finished they sat in silence for several minutes as she processed everything he had shared. The good news, if anything about this could be considered good, was 2 of Voldemort's Horcruxes had already been destroyed. If power was a factor in what they had planned, the less places it needed to be spread the better. Dumbledore had also confirmed their theory that the snake, Nagini, was a Horcrux as well. Perhaps the most fascinating part to her was Dumbledore's opinion that Voldemort himself had validated the prophecy by attacking Harry's parents, setting Harry down the path as his nemesis. Did that mean his followers had done something similar by attacking Neville Longbottom's parents, setting her family down the path of wanting to help Harry? Was Astoria's request to learn the Patronus spell coincidence or destiny? Everything continued to point toward her being at least a part of the power. It was at once exhilarating and terrifying. Dumbledore's adamance that love was and would be the only thing that could protect Harry only validated Daphne's plan more, but she decided to think about that later. The implications were too much to focus on. Based on Harry's track record with the headmaster, she hadn't expected one subject to be discussed, but she needed to make sure. "So Dumbledore didn't say anything about your scar?" she asked. "Of course not," Harry spit out. "He really laid the love part on thick though." "Yeah," Daphne interjected, "it's interesting that he thinks you can harm Voldemort through the connection, but it doesn't work the other way around. It points to your theory being correct. My headaches would beg to differ, but yeah, it is interesting." She was sure they would review and re-review everything Harry had learned over the next week, but it was now Daphne's turn. She took a deep breath. "How much time do you have left?" she asked seriously. Harry looked at his watch. "I want to go say Iran again before practice, so about 90 minutes. She definitely had his attention. "I think Dumbledore is right about the love bit. I talked to Astoria about Expecto Patronum and it gave me an idea. It led me to doing some research and I think it may work." Harry was staring at her intensely now. It was unnerving. Expecto Patronum roughly translates to, "I await a protector." Since we're Pr. Eddie confident Voldemort's soul is the basis for your connection, I think you were right about Avada Kedavra. We'll have to use it, but that doesn't mean we can't do something to protect you and your soul. Her father had drilled into her head the importance of looking people directly in the eyes when speaking, but her resolve suddenly failed her. She shifted her focus to the desk she was sitting at and continued. "I'm going to create an additional spell. I'm calling it Tuso Patronum. Between my spell and your mother's protection already in place, I'm hoping we can shield you from Avada Kedavra." The silence seemed to last an eternity as Harry processed her proposal. She waited. Finally he spoke. "Tuso Patronum, what does that translate to?" She regained her courage and looked him in the eye. "I am your protector." After a few seconds of silence he smiled, and the past 4 days of animosity were permanently forgotten. "Okay." She smiled back, grateful that Harry kept silent on the implications on what her being able to cast such a spell could mean, what she felt for him. They would need to have that conversation at some point, for now they needed to focus. "So, next steps?" Harry finally asked. "Right," Daphne said, focusing on her notes and gathering her thoughts. "I need to learn Expecto Patronum. Really learn it. I've read all the theory, but I need to master it so I can come up with what I need to do." "Makes sense," Harry agreed. "What else?" "I'd like to learn more about how your mother saved you when you were a baby." If we are going to succeed with another Potter miracle, even it would be good to know as much as possible about the first time. I'm guessing whatever your mother did was similar to what I'm thinking. Potter miracle? He asked, a bemused expression on his face. That's what my father always called it, she replied, slightly embarrassed. If it bothers you. It's not that, he interrupted. It's just I'm so used to everyone just talking about me, what I supposedly did or will do. The boy who lived, the chosen one, all that rot. It was really down to my mother, and I'm sure my father helped as well. Potter miracle is much better than those other stupid names, much better. Daphne smiled, making a mental note to tell her parents later. So how can we do that? Harry asked, bringing them back on topic. I thought I could say it was my 7th-year project. Theorizing on the magic behind your mother's protection of you. I could use that to get access to additional research material and ask questions of my faculty sponsor. If I work it right, I can even mix in some questions about my idea. What do you think? First question, Harry replied seriously. What's a 7th-year project? Daphne stared. Was he serious? The optional project you can choose to do based on a specific magical theory or concept. Meant to start the progression toward a mastery. Also counts as extra credit toward the subject covered. You should have had a meeting with your head of house at the beginning of term explaining all this. Seriously, none of this is ringing a bell. Yeah, I remember that now, he mumbled. I think once we heard the word, Optio. No, Ron and I spent the rest of the time playing hangman. Hermione was a bit put out afterward. Merlin, you were both idiots. McGonagall should have said you could earn extra Quidditch baskets, then. You would have been hanging on her every word. Goals, he replied. What? They're called goals, not baskets. After all of that, your big takeaway was that I called it a basket instead of a goal. Well, pardon me if I didn't think taking on an optional project was the best idea, he said, suppressing a smile. I've got a fair bit on my plate at the moment. They're called goals, not baskets, she muttered in fake disgust, wadding up a blank bit of parchment and throwing it at Harry's head. You are so lucky you asked me for help, she said with a smile. Anyway, Harry continued, I'm Oka. Why with it, but we need to be very careful who the sponsor is. I can only think of one professor at Hogwarts that would work. Go on, Daphne prodded. Flitwick. He would be able to speak on the theory. And he doesn't automatically tell Dumbledore everything, which is important because as soon as he finds out about this he's going to want to stop it. Daphne could understand why Hermione got so frustrated with Harry sometimes. He was really intelligent and intuitive when he wanted to be. I was thinking about Flitwick as well, and don't worry about Dumbledore. What your mother did was a historical and unprecedented bit of magic. There is absolutely no way he can claim it isn't worthy or doesn't merit further study. As long as I can convince Flitwick, the headmaster won't be able to stop it. I have something in mind if he gets nosy. That got Harry's attention, and that is, you have enough on your plate, just leave it to me. If he ever asks you about it, just repeat, I'm not at liberty to say, and leave it at that. It will infuriate him and he won't be able to do anything about it. What if he says it risks my safety or something? I've got it all figured out, Harry. Just leave it to me, she said calmly, smiling as she thought about what she had in mind. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying, Harry said as he shook his head before changing the subject. I had an idea I could work on as well, he continued. Does it involve Quidditch? She teased. No, unfortunately, he responded, throwing the parchment wad back at her. Unlike Harry, she wasn't fast enough to avoid it hitting her in the face. She didn't care. If we could get our hands on one of the Horcruxes, I thought we could experiment on it, help test out our theory. We only have one shot at Avada Kedavra, Harry. Can't really try it out ahead of time. Quote, I know that, he said irritably. But it doesn't mean we can't try something milder, like Stupefy. It was brilliant. He was brilliant. So I cast Stupefy at you, focusing on your scar. And if the theory is correct, then the Horcrux would be affected as well. Right. She was gathering steam now. And we could try different approaches, like you trying to use your magic as well to funnel the spell through the scar to see if it has an added impact. Right. And we see how much my own focus and maybe some runes could help specifically target the Horcruxes and minimize the impact to you. I would have never come up with that, but it sounds great as well. She was buzzing now. He was brilliant. They were brilliant. We make a really good team, she blurted. He smiled. As her exuberance wore down and her logical side kicked back and a question came to mind. Do you really think that's possible though? Finding one. I do actually, he began. Remember what I said about Voldemort using trophies for his Horcruxes. If Dumbledore is right about him using things from the Founders and wanting to store them in important places to his life, well, I think there might be one at Hogwarts. Merlin, he might be right, she thought. Her enthusiasm was returning. Any idea where? Not a clue, he answered honestly. But while you're doing your bit I can work on my part. When I was near Quirrell or the diary I could. I don't know, feel something. If I can figure out places they may be in the castle I may be able to feel it. The Chamber of Secrets, she offered. Yeah, I thought of that too. I spent Friday night down there and didn't find anything. Hermione thought we had made up and I was breaking curfew with you that night, so lie about it if she asks. You've spent a lot of time on this, haven't you? She asked. Well, I couldn't have you hogging all the glory. Haven't you heard? I love the spotlight. She laughed. Besides, it's like you said. We make a good team. I need to do my part. Harry looked at his watch and immediately began packing his things up. This has been great, really great, but I have to go or I'm going to be late. Those Quidditch baskets aren't going to score themselves, you know. Idiot, she muttered as she smiled and waved goodbye. As Daphne made her way out of the Quidditch stands, she desperately struggled to contain her rage. The one thing she cared about not happening during this stupid game had happened. Not only had it happened, it was one of his own teammates that had done the deed. She wanted to throttle McLaggen. Everything had been going so well that week, she should have known it was too good to last. Ron was feeling better. She and Astoria had made it through 2 Patronus lessons without raising their voices. And she was set to meet with Flitwick on Sunday about her project. She should have known something would happen. McLaggen happened. Her brain was telling her to walk back to the castle. She could hear it on repeat. Walk back to the castle, walk back to the castle. But her feet kept moving the opposite direction, toward McLaggen. She could vaguely hear Tracy call out her name, but she ignored her. The idiot was arguing with all of his teammates, claiming he had done nothing wrong. As she approached him, her plan was set in place. It was simple, efficient and direct. He was so busy arguing he didn't even notice the vanishing spell she had subtly cast. That protective gear would have dulled the impact, and that was unacceptable. It took 3 taps on the shoulder before McLaggen stopped yelling and turned to look at her. Once she had his attention, her plan was executed to perfection and she was quickly on her way to the hospital wing to check on Harry. Miss Greengrass. The imperious voice of Professor McGonagall called out. What do you think you are doing? Kneeing McLaggen in the groin, ma'am, she calmly replied, never breaking stride. As she approached the hospital wing doors, she realized this was the second time she had visited the place in the last week. That matched the sum of the visits she had made in her first 5.5 years at the school. This was by far, in her opinion, the worst side effect of existing within Harry Potter's orbit. She pushed the doors open and spotted him immediately, asleep and peaceful. The fact Madame Pomfrey was nowhere in sight was a good sign, as it meant any crisis had been taken care of. Her logical side was appeased, but the other part of her still needed reassurance. She quickly made her way to his bedside and fully relaxed once she saw the peaceful rise and fall of his chest, signifying that he was in fact breathing. Seeing him so relaxed and serene was oddly calming. She could have stayed there the rest of the day and just watched. He's fine, Ron said from across the room. He had a cracked skull, but Madame Pomfrey fixed him up straight away, said he'd be out for a few hours though. She turned to see that Hermione was sitting with Ron, a worried expression on her face. It's horrible, isn't it? I've seen him like this so many times over the years and it never gets any easier. I'm going to strangle Cormac. Quote, who is Cormac? Thought Daphne before realizing she must mean McLaggen. No need to remember the toe rag's first name. A new voice came from the entrance doors. Daphne looked to see that the entire Gryffindor Quidditch team, except for the toe rag, was making their way toward them. No need, Hermione. My new favorite Slytherin here has already helped settle things. Well done, Greengrass, said Ginny. She looked slightly friendlier this time, although that wasn't saying much. McGonagall wants you to stop by her office later, by the way. You left too quickly for her to assign you detention. What did you do? Asked Ron, nearly bursting with anticipation. I assaulted McLaggen in a sensitive area slightly below the neck, she meekly answered. Ron looked. Ed very pleased while Hermione seemed to be trying, and failing, to look scandalized. It's a pity that keepers wear so much protection, Ron said through his laughter. You could have really driven the point home. I may have also vanished his padding before the assault, Daphne clarified, doing her best not to smile. Legend. Ron shouted. Hermione had given up all pretense of looking disappointed and was now chuckling. Daphne turned to see that the entire herd of Gryffindors were beaming as well. This had to be a first, a Slytherin not only becoming a hero to the House of Lions but doing so for assaulting one of their own. Having that many people in scarlet and gold smiling at her just felt wrong. Good but wrong. She noticed that Ginny was now looking down at her and Harry's enjoined hands. When did she start holding his hand? She quickly let go and made her way over to Ron and Hermione, suddenly uncomfortable in the spotlight. How are you feeling, Ron? She asked. Fine, fine, he answered. Pomfrey said I can escape in a day or two, no permanent damage done. Lucky Harry thought of the bazaar so quickly, a minute or so more and it could have been curtains. Wait, Daphne interjected. Harry was the one who thought of the bazaar. Let me guess, Ginny chimed in affectionately as she made her way to Ron's bedside. Harry just mentioned the bazaar and not the fact that he was the one who thought of it while Slughorn was panicking. It's nice to meet you by the way, Ginny continued as she stuck out her hand. I'm Ginny. Daphne could tell she was doing her best to be friendly. She was pretty. Too pretty. Right in one. I should have known. Daphne responded as she shook Ginny's hand. Please call me Daphne, Harry has told me a lot about you. Entirely too much in Daphne's opinion. Really? Ginny asked, seemingly pleased and sad at the same time. He's a good friend, she continued, glancing back at Harry's bed. She definitely fancies Harry, Daphne mused. Annoyed that she turned out to be so friendly, pretty and non-hateable. She heard the doors open behind her and watched Ginny's expression change to one of annoyance when she spotted the cause. Dauphin. He recognized him as another Gryffindor in her year. Thomas, she remembered. She had no clue whether it was his first or last name. Got to go, Ginny said as she gave one final mournful glance at Harry. Tell him I stopped by. She watched as Thomas moved to grab Ginny's hand immediately, shooting a resentful look Harry's way. At the very least Thomas thought Ginny fancied Harry. I should go as well, she stated as she got to her feet. I'll check back in later. She quickly made her way to the door, waved goodbye and watched as the entire Gryffindor Quidditch team waved back. It was very odd. As she exited the doors she pulled out her coin and gave it a tap. I stopped by but you were asleep. Send a message when you're awake so I can yell at you properly for getting hurt. If you promise to be conscious at the end of your next match I'll think about wearing your jersey. As crazy as it seemed she meant it. Maybe she could charm it to be less Gryffindorish. Burgundy and gold did not suit her complexion and would infuriate her housemates so that needed to go. Green and silver would be fine as long as it said Potter on the back. That was the important bit. Daphne didn't get to see Harry until the next day and despite herself she was entirely too nice to him. There was no reprimanding or scolding, only fussing. She was so disappointed in herself because she did not fuss. Harry didn't seem to mind though. She honestly did not mind either. He and Ron had been a nice distraction before her meeting with Professor Flitwick. Hello Miss Greengrass. The professor chirped enthusiastically, waving for her to sit. I must say I was quite surprised at your request, he continued while pouring them tea and smiling. Not for the first time Daphne wished he was the head of her house. I appreciate you taking the time to meet with me Professor, she stated cordially. Not a problem, he assured as he hopped onto his seat. I've read your thesis and feel I must warn you though. Since Lily Potter's sacrifice I've had at least one student propose such a topic every year only to change their mind later. The headmaster has typically discouraged students from continuing. And the information available is scarce. Of course, she mused. Harry was right. Dumbledore was definitely up to something. You only said warn, Professor, Daphne observed. Does that mean Old still sponsor me if I choose to continue? Flitwick considered her as he steepled his tiny fingers. I'd like to know why you've chosen such a project. Your grades have always been exemplary, but I never thought you had much of a passion for the subject. As I understand it, you are planning on focusing on your family business once you graduate. I would think if anything you would choose to attend a Muggle business school after Hogwarts. He didn't look suspicious or patronizing, he genuinely wanted to know. Flitwick struck her as a checkers player. She decided to be as honest as she could be. I'm not doing it for a mastery, she answered. I'm mainly doing it for Harry. What his mother did was important and I'd like him to know as much as he can. And if I'm being totally honest, I'd also like the extra credit. It felt like an eternity as she waited for the professor to respond. He finally broke her gaze and looked down at his desk, grabbing what looked to be some sort of planner. Mondays, Wednesdays and Thursdays are very busy for me, but we can set times to meet any other day that works for you. I would propose we schedule an hour a week to start and increase as necessary. Thank you, sir, she blurted. She couldn't wait to tell Harry. You are welcome, Miss Greengrass, he answered kindly. I must admit my answer would probably have been different had you given any other explanation. I must warn you, however, he continued, I will need to submit your project to the headmaster. You will more than likely be summoned to his office in the next few days for a discussion. I will be more than happy to attend any meeting you may have. Thank you, sir, she replied honestly. You are doing so much already, I think I should handle it myself. He nodded and smiled. She took a sip of tea and continued. Is this going to cause problems for you with the headmaster? Helping me with this? Oh, most certainly, he squeaked. But what is life without a few problems from time to time? Quote, definitely a checkers player. She was at dinner the next day when she finally received the message she had been waiting for. I'm free. Can't wait to eat anywhere but in my hospital bed. What is it with that coin anyway? Tracy asked. It's always in your hand and now I catch you smiling at it. I know you love thinking about money, but it's not normal behavior. Daphne had to stop herself from blurting out the truth, realizing the coin was covered under the oath. Harry gave it to me, she answered vaguely. So far so good, definitely not a lie, yet. She quickly provided the fictional backstory she had come up with. When he wanted to meet me the first time, I asked him what was in it for me. He gave me the galleon as a joke. He said it was a bribe and that there was more where that came from if I gave him a chance. I guess it just reminds me of him. That was most definitely a lie, but it seemed to do the trick as Tracy's expression turned dreamy and she sighed. I seriously need to get a boyfriend. Daphne smiled to herself, looking forward to seeing Harry walking through the doors in a few minutes. They wouldn't be able to meet that night, but it would be good to see him on his feet again. Miss Greengrass. She suddenly heard her head of house sneer behind her. The headmaster has requested a meeting as soon as you are finished with dinner. Dumbledore had the worst timing. Of course, she replied calmly. I'll be just a few minutes if that is all right. With a nod, Snape swooped back to the front table. What was that about? Tracy asked. Dumbledore being nosy. Turns out when you date Harry Potter you become very interesting to the headmaster. It's fine, she said reassuringly. You sound as if you were expecting this to happen, Tracy continued. I was, Daphne confirmed. I got a bit of a taste of it when Harry and I were leaving with my parents. Harry warned me it wouldn't be the last time. Tell me you didn't go all businessy on him, Tracy pleaded. It was the term Tracy used when Daphne discussed the training she had received from her parents. I definitely went full on businessy and it was brilliant, she said, smiling at the memory. You're actually looking forward to this, aren't you? Tracy asked, clearly mortified. Just a little, Daphne lied. She was really looking forward to it. Absolutely mental, Tracy muttered, shaking her head. As she prepared to get up, she subtly tapped her coin and sent Harry a message. I've been summoned to the headmaster's office. Wish me luck. Within minutes they were in front of a massive gargoyle statue. She listened as Snape uttered the password, the name of some Muggle candy, and rolled her eyes. It was clear he used silly passwords to take people off guard, to make himself seem harmless. Despite herself, she was impressed. The little things sometimes made all the difference. Luckily for Daphne, her father had told her all of Dumbledore's tricks. As she began the trek up the steps, she felt the coin in her hand warm and glanced down at the message. I actually feel sorry for Dumbledore. Go easy on him. She smiled briefly before gathering herself and entering the office. Just a moment, just a moment. Dumbledore said kindly as he finished up writing something. While she waited, she realized Dumbledore's phoenix was there and it was staring at her. They seemed to be appraising her. After a few seconds, the bird gave her a pleasant chirp and she could feel that she had received the bird's approval. Magic really was brilliant. My apologies for interrupting your dinner, Miss Greengrass. He began pleasantly. I will try not to keep you long as I believe you have a small inter-house study group that meets on Mondays. Okay, that was impressive. She wondered how he knew such a thing until remembering the portraits hanging throughout the library. It's not a problem, sir. Have I done something wrong? She asked naively. Is this about Mr. McLaggen? She heard Snape muffling a chuckle in her periphery. No, Dumbledore assured with a smile. I believe Professor McGonagall's punishment for your impassioned defense of Harry was sufficient. I trust it won't happen again. Yes, sir, she lied. She would do it again in a heartbeat if necessary. I'd actually like to discuss the project you've chosen for your 7th-year thesis, he stated seriously. The silence dragged on as the headmaster waited for her to volunteer an explanation. She remained silent, avoiding making eye contact as much as possible. She did not think he would try using passive legitimacy, but it never hurt to be cautious. While she waited for the headmaster to continue, she chanced a glance at the phoenix. She couldn't be sure, but Fawkes seemed to be thoroughly enjoying himself. Finally, Dumbledore broke the self-imposed silence. I'd like to suggest you choose a more appropriate topic for your project, he said calmly, handing her a parchment listing several similar but much more general topics. She pretended to read through and consider the listing before replying. While these look interesting, I think I'll stick with my original idea, she answered simply. Many people have chosen something similar in the past and unfortunately have not found enough information to continue, he said in his most sorrowful tone. I'd hate to see you waste valuable time that could be used towards something more productive. I understand, she replied. Your concern is appreciated. It was clear that Dumbledore was expecting her to continue explaining as they sat in silence once again. The phoenix was full on smiling now, she was sure of it. You'd be willing to risk such a setback toward the start of your mastery. Are you sure that's wise? She had to hand it to him. He genuinely sounded concerned for her future. She was going to enjoy this bit. Oh, I have no interest in pursuing a charms mastery, sir. I'm doing this mostly for Harry's sake. Daphne thought she detected a twitch of surprise on the headmaster's face before he composed himself. Quickly she saw a small smile of triumph. I'm afraid that isn't very fair to Professor Flitwick, he stated with a tone of disapproval. I'm sure you understand how valuable all of our faculty's time is. Surely you would agree it isn't fair to ask for Professor Flitwick's time and attention if you have no interest in furthering your studies in charms after Hogwarts. I couldn't agree more, sir, she said, trying to look as serious as possible. That's why I was totally upfront with my motivations with Professor Flitwick. He was more than happy to help. It was quite refreshing. Do not smile, Daphne, she reminded herself. She swore she could feel the phoenix laughing now. This time she wouldn't let the silence grow. She felt like turning the knife just a bit. He feels very much like me. It's disgraceful how little Harry knows about his family or the nature of his mother's sacrifice. I'm sure you would agree Harry deserves to know everything he can. Quote. Daphne could think of only one more argument he could make at this point. He didn't disappoint. Of course, he replied reassuringly, but I'm Afra. Delving into such information could put Harry's life in jeopardy. The more that is known publicly about the protection his mother provided, the more it could be exploited to be used against Harry. I know we both would agree Harry's safety should take priority. Absolutely, she replied immediately. That's why I swore a blood oath not to reveal anything I learn to anyone before I make my presentation at the end of next year, and only then if Harry gives his consent. It was subtle, but she could tell the headmaster did not look pleased. Are you sure that is wise? He looked very concerned. Quote, blood oaths are something not to be taken lightly and carry great risk. Are your parents aware? Yes, sir, she answered immediately. They've offered their full support as well. I would have never do such an agreement without them being aware. Dumbledore looked stunned to silence. Time for the capper. Harry and I can't even disclose any of my findings with you until June of next year. It's all For Harry's safety, as you rightly put it. The silence was back and growing as she could tell she had won this round. Eventually she looked at her watch and spoke. Is there anything else, Headmaster? I'm afraid I'm going to be late for my study group. As she went to stand up, Dumbledore finally spoke. There is one other thing, Miss Greengrass. It will just take a moment. He was smiling pleasantly again. That wasn't a good sign. Professor Snape has informed me that your father's business has recently begun selling basilisk venom as well as other related items, he began, the grandfatherly tone well and truly back. She had to give him credit, she hadn't expected that. He was good. She told herself to stay calm and wait for the headmaster to continue. As I'm sure you are aware, such a thing is extremely rare. I believe it has never been available in my lifetime, which is quite a long time, he chuckled good-naturedly. He paused again, waiting for her explanation. She crossed her legs and remained silent. I was hoping you could share where your father procured such a magnificent find, he finally asked. She knew Dumbledore had pieced it together, that she and Harry had managed to get the basilisk out of Hogwarts and to her father. She also realized he had no proof and would never admit there was a basilisk in Hogwarts to her, therefore she could pretend to be blissfully ignorant. My father was quite excited when the opportunity to procure such a thing fell into his lap, but you would have to ask him where it came from. I would never reveal the source even if I knew. If you are interested in making a purchase, I'd be happy to put you in contact. She made a point of looking at her watch once again. If there is nothing else, I really need to get going. At the headmaster's reluctant nod, she quickly stood up to leave. As she headed for the stairs, she heard the phoenix give a happy chirp goodbye and she waved. She wasn't sure if she was considered tier-worthy yet, but she had made a solid start. Daphne was very proud of herself. With the exception of her promise not to harm McLaggen again, she hadn't lied once. Technically she had entered into a blood oath, the fact he had it had nothing to do with her project findings was beside the point. Okay, maybe she had lied a little bit more than once. She looked forward to sharing the discussion with Harry and quickly pulled out her coin, tapping a message. It's over. That was kind of fun. As she pushed the library doors open, her coin warmed with Harry's reply. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. 3 weeks had passed since the official approval of her project, and Daphne had thrown herself into researching anything and everything she could find on Lily Potter's sacrifice. Flitwick hadn't been wrong. Besides the speculative articles in the Daily Prophet at the time, there was precious little academic research available on what had actually happened. Either no one really had tried to sort out what she had done, or they were keeping it to themselves. Even her father and his mysterious library had been little help. After 2 weeks of trying, and failing, to find much established research, the next week was spent learning about other similar magic. There had to be something. Lily Potter could not have been the first parent willing to sacrifice her own life for a child, but why and how had it protected Harry? She'd come up with a theory and hoped Flitwick would let her run with it. Not only was it plausible, but if she played her cards right, it would be the perfect way to hopefully weave in questions about Harry's forehead problem. Daphne couldn't help but smile to herself as she arrived at the professor's office. His pleasantness and enthusiasm for learning were a welcome contrast to the gloom and doom of her own head of house. Snape was monotone and morose, and Flitwick was squeaking in excitement. Also, his tea was much better. She sometimes wondered if Snape purposely made his taste foul simply so people would leave his office sooner. Hello. He welcomed her cheerfully, handing over her now standard cup. I fear I know the answer, but were you able to learn anything new? Not much, she confirmed. It's exactly as you said. Besides the Prophet articles, no one seems to talk about what happened. I had a thought after our last meeting and have been studying something else though, she offered. I've been researching what I think are similar types of magic, unbreakable vows and blood oaths specifically. Other magic that involves potential sacrifice. She paused to review her notes and gather her thoughts. As she looked up, she noticed that Professor Flitwick was now leaning forward, anxiously awaiting for her to continue. Violating an unbreakable vow or a blood oath results in death. That started me thinking about why that is. She paused again to take a drink before continuing, fighting down the potential embarrassment of Flitwick dismissing her idea outright. It was the me feeling that always drove her to keep her hand down in class despite almost always knowing the answer. It was dumb and irrational, but she hated looking foolish in front of others. She had to give Hermione credit. The girl could be insufferably obnoxious at times in class, especially when she was younger, but Hermione didn't care what others thought. She snapped herself out of self-doubt. This was important. Much more important than worrying about her peers chuckling at a missed answer. She carried on. You can't be tricked or be forced into an unbreakable vow or blood oath, you have to agree to the specific actions. Harry didn't choose to compete in the Triwizard Tournament, but that was because the magic in the Goblet of Fire was tricked. The only magic in vows or oaths comes from the people involved. Flitwick was almost bouncing in his chair at this point, clearly interested in where she was headed. So what does that tell you? I think it's about intent, purposeful, planned out actions that result in real sacrifice. The ultimate sacrifice. You have to logically know and accept the consequences for such an act, she stated tentatively. Very good. Flitwick enthused. I've always believed that intent is the key to our magic. What do you think that means to Lily Potter's sacrifice? Here was the part that had been niggling at her brain, the bit that didn't make sense. She had tried to put herself in Lily Potter's place. If Daphne was faced with Voldemort wanting to kill her child, of course she would spontaneously block his path and beg for mercy, willingly sacrificing herself for her child. That wasn't a sacrifice, it would be as normal as breathing for a loving parent. She had no doubt her parents would have done so without thought or remorse. Virtually right parent would place such a spell on their children if it was that simple to protect them at the moment they thought they were going to die. And then there was the basis for creating a Horcrux. 1h. Add to knowingly and purposely end someone's life to preserve a piece of your own soul. A life for a life, knowingly and willingly planned and executed. That added to her theory, but she purposely did not share it with Flitwick. I think that Lily and maybe even James Potter magically sacrificed their lives well before that night. I think that even if Voldemort had never attacked them, Lily Potter would have died prematurely at some point based on her commitment, that she cursed herself before that night to protect Harry. She may have already been dying at the time they were attacked. Voldemort just sped up the process. If Harry's father had done the same thing, he would have provided even more protection. Daphne paused again before continuing on to the next reason. She knew she was being dumb and irrational again. That all the professors knew about Astoria's condition, but she hated talking about it, acknowledging it. She realized she had unconsciously bowed her head and looked back. To Flitwick, who was patiently waiting for her to continue. There's one more piece that makes me think I may be right. I believe all of the Hogwarts staff is aware of Astoria's condition. She asked, waiting for Flitwick's remorseful nod before continuing. I'm not entirely aware of what my ancestors did to allow for such a curse, but in discussing it with my family it was made clear that it had to be something abhorrent and unforgivable. To have your family suffer such a punishment, the act would have to be severe, reprehensible, permanent. A life for a life, or in your family's case, lives. The professor sadly finished her thought. Exactly, Daphne confirmed. I think Lily and perhaps even James Potter did something similar, but in reverse. They willingly cursed themselves in a way similar to what my sister is afflicted with, but they did it to allow Harry to be protected. They knowingly shortened their own lives for Harry. It's the only logical thing I can come up with to explain how Harry was saved. Flitwick nodded in understanding. So you think the execution is similar, but the intent and emotion behind the spell was entirely different. Both spells ended with the same result, shortened lifespan. But each was based on completely opposite ends of the emotional spectrum. One on the willingness to end a life and the other on saving a life. Yes, she nervously confirmed. What do you think? She watched as Flitwick steepled his fingers, a now familiar act meaning he was deep in thought. Finally he spoke. I believe what you posited is the most logical theory I have ever heard on the matter. You may ultimately be incorrect, but it will make for a most fascinating thesis. She breathed a sigh of relief as Flitwick continued. I noticed you mentioned the word, logic, and planning, multiple times, but only briefly touched on the emotional component involved. Do you believe it is not as crucial? The question surprised her. It had been obvious to her from the outset that emotions were crucial, but she hadn't thought much about it beyond that. Flitwick was right, she had focused almost solely on the dispassionate planning and execution involved. I think the emotion is obviously necessary. It has to be there, but it either is or isn't, she replied matter-of-factly. He leaned back in his chair, his fingers still steepled, still thinking. You mentioned last week that Mr. Potter has been teaching you and your sister Expecto Patronum. How are you progressing? Daphne had no clue how that was relevant, but she trusted Flitwick had a good reason for asking. She hated to admit the truth though. Not well, for me at least, she answered sullenly. Astoria can manage a very strong shield at this point, and Harry thinks she is close to conjuring a corporeal Patronus. The best I can do is manage a mist, she grudgingly confessed. Tracy was also further along than Daphne, and it was infuriating. If you don't mind sharing, Flitwick interjected, what memory are you using? I trust him. It's okay, she told herself. He was willing to help and she needed to share if he thought it was relevant, no matter how personal the question was. I remember. How relieved I was when Astoria was sorted into Hufflepuff and not Slytherin. I had been worried she would be based on our family's history and wanting to be with me, but it wouldn't have been right for her. We Slytherins are, as a rule, way too cynical and calculating for Astoria's tastes. She would have gone mental, she answered with a chuckle. Flitwick continued his questioning. That seems like a very positive memory, but I'm not sure it is strong enough. Were you overwhelmed with joy? Would you have been utterly devastated if your sister had been sorted into Slytherin? No, she answered immediately. I would have been upset, but Astoria is a survivor and would have handled it well, I'm sure. He nodded knowingly. Based on your personality, I'm guessing you have studied the theory and execution of the spell thoroughly. Much more than your sister or Mr. Potter have ever done. Would you agree? Daphne nodded. Remember what we have been talking about, Daphne, he continued. Intent is the key, and it has always been my belief that intent is based almost entirely on emotion. For your Patronus to work, you will have to allow yourself to feel more, something much stronger and vital to your happiness. Without that, Mr. Potter could instruct you for another year and you will not progress much further. It struck her that he had addressed her using her first name and knew it was intentional. This was personal, important, vital to what he wanted her to understand. There is something, she began, thinking about it makes me happier than anything else, overwhelms me as you put it. The problem is it isn't real. It isn't a memory, just something I wish could happen. Flitwick smiled at her encouragingly, silently urging her to continue. I dream about Astoria being cured and living a full and long life. It would make me happier than anything else, but it's just that, a dream, she said sadly. Harry had explained the Patronus doesn't have to be based on a real memory. The feelings behind the thought are the important bit, and using a memory is the easiest way to access those feelings for most people. I tried thinking about Astoria being cured a few times, but the results were even worse. Because you don't believe it is possible, he replied simply. As happy as it makes you to think about the possibility a part of you is still hopeless, this hopelessness is holding you back. She bowed her head and nodded, stubbornly focusing on the teacup in her hands. No matter how happy the idea made her, it was drowned out by the disbelief it could ever happen. She hated talking about this, thinking about this. I assume you are aware that I am part goblin? He asked. Daphne looked up, thrown by the seeming randomness of the question. Yes. The height and the ears kind of give it away, she blurted. Yes. It is quite difficult to conceal, he said with a smile before continuing. I didn't think I would be able to attend Hogwarts because of my heritage. I have AYS been looked down upon because of it, and my parents made it very clear that it was a virtual impossibility, that no one with goblin heritage had ever been accepted to the school, he said sadly. Quote, we didn't have much money, but they somehow had already made arrangements for me to be privately tutored, he continued. I even wrote a letter to the headmaster pleading with him to be enrolled. I did. Think I had a chance, but I wanted it so badly, for me and my family. I have never wanted anything more before or since, he stated matter-of-factly. Receiving my acceptance letter, that is the memory I used to conjure my Patronus. Hearing my mother's shriek of excitement and seeing my father crying with joy, it is still overwhelming to me when I think about it. He paused, seemingly confirming his prior statement. If I had been privately tutored, I would most assuredly have to use something else for my Patronus. The dream of attending Hogwarts would not have worked no matter how strong. The feelings involved precisely for the reasons you have identified. It wouldn't have worked because I didn't truly believe it, the dream of it wasn't realistic, he surmised. I'm telling you this Because I believe your theory on the Potter's magic is similar. Lily Potter was a brilliant witch and I am sure she spent countless hours researching what could be done for her son. But beyond that she would have to be totally and utterly consumed with the desire to save him for the spell to have worked. Any selfishness or thoughts of self-preservation would have doomed Mr. Potter. Thank you, sir, she finally replied after sitting in quiet contemplation. You've given me a lot to think about, she said honestly, already contemplating the impact it could have to her plan with Harry. Daphne spent the next few days trying, and failing, to come up with something else to use for Expecto Patronum. She was now on the way to her next session with Harry and was no closer to finding something to say than she was after her meeting with Flitwick. She was annoyed and frustrated and knew for a fact no progress would be made tonight because of it. She was quietly thankful Tracy said she wouldn't be able to attend. That was one less person who would see her fail miserably again. She pushed the classroom door open to find Harry, and only Harry was there. Where is Astoria? She asked. She was always the first to arrive and despite herself Daphne immediately became worried. I thought it would be best if we worked one-on-one tonight, he replied. You seem to be getting more frustrated loss. T-week and seeing Astoria improving wasn't helping. Astoria agreed. She asked disbelievingly. Astoria was so close to conjuring a corporeal Patronus last week that she didn't think anything would keep her sister from continuing. I told her it would do her good to clear her head for a week before making the final push, that recharging my batteries by taking a break helped me make the last step, he explained. Harry, that's a lie, he said, finishing her thought. I know that and you know that, but Astoria doesn't. It was the best I could come up with, and it can't hurt anything. It was a good idea, she confirmed honestly. If you had asked her to take a break for my sake she would have laughed at you, and if you had told me your plan ahead of time I would have been too stubborn to let you. He smiled, genuinely pleased at her approval, and a slight bit of her frustration melted away. As smart as you were I don't think it's going to do much good though, she said resignedly. Flitwick asked me about our progress and made it clear to me that I need to come up with a better memory, but so far I've drawn a blank and it's only served to annoy me more, she said, flopping down in a nearby chair. No pressure, Daphne, he stated simply. We can just try different things out for a bit and see if anything gets better results. And so they did. For the next 60 minutes she thought of anything and everything she could think of that would work, focusing on the feelings and less on the specific thoughts behind the memory. Her initial attempts were a definite improvement. But as the minutes ticked by her progress degraded and her frustration mounted. That's it, she finally muttered, dropping her wand onto a nearby desk and sinking back into a chair in frustration. I give up for the night. No, Harry firmly replied. There is no point, she shot back. I'm getting worse again. If you ever have to actually use this spell it won't be in a quiet classroom with a friend, he interrupted. You're going to be desperate and terrified and feel completely alone. Whatever Flitwick told you was working but you are getting in your own way now. Don't do that, he stat. Ed as if it was the easiest thing in the world. I know, she replied in frustration, burying her face in her hands. She hated failing at anything and the fact that this was so important only made it worse. Remember what I said. No pressure, Harry repeated his earlier words quietly while placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, instantly calming her. She nodded her head and sat quietly for a few minutes. At some point she realized she was no longer frustrated, that she believed him and was willing to try again. She was struck with an idea. Without another thought she grabbed her wand, closed her eyes, and muttered the incantation, focusing on the positive feelings Harry's reassurance had provided and nothing else. Her eyes were still closed but she could feel that it had worked. She opened her eyes and saw a solid shield to rival Astoria's best effort from the prior week. How the hell did you do that? Harry blurted. It sounded so corny in her mind but she knew it was true. I thought less and felt more, she said simply. As Astoria always tells me and you just repeated I was inside my head. Well whatever it was it worked and as Hermione would be happy to confirm I always think it's best not to overthink things, he joked. Daphne was so exhilarated by her sudden improvement she insisted they continue on before she fell back into her old habits. After another 60 minutes passed she could feel the drain on her body caused by attempting the spell multiple times but it had not yet affected the spell's strength. Brilliant, Daphne. Harry exclaimed at her latest attempt. You look exhausted, but I can't tell any difference in your shield. Really well done. She nodded her appreciation, once again sinking down into a chair, much more content than the last time. As happy as she was, she stubbornly wished that she could come up with one last idea to push her over the top. She closed her eyes and thought about Flitwick's advice once more. She had spent 16 years purposely not being overwhelmed by her emotions, but to make that final leap she knew that was the key. And suddenly she saw it. She was sitting at home in her kitchen working on summer assignments, and Harry was there. Standing at the counter stirring something in a bowl and concentrating on a nearby book. The Greengrass house elves were watching from another room, looking scandalized at the mess he was making in their kitchen, while Winky seemed to be forcing herself not to help him. Thinking about that simple future did the trick. It felt overwhelming, and most importantly she believed it was going to happen. She and Harry were going to make it happen. Daphne kept her eyes closed and muttered the incantation once again. She caught a breath as the spell seemed to consume her. Holy shit, she heard Harry exclaim. Now that is a Patronus. She kept her eyes closed a moment more, reveling in the warmth and comfort the spell had created inside her. Finally she opened her eyes and was shocked at what she saw. Butterfly, she dumbly exclaimed as she watched her Patronus floating in front of Harry as he smiled and looked on. The butterfly seemed to be very seriously guarding him from any and all perceived threats. You realize Astoria is never going to let you live down the fact that your Patronus is a sparkly butterfly? He asked as he reached out to touch the apparition, calming the Patronus immediately. That's okay, Daphne replied exuberantly. I can just remind her that I was first. The next week passed quickly for Daphne as she threw herself into developing Tuso Patronum. Flitwick's encouragement of her theory and emphasis on the emotion had propelled her forward by leaps and bounds. She had spent all her free time either on her own schoolwork or in researching anything and everything she could find on the impacts of emotion on spellcasting. It had been a tenet of the Expecto Patronum study, but now it was her laser focus. The only contact with Harry had been through short updates back and forth using their coins. He apparently had a lead on a Horcrux, and between his classwork, Quidditch and his Horcrux quest he was equally as busy. He had made hymns elf so scarce that Hermione had actually tracked her down several times in the library in hopes of finding him. Daphne was grateful that Tracy wasn't quite so persistent. Daphne instinctively made a habit of seeking Harry out visually at meals in the Great Hall and noticed that Ginny had begun sitting with Harry and his friends instead of with Thomas. Despite her best intentions, this annoyed Daphne greatly. As productive as the week had been, it was difficult not spending time with Harry. She had grown so close to him in such a short period of time, closer than she ever would have imagined. Since they had started working together, she had done her best to not think about how it felt like so much more than simple friendship, and until recently had been relatively successful. When she had told her mother any thoughts of romance could wait, she meant it. But this past week, having her feelings of a future with Harry literally create her Patronus made it impossible to ignore. Flitwick had been right, it was overwhelming. Whatever she was feeling was overwhelming, and now that it was out it couldn't simply be put back in its box, and she wouldn't do it even if she could. This was no longer about helping end Voldemort. It was only about Harry. About saving Harry. She wasn't afraid of being the power he knows not anymore. If anything, she was afraid the prophecy didn't refer to her. Because if it didn't, it meant they could be wrong. And if they were wrong, Harry might die. He couldn't die. Another Patronus lesson was scheduled for the evening, and Daphne and Harry had planned on meeting afterward. To Daphne's surprise, she was the first to arrive, her eagerness to see Harry unconsciously driving her to get there a full 15 minutes early. She felt bad for not waiting on Tracy, but she couldn't help herself. She wanted to see him. Well, if it isn't Madame Butterfly, Astoria said smugly as she entered the room. I'm sorry, Astoria, could you repeat that? I couldn't Are you over the sound of me learning the spell first? She shot back immediately, matching Astoria's smug expression. Astoria glared. Who is Madame Butterfly anyway? Daphne asked. I think it's a Muggle singer, Astoria said with a shrug. I remembered Mum and Dad saying they were going to see her. So is that my new nickname then? Daphne asked bemusedly. No. It would just remind me you managed it first, and that's maddening. Astoria answered with a tone of disgust. So let's see it then, she finally commanded, folding her arms in anticipation. Daphne had practiced the spell multiple times over the last week. Partially so she could better understand the feelings behind the spell and partially because she knew Astoria would make her do it to prove she had really succeeded. If she failed now she would never live it down. She once again thought of her imagined future and muttered the incantation. The silvery butterfly flowed out of her wand and immediately scanned the room before disappearing through the open doorway. Where is it going? Astoria asked. No clue, Daphne answered honestly. When I did it the first night it stuck around but ever since then it does that. Conbute. Our flies look intense because that butterfly looked intense, Astoria commented. Maybe it's out looking for a threat. She theorized. Daphne shrugged. Inexplicably the Patronus elegantly floated back into the room, closely trailed by Harry. Showing off Daphne. Sending it to find me because I'm a few minutes late. He joked. I was just proving to the skeptic here that I could actually do it. Daphne answered. What happened when it saw you, Harry? Astoria asked knowingly as the butterfly dissipated. It seemed to be looking around until it saw me, then it floated over and sort of escorted me the rest of the way, he answered. Oh my Daphne, it looks like you have some competition, Astoria said, her smug expression returning in full force. What are you on about? She asked. I think you. Our Patronus fancies Harry and she's rather brazen about it, Astoria said, waggling her eyebrows suggestively. Shut up Astoria, Daphne spit back, realizing Astoria was most likely not far off the mark. She could not bring herself to look at Harry to see his reaction. Thanks so much for waiting on me Daphne, Tracy suddenly interrupted irritably as she walked into the room before noticing Daphne's angry expression. What's going on? Daphne's Patronus is in love with Harry and Daphne's jealous, Astoria volunteered. She seemed to be enjoying herself. Daphne has nothing to be jealous about. Harry interjected before raising his wand and calmly incanting Expecto Patronum. Daphne watched as Harry's Patronus burst forth and immediately trotted to her side, ducking its head affectionately toward her. She unconsciously reached out her hand and immediately felt that now familiar warmth return, reminding her of when they performed the blood oath and when she cast her own Patronus. It was so familiar but somehow different. She closed her eyes and let it fill her up. I really need to get a boyfriend, she heard Tracy mutter in disgust, causing Daphne to laugh. The warmth disappeared and she knew the Patronus had vanished. She immediately missed it. Harry quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her down into a nearby seat. Since you are an expert on Expecto Patronum, let's see what you've got Astoria, he instructed. He began tracing circles on her hand with his thumb and she instantly relaxed again, a version of the warmth returning. She slid her chair slightly closer, resisting the urge to rest her head on his shoulder and settling for leaning into his side. It was enough. It was brilliant. 90 minutes later the session was over and Harry and Daphne were slowly walking together, still holding hands. Despite it being a ruse, Harry's advice to Astoria apparently had done the trick. Refreshed and re-energized, Astoria was able to successfully conjure her own corporeal Patronus, a gazelle, after a mere 30 minutes and quickly declared that a gazelle made for a much better Patronus than a butterfly. Tracy still had not made the final step, but with the insight and encouragement of the other three she was very close at session's end. So where are we going? Daphne finally asked. As much as she wanted to spend a little pointless time with Harry, she knew that they needed to talk about their progress. Harry quickly pulled her into a side room and cast Muffaliato. Remember the room I mentioned from last year? Where we held the DA meetings? I wanted to check the room for a Horcrux. I meant to go last night but Hermione wouldn't let me out of her sight, he said irritably. Daphne instantly became excited. From the moment Harry had told her about the room of requirement, she desperately wanted to see it, but Harry had purposely avoided telling its location or how to enter. Some nonsense about needing to be careful and avoid raising suspicion. Apparently that was over. Doesn't the room change though? She asked. Are you just going to ask for the room with the Horcrux? It can't be that easy, can it? She asked disbelievingly. Dobby said the elves have a room to store all the lost items they've come across over the years. All I need to do is think of that and it should change into that, he answered. I have no clue if there will be anything there, but it's worth a shot. Is that what you've been doing this past week? Searching different rooms? Yeah, that and talking to the ghosts which has been thoroughly depressing, let me tell you, he replied morosely, shaking his head. Ghosts. I thought they might be able to help with places to look and what the founders could have created. Like Gryffindor's sword, she interjected. Exactly, he confirmed. I'm pretty sure about Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket from that memory Dumbledore showed me, but I thought there might be something else. I got an idea for Ravenclaw from the Grey Lady. Makes sense, Daphne agreed. If anyone knows, it would be her daughter. You knew that? Harry asked incredulously. How did you know that? Because the bloody Baron never shuts up about her. Everyone thinks he's sinister and menacing, but he's just pouting because she still won't give him the time of day. They also mention it in a book about Hogwarts. It's called Hogwarts. A History, Harry interrupted. Yeah, I know that one. So anyway, he continued, I guess Lady Ravenclaw had a diadem that provided wisdom to the wearer. Turns out the Grey Lady told Tom Riddle where it was WH. And he was a student here, so there is a good chance it's one of the Horcruxes. I think. I don't know, he said as he shook his head. He looked tired. I've looked everywhere else I can think of in the castle, and this room of hidden things is the last on my list. Room of hidden things. That's what Dobby called it. I mean, hidden is in the title. It seemed like a logical place to look, right? Solid reasoning. Let's go, she said with a smirk, pulling him up and out of the room. They walked in silence for several minutes before Daphne spoke. She had promised herself she wouldn't mention it, but failed miserably at sticking to her promise. So, I noticed Ginny seems to be hanging around with you more often, she said as nonchalantly as possible, pretending she was just making idle conversation. Yeah, he responded, raising an eyebrow questioningly. She ended it with her boyfriend last week. We spent a lot of time together over the summer, so I guess she's kind of gravitated back to the group. Is that a problem? Because it really isn't. She thinks you're brilliant and definitely believes we're a couple. She told me. It's not that, it's just, you're really going to make me say it, aren't you? Daphne was an idiot. She was going to say it out loud, and she was an idiot. Apparently I am, because I have no idea what you are going to say, he joked. He was far too amused for Daphne's liking. She quickly pulled him into a nearby classroom and continued. I think she fancies you all right. I think she fancies you, and it bothers me, she blurted out before she lost her courage. She gathered herself and continued talking more quietly. I know we were just pretending to date, but it's more than that to me now. I'm not sure what it is exactly, but it is so much more than that. So I think she fancies you, and thinking that you might fancy her or anyone else is doing my head in. I realize I have no right, and we have more important things to deal with right now, but I can't help it. Daphne stared at the ceiling. She didn't want to look at him. She had said it, she couldn't believe she had, but it was too late to turn back now. I don't fancy Ginny, he said calmly. I mean, I did. If she would have broken up with Dean a few months ago, I would have been thrilled. But not now. Everything has changed. Suddenly it was back again, that feeling of being overwhelmed. The OT. Per day I was out after curfew under the invisibility cloak, he continued. There were 2 7th-year prefects patrolling together. One of them, that Ravenclaw git, mentioned you and what he wanted to do with you. It took everything in me not to curse him then and there. I was really angry. Carmichael, she thought in annoyance. It had to be Carmichael. Part of Daphne wished Harry hadn't held back. Maybe then he'd stop staring at her all the time. Harry was the only one allowed to stare at her. Can you look at me? He pleaded, grabbing her hand. She looked to see that soft, unguarded smile. The one she decided was reserved just for her. It's you, Daph. You don't have to worry, it's you. It's just, I'm not sure if we should do anything about it right now. With everything going on, if I don't make it. He didn't need to finish the sentence, she knew exactly what he meant. It was all she could think about these days. She suddenly realized a few tears were trickling down her face. Were they from joy? Sadness? A mixture of both? She stubbornly wiped them away and nodded her understanding. She thought about the last few months, how brilliant and terrifying they had been, and how she had never regretted not turning around on her way to the library for their first meeting. She looked into his questioning eyes. Checkers not chess, repeated in her mind. Sod it, she read as she pulled him forward and kissed him. It was sudden, slightly wet, and it didn't end for a very long time. She had wanted to do this for months and Harry apparently felt the same way. Why they broke apart and she pulled him close, laying her head on his shoulder. First rule, she said softly as she closed her eyes and leaned in further. You only call me, Daph, when we're alone. My parents used to call me that and I hated it. They'll never let me live it down if they hear you saying it. It's not a problem, he replied, if you don't like it I can. She pulled back and kissed him again before speaking. I didn't say I didn't like it when you said it. Okay, he replied simply, the unguarded smile returning. Just to be fair you can call me, Hair Bear, or something. I think I'll stick with Harry. She deadpanned, pulling him toward the door, walking slightly closer than she had allowed herself before. Where are we going to by the way? Almost there, just up this way. He replied matter-of-factly as they waited for the stairs to stop moving. As they turned the corner Daphne spotted a fourth-year Slytherin standing nervously, inexplicably holding a set of scales. When the girl spotted them her nervous expression morphed into one of panic as she dropped the scales and started walking away quickly. Meredith, she called to her but the girl did not stop, if anything she only walked faster. She could feel Harry tense as he muttered something unintelligible under his breath before speaking to her. We'll have to come back another time. We won't be able to get in now. What are you talking about? You said it's here, she asked incredulously. It won't work. There's someone in there already, he spit out, pulling her back the way they came. Wait, she said, letting go of his hand and stopping. How can you possibly know that? He held out his hand. I'll explain everything as we walk, okay? Please. Fine, she grumbled, taking his hand back and squeezing. Start explaining. Draco is doing something in there and I think he's been using Crabbe and Goyle as lookouts under Polyjuice. That's why she, would ever drop the scales. They were warning Malfoy that someone was there. He won't be coming out anytime soon. He took a deep breath before continuing. I think he might be behind what happened to Katie Bell and Ron. He's failed at he's planning so far and he's working on something new in that room. Harry, that's crazy, she said automatically. Yes, I know, he said bitterly. That is what everyone else has been saying. Believe me, I know. Let me ask you something. Does your friend Meredith make a habit of carrying around scales, dropping them and running off? Because the same thing happened to Hermione a while ago. He was right. She and Meredith weren't the best of friends but she certainly wasn't scared of Daphne and as far as she could recall Meredith could never be bothered to care about Harry either way. Her running away made no sense. She thought about how Draco had been acting lately and Astoria's observations about how upset and nervous he had seemed. If she had started dating Harry in any other year, Draco would never have given her a moment's peace about it. Now all she merited were a few resentful looks from time to time. Okay, you may be right, she grudgingly agreed, but do you really think Draco is capable of murder? He's vile but harmless. Everyone thought the person who betrayed my parents was harmless, he said bitterly. They walked in silence after that as she could think of nothing to say. The things he had to deal with. There were no words to make him feel better, they hadn't been invented. All she could do was offer to help. I'll talk to Meredith, the real Meredith, and make sure it wasn't her. I'll speak to Snape as well. If you had been using Polyjuice you know he'd have you hung up by your entrails by now. Thank you. I appreciate it but I don't want you to do anything, he said quietly. It's not a problem Harry, she replied encouragingly. I can talk to Meredith without making her suspicious and Snape will have to do something once we have proof. Daphne, please. I don't want you to do anything. It's really okay I don't. Daphne you are misunderstanding, he said more forcefully. I really don't want you to do anything. Snape and Dumbledore ALR. Edie know and aren't doing anything about it and I need you safe. If Draco thinks you suspect something you could be hurt. You are doing enough already, so much, and I need you to stay safe. You're going to keep me alive and I'm going to keep you alive. Too many people had died for him, had left him. She would be smart for Harry. Okay, she said gently, kissing him again simply because she was allowed to now. But how about this? I'll let you know when Draco is in the common room with my coin so you'll know when the room is free. That would be brilliant and thank you. For helping and believing me. Not a problem. She said, wrapping her arm in his as they began walking again. It's what any totally real, not pretend girlfriend would do, Hair Bear. Daphne felt a bit as if he was floating to breakfast the next day, the day after Harry became her real boyfriend and, remarkably, Harry had successfully tracked down a Horcrux. As difficult as it had been last night, Daphne insisted on immediately returning to the Slytherin common room so she would not miss Draco's return. She had spent the next hour with Tracy working on her homework and trying to ignore Vincent nervously staring at her. If she didn't believe Harry before, Vincent's abject fear and paranoia confirmed it to her. He was definitely the one they had spotted outside the room of requirement, and it was clear that he was terrified that she and Harry had sorted it out. It spoke to how poorly Draco was regarded within his own house that the best he could do for help was Vincent and Gregory. It was a bit embarrassing when Daphne thought about it. Harry had a literal army of students willing to fight with him, and the best Draco could manage was Vincent and Gregory. She almost felt sorry for him. Almost. Draco returned a few minutes before curfew and immediately left the room with Vincent in tow, not so subtly giving him an update on whether Daphne suspected anything. Draco was at least smart enough to stare at her in abject terror as he passed. She sent the all-clear message to Harry, and 4 hours later her coin warned, relaying Harry's excited message. "I found the diadem. Ready to experiment on me." Several inappropriate responses flashed through Daphne's thoughts, but she settled for sending a celebratory message back and quickly fell into a contented sleep, exhausted from the day. It wasn't until the next morning that she read Harry's follow-up message. "Let's eat breakfast with Astoria. I want to see you again." There were no games, no subtle hints of affection, just direct honesty. He was such a Gryffindor. It was brilliant. She was broken out of her thoughts by Tracy. "What is going on with you this morning?" she asked bemusedly. "You're either staring into space or at your love coin. You're imagining things, and stop calling it that," Daphne pleaded unconvincingly as she failed to suppress another contented smile, reflexively rubbing the coin. "Harry and I are going to sit with Astoria this morning if you'd like to join us." Her smile grew larger as she realized she'd be seeing Harry again in a few minutes. "Oh sweet Merlin, you two shagged last night, didn't you?" Tracy said triumphantly. Daphne shook her head and chuckled in disbelief. It seemed that Tracy and Astoria were destined to always be one step ahead of the actual reality of her and Harry's relationship. She briefly imagined telling Tracy she was engaged only for her to assume they had eloped and were already married. "I was back in the common room an hour before curfew," she replied condescendingly. "If we had really done that, don't you think we would have stayed to bask in the afterglow or something?" If and when they did that, Daphne was definitely going to bask. "Fine," Tracy grudgingly agreed. "Spoil my fun. But something happened last night because you were entirely too cheerful." "It was a really good night," Daphne replied vaguely, her dreamy smile returning despite herself. She did not smile dreamily. "I really need to get a boyfriend," Tracy said disgustedly. "It was fine when we were both lonely spinsters, but your cheerfulness is depressing." "I'm sorry. I'll do better, or is it worse?" Daphne offered half-heartedly. "Idiot," Tracy replied as she playfully shoved Daphne and smiled. They entered the Great Hall and Daphne saw that Harry had already arrived. Eden was sitting at the Hufflepuff table and was in the middle of a conversation with Astoria and Sue Bones. It struck her that he seemed more relaxed and animated than normal. She realized it was because of her, and that blasted dreamy smile returned briefly before she squashed it for a more dignified version. She quickly made it to the table and sat down in the seat he had saved for her and grabbed his free hand under the table. Having to eat using her less dominant left hand was slightly awkward, but she didn't mind. They decided to eat dinner in the Hogwarts kitchen so they could have a bit of time alone before discussing the next steps. Daphne had been so caught up in the realization of her relationship and helping Harry get into the room of requirements she'd forgotten she had not dated him on her progress with his mother's spell and how it could apply to what she was working on. That would be a much easier task now that he knew her true feelings. They had eaten in relative silence and quickly made their way to a nearby classroom so they could begin their discussions under the oath. Daphne insisted on going first. She wanted Harry to know about her theory in detail and the sacrifice his parents had made on his behalf. She watched as Harry seemed to fold into himself as he pondered her theory, that his parents may have doomed themselves willingly to a shorter lifespan to protect him. She had been so wrapped up in the excitement of formulating the theory she hadn't truly reflected on the personal impact such a revelation would have on Harry. After she had finished he waited for what felt like an eternity for his response as he continued to stare downward at his desk, seemingly processing what she had shared. Finally he spoke. "Do you really think they might have done that?" he offered. "It's just an idea," she quietly replied, "but it would make sense," and Flitwick thought it was the most likely theory he had ever heard. "I hope it's true," he continued as he looked into her eyes. "I know it was based on her sacrifice either way, but everyone always puts it down to circumstance or luck. To think that they actually did it on purpose and really did sacrifice themselves, well, it's something else, isn't it?" "It is," she replied simply. "They were brilliant, and they really loved you." She watched as he drew in a deep breath and gathered himself, nodding his head and smiling. "So the Horcrux," he offered as he pulled a wrapped item out of his bag and placed it on the desk between them. As he took off the multiple layers of wrapping, she could feel the dread growing inside her. It seemed to radiate evil. "It feels wretched," Harry interrupted. "I'm sure it's a Horcrux based on how awful it feels." He quickly wrapped it back up and placed it back in his bag. Daphne instantly felt better. She watched as he pulled out several pieces of parchment before continuing. "I had some ideas about next steps," he said tentatively. "Go on," she said with a smile. Continuing to be encouraged at how thorough Harry was being. "We need to limit our testing to one night. If it actually works like we think, Riddle is going to feel it and suspect something. We can probably get away with it for one night, but I don't think we should push it." "I hadn't thought of that, but you're right," she concurred. "I have a list of things to try. We should be able to do everything in a couple of hours. You'll need a potion for your headache by the end, but it should be okay." "Good, and I think we need to test it from several distances, have it somewhere on the our side of the castle when we try the spell. It would be too risky to leave it alone and we'd need to observe it anyway, so I thought we could ask Dobby," she interrupted enthusiastically. "He could take it there and monitor how much it moves. If it moves similarly as when it is the same room, then we'll know distances don't have an effect." "Exactly," he agreed. They spent the next hour exchanging ideas and brainstorming anything they may have missed. Daphne was explaining the runes she wanted to apply around his scar when she noticed Harry was smiling. "What? This isn't funny. They may have no effect, but it's worth a try," she said defensively. "It's not that," he said, shaking his head, "it's not that at all. It's just, this is brilliant, you were right, we make a great team, great partners." She was so taken aback by his comment she acted without thinking, lunging over the desk and kissing him thoroughly for several minutes. Eventually she gathered herself and took the seat next to him. As she was explaining the rune designed to amplify focus, she noticed Harry was still smiling dumbly and desperately wanted to kiss him again. She briefly wondered if inscribing the rune on her own forehead would help her concentrate on the explanation and not on kissing Harry again. An hour later Daphne brought up the final topic for the night. "I've had some more ideas about Tuso Patronum," she began, suddenly becoming nervous. The step they had taken last night would go a long way to making this easier, but it was still going to be hard to say the word. She could tell she had Harry's full attention and continued. "We'll know more once we do our testing, but I think I can protect you and kill the souls with just my spell. Avada Kedavra focuses on the desire to end a life, but the main focus of my spell will be on saving your life, and the only way we can do that is by getting rid of Tom's souls. I had been thinking about protecting you and destroying the Horcruxes as two separate things, but they are really the same. It's about you, protecting you." "I don't understand," he interjected. "You said that you drove Voldemort out of your mind by focusing on your feelings for Sirius and your parents. That it hurt him. My spell will be similar. I think I can destroy the Horcruxes using my feelings, my love for you. I want him dead, but I really just want you safe, to save you." Her confidence and self-assurance began to fade as Harry remained silent, his head staring down at the desk in front of him. She nervously began speaking again to help fill up the silence. In the end, the words associated with the spell are meaningless, they only provide a guideline, a focal point. The spell is about intent, not the words you say or the color it. "Do you really mean that?" he interjected. She nodded slowly. "I know it's a lot to take in, but I think it's the only way, and it goes along with Dumbledore's ideas on the prophecy. If I didn't mean it then it wouldn't work, and I mean it. I really mean it. Harry began speaking, his head still bowed. I feel the same way, about you. I'm not used to talking about these things but I do. Something broke inside of Daphne as she processed Harry's words. After everything he had suffered, everything he had done for them, had anyone actually said those words before to him? Had he ever said them? She seriously doubted it. He didn't actually say the word, love, but it was enough for Daphne. It was more than enough. She reached for his hand and gently rested her head on his shoulder. I think that's enough for tonight. 2 nights later their testing session had been completed and Harry was downing a potion for his head while Dobby nervously looked on. Daphne allowed herself a brief moment of levity imagining Riddle, now thoroughly confused and sporting a massive headache. I think we should go over my observations to make sure I didn't miss anything but that can wait until tomorrow when you're feeling better, she offered. No, he said with a grimace. We have plenty of time tonight. I'm fine. Harry, I hit you with stupefy 10 times, you aren't fine. Harry ignored her and turned to the elf. Dobby, could you bring a couch into here, and maybe get us something cold to drink? The elf nodded vigorously and popped away. 5 minutes later a couch and 2 butterbeers had been delivered with great enthusiasm. Thanks for all your help, Dobby, Daphne said genuinely. I think that's all we need for now. I'll call you back when you can take the couch away. The elf nodded, casting another nervous glance at Harry. Dobby, bring one more headache potion for Harry Potter in case he needs it later. Miss Greenie very good at stupefy. With the additional potion now delivered Dobby popped away for the final time. She could hear him muttering, Harry Potter is a great wizard, to himself. Daphne sat down and in an instant Harry had joined her, lying down with his head in her lap. She began gently massaging his head. She loved his hair. That feels really good, he groaned out before immediately refocusing. So let's recap. It can wait Harry, let's just. There is nowhere else I want to be right now. He interrupted determinedly. I've waited long enough to get rid of this tosser. I'm tired of waiting. I'm fine. Let's go. Idiot, she mumbled affectionately, grabbing her notes. Well, the runes seemed to help. And it was encouraging that we were able to use your magic as well. Did you feel it at all when I had you focus on protecting yourself instead of amplifying the spell? Nothing, he confirmed. Maybe a little twinge but I was probably imagining that. And when you focused on amplifying the spell it added a ton of power. The diadem took a chunk out of the wall if Dobby is to believe. And it felt like a sledgehammer, he winced in reply. Smart of you to put those cushioning charms on the wall, he said gratefully. They carried on for an additional 30 minutes discussing what other factors seemed to have worked and what did not. Daphne was in the middle of theorizing on the advantages to casting the spell at 7 at night on the 7th of the month when she realized Harry had fallen asleep. She quietly called back Dobby. Can you bring us a few blankets? And do you know how much time we have left until curfew? Curfew is in 30 minutes B. Dobby will make sure Harry Potter and Miss Greenie aren't caught and Dobby can take you back to your rooms when you want to go. Dobby happy to help great Harry Potter and great Miss Greenie. Thank you Dobby. We think you are great too. She offered genuinely. It seemed to be taking everything in the elf's power not to scream in exaltation at her compliment but he thankfully refrained for Harry's sake. Can I ask you something? She asked Dobby, hoping to get an answer to something she had been wondering about for a while. I know you like being free but would you prefer to be bonded with Harry? She asked, genuinely curious. It is Dobby's greatest wish to be bonded with Harry Potter, he answered immediately sporting the largest smile Daphne had ever seen. But you were so happy when Winky bonded. You never thought of asking Harry to do the same for you. The elf seemed to be deep in thought. Dobby wants to be Harry Potter's elf but Harry Potter needs Dobby's help at Hogwarts. I can't help Harry Potter at Hogwarts if he is not free. Being Harry Potter's elf is important to Dobby but helping Harry Potter is most important thing to Dobby. It is hard for Dobby to explain, he finished, shaking his head. I understand Dobby, Daphne answered. I understand. She woke up with a horrible pain in her neck and Harry's eyes staring back at her. Hi, she said groggily. How are you feeling? Much better, he answered as he sat up and downed the other headache potion. Just a little pain left. Good, she replied, leaning over and kissing him on the forehead. I'm sorry I stunned you 10 times. Liar. He laughed before groaning once again. So before we leave, next steps. Harry, it's 3 in the morning. It can wait, she said soothingly. 5 more minutes, he stated. I'm tired of waiting. She took a deep breath. The 7th is next Wednesday. That gives me 5 days to finalize everything, talk to my parents and meet with Flitwick one more time. Doing it on the 7th may have no effect, but I'd like to try for any advantage we can. So next Wednesday or we wait another month, he said matter-of-factly. You think you'll be ready? Yes, she replied determinedly. As ready as I will ever be. And if Riddle really did suspect something after tonight, it would give him more time to suss out what we are up to if we waited, he continued. And if we do it next week, the better chance we have to prevent whatever Malfoy is planning. Yes, she confirmed. Then it's a date, he said simply before wrapping his arms around her. It's a date, she whispered in reply, leaning into his shoulder and closing her eyes. The moment was broken as Dobby popped back into the room. Harry Potter and Miss Greenie ready to go? He asked. Yes, Dobby, Harry replied. And we are going to need your help next Wednesday when we do the real thing. Dobby suddenly looked stricken as he gulped and nervously nodded his head. Dobby, be ready. We'll do anything Harry Potter and Miss Greenie need. Harry Potter ready for Dobby to take him back to Gryffindor. That's okay, Dobby, we can make it back ourselves, Harry answered. Before Daphne could argue, Dobby spoke. No, Harry Potter should let Dobby take him back. Harry Potter needs to stay out of trouble so he can kill Bad Wizard on Wednesday. Contradicting Harry seemed to be causing the elf a great bit of pain. Harry Potter needs to listen to Dobby and Miss Greenie. Needs to be smart, the elf clenched out. So that's how it's going to be. 2 against 1. Fine. And thank you. I promise to stay out of trouble until next Wednesday. He said resignedly. Harry Potter is a great wizard. Dobby shrieked as he lunged toward him, grabbing his hand. Dobby will come back for Miss Greenie. Harry had just enough time to smile, grab his bag, and wave goodbye to Daphne before Dobby popped them away. As the distraction Dobby had provided wore off, reality began to settle in. 5 days, Daphne muttered to herself. This had better work. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out author of this story. Details in description.